Chapter 291. After reading the letter in his hand, Li Bing heaved a long sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed. Chong Gongzi, my father wishes for me to ask you a question. If I allow you to take him away, you will not be able to do so. If I let you take him away, can you guarantee that not a single word of today's matter will leak out? Li Bing held the letter in his hand, but his gaze was fixed on Wang Chong. To think that it would be Duke of Lu. Wang Chong was surprised as well. But thinking about it, it was impossible for the Duke of Lu to ignore the Duke of Lu Residence's schemes to capture Su Hanzhan. Don't worry, I know how I should know. You can tell the Duke that he can treat today's matter as though nothing has happened. There won't be any news that will be detrimental to the Duke of Lu Residence spreading out from the Wang clan. Wang Chong said seriously. His goal was only to save Su Hanzhan. Everything else wasn't within his scope of concern. You could take this lad away now. Also, Chong Gongzi, I hope that you will remember what you just said. Retreat. Li Bing nodded and waved his hand. Without saying a word, he turned around and led the group of people away. Even Wang Chong was dumbfounded by how clean and efficient it was. In just a few moments, nearly 20 people had disappeared without a trace. Even the corpses on the ground had been dragged away. This Duke of Lu sure is decisive. Brother Su, Brother Su, Brother Su? Not good. The eagle, hurry up and support him. As soon as Wang Chong turned around, he saw Su Hanshan's body slumping to the ground behind the tree. With Li Bing gone and the danger averted, the taut string in Su Hanshan's heart loosened, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Wang Chong fed Su Hanzhan a pill before instructing the eagle to carry him back to the Wang clan. Su Hanshan's external injuries looked very serious, but his internal injuries were even more serious than his external injuries. His entire body relaxed, and his body began to bleed profusely. Under normal circumstances, there was no hope for him to recover from such severe injuries. Wang Chong had to feed him 3 imperial life-saving pills that he had bought from Liu Zhizhang. Each pill cost 100,000 taels of gold, and only then was his life saved. After his injuries had stabilized, Su Hanshan's body strangely began to emit a powerful aura of life, causing his recovery rate to be much faster than that of an ordinary person. Roughly 3 days later, Su Hanzhan groaned and finally woke up. You're awake. Looking at Su Hanzhan on the bed, Wang Chong revealed a smile. This guy had finally woken up. If he died like this, Wang Chong really didn't know what to do. This was a future imperial great general. People of this level could be counted on one hand in the entire Central Plains. If he died just like that, it would definitely be a huge loss to the Tang dynasty. This vitality is really ridiculous, Wang Chong thought to himself as he looked at Su Hanzhan. He had found an expert to examine his body and found that there were more than 30 saber wounds on his body, 17 of which had pierced through his chest and lungs. And of these 17, 11 of them were so severe that his life was in danger. This kind of injury would be a ghastly sight even to those who saw it. Putting aside recuperating, it would already be a miracle if he didn't die. But Su Hanzhan had managed to survive. Not only that, in just 3 days, his body had recovered from a state that could have killed him several times over to a state of ordinary heavy injuries, and it was still recovering at an astonishing rate. Putting aside this life, Wang Chong hadn't seen many people with this sort of vitality, even in his last life. It wasn't without reason that this fellow was able to become one of the most dazzling generals of the Kunwa training camp. There were definitely many secrets hidden on his body. Where's this? Su Hanzhan asked, propping himself up from the bed. His expression was calm, devoid of the panic and unease that an ordinary person would have. The first thing Su Hanzhan said after he woke up was to observe his surroundings calmly. In my home. This is the guest room. Wang Chong smiled. Thank you. Su Hanzhan nodded. These are the last words he said. Even though it was just 2 words, given Wang Chong's understanding, this was already his limit. Given Su Hanshan's cold and aloof personality, it wasn't easy for him to say the word thank you to someone else. In both lifetimes, Wang Chong was probably the only person he had ever said those 2 words to. After saying those words, Su Hanzhan sat down on the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate, not moving an inch. His face was pale, and his body was still extremely weak. It seemed like he was still far from a full recovery. You should rest first. If there's anything you need, inform me at any time. Wang Chong shook his head. He had already experienced Su Hanshan's personality. Without saying anything else, he closed the door and walked out. Gongzi, bad news. Su Gongzi has left by himself despite the obstruction. Less than 2 hours after Wang Chong left, the maid who was attending to him rushed in. How long has it been? Wang Chong was taken aback. It's been around half a tea's time. We haven't been able to stop him. The maid's eyes reddened, and she was on the verge of tears. As she spoke, she pointed a finger outside. Wang Chong deeply creased his brow. He knew that Su Hanshan would leave sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Su Hanshan only stayed for 2 hours before leaving. Even though Su Hanshan's condition was much better, he was still far from being able to walk on his own. Furthermore, he was severely injured at the moment, so it would be troublesome if he were to be targeted by the Duke of Lu residence. However, Su Hanshan's personality had always been like this. If he was someone who would compromise so easily, he wouldn't have suffered such a fate in his previous life. Even though half a tea's time wasn't too long, it was more than enough for him to walk out of the Wang family residence. The capital was bustling with people, and once he stepped onto the streets, it would be impossible to find him. This is really in line with his personality. He doesn't like to owe others anything at all. Wang Chong shook his head as he sighed. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with you. Let him be. Wang Chong waved his hands casually. Even if the Duke of Lu wanted to deal with Su Hanshan, since the other party had let him go that night, the Duke of Lu residence probably wouldn't do anything to him anymore. Even though Su Hanshan was severely injured, he wasn't in any danger at the moment. Right, Gongzi, that Su Gongzi left a note behind. The maid from the Wang clan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. Seeing her clumsy actions, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle inside. You're called Xiao Mei, right? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Yes. Gongzi, you remember me? The maid was astonished. She had only been in the residence for 3 months, and she was afraid of being punished for her wrongdoings. She didn't expect that Gongzi would remember her and even know her name. It would be weird if he didn't. Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. In his previous life, it was Xiao Mei who brought him much joy in the final moments of his life. It was a pity that she ended up in that kind of scene. Xiao Mei, you will follow me from now on. Wang Chong said. Go Gongzi. This isn't good, right? Xiao Mei's face reddened in embarrassment. What are you thinking about? Wang Chong was amused by this fellow's wild thoughts. He felt both angry and amused at the same time. This fellow was still as clumsy as ever, as expected of the Mei lass in his memories. I mean, you'll be transferred over to serve me in the future. Help me pour tea and fold the blankets. Wang Chong said. So that's the case. Xiao Mei understood, and her ears reddened. However, she soon forgot all about it and began cheering. Gongzi, I'm willing. Seeing the innocent and happy look on the young lady's face, Wang Chong felt the troubles in his heart lessen significantly. After sending the young lady away, Wang Chong opened the slip of paper left behind by Su Hanshan. I owe you a favor. It was a cold sentence written with a brush. The tip of the brush was forked, and it exuded a ferocious aura. With a single look, it was clear that this was Su Hanshan's handwriting. It's as expected. Wang Chong smiled as he crumpled the paper in his hand into a ball. Su Hanshan had a proud and aloof appearance, cold and unapproachable. With a single look, one could tell that he wasn't an easy person to deal with. However, he was still filled with gratitude in the depths of his heart. It was just that he wasn't good with words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left this note behind. In the other world that Wang Chong came from, there was a term for this type of person, social disorder. Su Hanshan clearly belonged to this type of person. If I help someone, I'll help them to the end. Since I know that you're in trouble, I'll help you to the end. Wang Chong glanced at the wall of the courtyard before walking away with a smile. There was a saying, the gaze speaks volumes. Back in the room, Su Hanshan's gaze had already been on the verge of pleading with Wang Chong, but due to his reclusive personality, he was too ashamed to voice it out. After leaving the garden, Wang Chong summoned the eagle. "Are there any clues?" In the lounge, Wang Chong sat on an expensive sandalwood chair, picked up a cup of tea, and took a sip. 3 days ago, when he rescued Su Hanshan, Wang Chong had already arranged for the eagle to investigate this matter. Something that was worth Su Hanshan risking his life to infiltrate the Duke of Lu residence couldn't be a small matter. Something that was worth the Duke of Lu offending the Wang clan and the King of Song just to kill him couldn't be a small matter. Su Hanshan wouldn't speak of it. That wasn't his personality. Thus, Wang Chong could only search for the answer himself. Perhaps, if he were to find the answer and solve the riddle, he might be able to help Su Hanshan undo the shackles that bound him, allowing him to achieve what he was unable to do in his previous life. He would become a true imperial great general of the Central Plains who could stand on his own and rule over a region. Gongzi, I've looked into the matter over the past few days. Even though the Duke of Lu has concealed the matter well, I was still able to vaguely find out something from the mouths of the servants in the Duke of Lu residence. There's a young lady in the Duke of Lu residence, and she's being watched over strictly. Her meals and drinks are always sent over, and no one is allowed to get close to her. Also, around 3 to 4 months ago, the young lady suddenly moved out for no apparent reason. After that incident, the servants in the residence said that Su Hanshan's infiltration of the Duke of Lu residence was probably for that young lady. The eagle said grimly, 3 to 4 months ago? Isn't that the opening of the Kunwa training camp, and the day Su Hanshan entered White Tiger Peak? Wang Chong creased his brow in thought. However, Gongzi, I have a feeling that this news isn't as simple as it seems. The eagle lowered his head in contemplation. What do you mean? I feel that this news was intentionally released by the Duke of Lu residence. As there wasn't much investigation done, it was easily obtained. However, as for the appearance of the young lady, her background, and her relationship with Su Hanshan, there wasn't any other crucial information. According to the rules of the trade, this can be considered as an opening. What do you mean? Wang Chong asked in astonishment. The reason why the Duke of Lu residence is willing to speak of this matter is to put an end to it. However, we're still lacking a suitable middleman. Let's sit down and discuss this matter. The eagle said. Wang Chong immediately understood the other party's intentions. Even though he had saved Su Hanshan that day, this matter wasn't over just like that. Thus, the Duke of Lu residence intentionally released some information. However, the Duke of Lu residence couldn't possibly reveal this information to a spy lurking outside. Thus, the Duke of Lu residence released some information, but not too much. On top of that, the Duke of Lu residence wasn't willing to reveal this information to Wang Chong directly, as that would be beneath him. Thus, he needed a special middleman of high standing. The Duke of Lu would tell him, and through him, Wang Chong would tell Wang Chong. Even though it sounded complicated, this was the daily routine of the upper echelons of society. Wang Chong was born in this circle, so he naturally understood this as well. Speaking of which, the Duke of Lu residence is still wary of the authority and prestige of grandfather and the King of Song. Wang Chong observed. Chapter 292. Fatty Wei. Hurry up and make a trip down a mountain. A pigeon soared into the sky from the Wang family residence, heading toward the Kunwa training camp. This was the only message on the pigeon. At the end of the message, a tri-dot ink mark was added on the letter. This was the signal that Wang Chong and Wei Hao had agreed upon. There was no better middleman than Wei Hao. As a Duke of the Tang dynasty, Wei Hao's background wasn't inferior to Duke of Lu's. In fact, he might even be superior. Sending Wei Hao out would allow the Duke of Lu residence to retain some face. Furthermore, they were both scions of prestigious clans, and they were no longer the profligate scions of the past. It was about time for Wei Hao to do the things that scions of prestigious clans should do. Coming. The reply from Kunwa training camp soon arrived. On the letter were 2 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, or rather, incomparably ugly. Wei Hao's calligraphy was as ugly as Wang Chong's. By the time the pigeon arrived, Wei Hao was already on his way. He didn't ask why. nor did he make any excuses. Wei Hao had complete trust in Wang Chong. As long as he called out to him, he would come over immediately. This was what brothers were like. Wang Chong, you were looking for me. It was nearing evening, and Wei Hao entered the Wang family residence. Without even wiping off the sweat on his forehead, he headed straight for Wang Chong's study. How is it? Brother, I'm here quickly. I saw the mark on the letter. It's extremely urgent, so I didn't rush over immediately. Wei Hao stood at the door with his hands on the doorframe. He grinned excitedly. He knew that Wang Chong had left the mountain. They were brothers, and it wasn't the first day that he had known Wang Chong. Wei Hao was willing to bet that something must have happened in the capital. Otherwise, Wang Chong wouldn't have called for him. It's not that urgent, but there's something important. Wang Chong smiled. Ever since he was young, whether it was his past life or this life, he had always liked this kind of personality. He wouldn't say anything even if he had to risk his life. Do you still remember Su Han from White Tiger Peak? The one who shares a room with me. Wang Chong went straight to the point and told him everything he knew about Su Han. Is that him? Wei Hao stepped into the room and took a sip of water. His face was also filled with surprise. In the capital, Duke of Lu has always kept a low profile. How did Su Han get involved with Duke of Lu? He knew about the block of ice on White Tiger Peak. They were not to be trifled with and were not easy to deal with. Many people avoided him when they saw him. Wei Hao didn't expect Wang Chong to look for him. That's exactly what I want to know. This is also the main reason why I called you here. Help me arrange an appointment with the second son of the Duke of Lu. I want to know what is going on here. Wang Chong said, All right, leave this matter to me. It just so happens that my clan has some dealings with the Duke of Lu. I'll help you find out more about it. Without any hesitation, Wei Hao stood up and left. Wei Hao left in the evening, and Wang Chong thought that he would return soon. However, he didn't expect that Wei Hao would still be nowhere to be seen. Wang Chong sent someone to investigate, and all he heard was that Wei Hao had made an appointment with the young master of the Li clan to reserve the entire tavern. No one was allowed to enter, and no one was allowed to leave. Gongzi, should we send someone to take a look? Isn't this a little too long for a meeting? In the study, the eagle stood before Wang Chong and asked, There's no need for that. This is the territory of the Son of Heaven, and Wei Hao is the son of Duke of Wei. The Duke of Lu won't do anything to him. Seated behind his desk, Wang Chong waved his hands and said authoritatively, Don't use a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you use. This matter involved the great clans of 3 empires, and Wang Chong believed that the Duke of Lu wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Just wait patiently. He will come out sooner or later. After saying these words, Wang Chong closed his eyes. Time slowly passed, and 4 hours later, a commotion suddenly sounded outside. Before the person could even be seen, a loud exclamation sounded. Wang Chong, Wang Chong, inconceivable, inconceivable. Do you know what I just heard? Accompanied by the eagle, Wei Hao hurried into Wang Chong's study. His eyes were bright, and even in the darkness, they glowed brightly. After returning from the Kunwa training camp and chatting with the son of Duke of Lu late into the night, not only did Wei Hao not feel fatigued, he even seemed energetic. Did the son of Duke of Lu say anything? Wang Chong suddenly felt energized, and his sleepiness was swept away. Raising a finger, he gestured to the empty seat opposite him, indicating for Wei Hao to sit down. Wang Chong, I finally know what Su Han is looking for in the Duke of Lu residence. He's looking for his younger sister. Can you imagine? That fellow actually has a younger sister. Wei Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Chong and the eagle glanced at each other, and both of them were astonished. Wei Gongzi, you can't be thinking of saying that the Duke of Lu residence forcefully abducted a lady and oppressed the kind-hearted. That Li Bing of the Duke of Lu clan fell in love with that Su Gongzi's younger sister and forcefully abducted her into the residence, right? Yet, the Duke of Lu residence tried to kill that Su Gongzi out of fear that this scandal would spread. The eagle asked in bewilderment. Even though he was the one who brought Wei Hao into the residence, due to the lack of time, he didn't have the time to understand the situation. It would be great if it's really a show where the scions of nobility abduct a lady. Things are 100 times more complicated than that. Wei Hao chuckled as he crossed his legs, intentionally keeping Wang Chong in suspense. Isn't that the case? Wang Chong said, ignoring the gleeful look on that lad's face that was asking for a beating. You don't know, right? You might be scared to death if I tell you. Do you know that the real Duke of Lu should be that Su Han? Wei Hao gleefully tossed out an earth-shattering piece of news. How is that possible? Wang Chong widened his eyes in shock. He knew of the grudge between Su Han and the Duke of Lu residence. But Wei Hao's words were truly a miraculous twist. This was especially so considering that it was coming from the Duke of Lu residence, which made it even more unbelievable. Wang Chong's instinctive reaction was disbelief. Wei Hao, what's going on? Tell me the details of your meeting with Duke of Lu Gongzi. Don't keep me in suspense. Wang Chong straightened his back and said earnestly. He felt that he had probably come into contact with Su Hanshan's true secret. If he could unravel this secret, he might be able to open up Su Hanshan's path to becoming a great general. He would be able to bring out all of his potential and allow him to reach heights that he couldn't reach in his previous life. It's a long story. That fellow from the Duke of Lu residence was so hesitant, and he refused to say anything. He thought that Su Han had said something to you, so he ended up spilling the beans himself. Seeing the seriousness in Wang Chong's words, Wei Hao didn't dare to continue keeping him in suspense. Thus, he revealed everything that he had heard in the tavern. The grudge between the Duke of Lu residence and Su Hanshan's lineage could be traced back to 3 generations ago, when the Tang dynasty was under Emperor Gaozong. Even though the Duke of Lu residence and Su Hanshan's lineage hated each other so much 3 generations ago, the two were best friends. Su Han wasn't an outsider either. He was a citizen of the capital. Emperor Gaozong's generation was a rare talent. His martial arts couldn't be said to be weak, but he was definitely not an extraordinary figure. Furthermore, he couldn't be compared to the current Holy Emperor. Given Emperor Gaozong's talent, it was easy to imagine the dangers he faced before he ascended to the throne. Once, Gaozong fell into danger and fainted. It was Su Hanshan's ancestor, Su Feng, who discovered him in time, saved him, and brought him out of danger. Su Feng didn't tell anyone about this matter, other than his only friend. That was the ancestor of the Duke of Lu residence. Gaozong was one of the few emperors of the Tang dynasty. He was indebted to another for saving his life, so he wanted to confer him the title of Duke. However, in his days, Gaozong mistook Su Feng's friend for the person who saved him. On top of that, Su Feng's friend was blinded by greed. Even though he knew that his majesty was mistaken, under the allure of the title of Duke, he still accepted the matter. On the other hand, Su Hanshan's grandfather, Su Feng, was kept in the dark. By the time he found out, the matter was already settled. On the other hand, Su Feng's friend was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so he imprisoned Su Feng. The latter had always viewed the other party as a close friend, and he felt deeply humiliated by the other party. Although Su Feng's friend finally felt guilty and let him out, Su Feng's friend still let him out. However, Su Feng still died of grief and indignation. This was the origin of the grudge between Su Hanshan's lineage and the Duke of Lu residence. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. How could Su Feng, as a son, tolerate the humiliation and indignation that he suffered? Even though a lawsuit was filed and the matter was brought up to the royal court, the emperor's words were golden. But after all, the emperor's words were like gold and jade. Even if he had recognized the wrong person, he could only make the best of the mistake. Even though Su Feng's son was rewarded, there was no way he would accept it. Just like that, this matter became a deadlock. As such, there was no room for reconciliation between the two clans. After Su Feng's son failed in his mission, he fled the capital. Thus, he passed his will down to his son, Su Han. This was already the 3rd generation. The Su clan passed his will down to his son, never forgetting to seek vengeance. On the other hand, Duke of Lu's lineage didn't sit idly by either. They passed down the matter as well. Even though they were in the wrong, they couldn't just sit idly by and allow others to place a knife against their neck. The Duke of Lu residence also did something as well. Somehow, they managed to find the hiding place of Su Han and his brother, and they dispatched a group of men to capture Su Hanshan's younger sister. As for Su Hanshan, no one knew what he was doing back then. In any case, he wasn't on the mountain, so he managed to escape this calamity. The Duke of Lu residence didn't do anything to his younger sister after capturing her. She still stayed there with good food and drinks, and she was also provided with special maids to serve her. Other than the fact that she couldn't move freely, it was much better than living in the mountains. On top of that, no one in the Duke of Lu residence harbored any ill intentions toward her. The Duke of Lu residence's thoughts were simple as well. Since the grudge between the two clans couldn't be resolved, they would use his younger sister as a hostage. This way, Su Hanshan would have some reservations, and he would be able to prevent himself from doing something as extreme as the previous generation. However, the Su clan and the Duke of Lu residence weren't just enemies. In fact, the Duke of Lu residence's standing was due to Su Feng. The ancestor of the Duke of Lu residence had also explained these matters in detail in his family letter. Thus, there was no need for them to do anything to the young lady. They were still extremely polite, not offending her at all. Chapter 293. To think that the truth would be like this. It's no wonder why Su Hanshan seemed to have a knot in his heart in his previous life, causing him to be unable to become an imperial great general and become the greatest loss of the Central Plains. Hearing Wei Hao's words, Wang Chong fell into a long period of silence. Those seniors from back then had many opinions about Su Hanshan. Without a doubt, his fall was a heart-wrenching one. This person was capable, daring, and decisive. Even those who disliked him had to admit that Su Hanshan was an outstanding commander. Wherever he stood, even if the enemy had 1,000 men, the army by his side would never back down. As long as Su Hanshan wasn't afraid, as long as Su Hanshan was still standing there, his soldiers would never fear him. In that chaotic world, to his empress, Su Hanshan had always been the safest person in the world. He advanced and retreated together with all of his soldiers. And in the end, Su Hanshan fulfilled his promise to his soldiers. He and his most powerful army had perished together on the battlefield. This was a man worthy of respect, a true soldier, a great general of the empire, even though he didn't manage to reach that step in the end. Back then, when Wang Chong heard of Su Hanshan's death, his heart was also filled with sorrow. This was also the reason why Wang Chong was determined to help Su Hanshan in this life. Of all the people in the Kunwa training camp, Su Hanshan was the one Wang Chong wanted to help the most, the one who wanted to change his fate the most. However, this wasn't something that outsiders could talk about. Wang Chong couldn't possibly talk about it to outsiders. The Duke of Lu's lineage sure knows how to talk. I don't believe that the truth is as they say. My clan does have some dealings with the Duke of Lu residence. But despite being in the capital for so long, I still don't know how the Li clan obtained their position as Duke of Lu. How shameful! Wei Hao said disdainfully as he leaned back. He valued his brothers and friends the most. Therefore, as soon as Wang Chong sent him a letter and a sentence, he directly left the Kunwa training camp without asking why. After rushing for several hours, without any hesitation, he immediately helped Wang Chong arrange an appointment with the young master of the Duke of Lu clan. Now that he was exhausted, there was not a single word of complaint. With Wei Hao's personality, he hated people who betrayed and coveted their brothers. The truth is hard for us outsiders to say. It's normal that you haven't heard about it. After all, this matter involved Emperor Gaozong. It's not the kind of thing that goes around. However, this matter also explains why the Duke of Lu residence is keeping such a low profile. Wang Chong's index finger tapped on the table. There were many dukes in the Tang dynasty. Most of them chose to keep a low profile after the death of their ancestors, staying away from politics to protect themselves. Even so, the Duke of Lu residence was one of the more discreet dukes who preferred to protect themselves. In fact, the Duke of Lu residence even planted a circle of trees outside the high walls. Very few people in the capital were aware of the existence of the Duke of Lu residence. Now that he thought about it, there must be a reason behind it. Not many people in the lower echelons knew that the nobility of the Duke of Lu's lineage was a dishonorable title. However, The royal court should have known about it. It was just that no one mentioned it out of fear of Emperor Gaozong. The Duke of Lu lineage also knew about it, which was why they chose to keep such a low profile. Even though I don't agree with the Duke of Lu lineage, their words aren't without reason. The grudge between the two clans is a matter of their grandfather's generation, and the people involved are already dead. Their generation is already the third generation, so it has nothing to do with the matter back then. Furthermore, even though Su Hanshan's grandfather passed away in anger, his father accompanied them in passing. This is different from ordinary vendettas. Wang Chong said, but Su Hanshan probably won't think so. Wei Hao said, but compared to that matter, I believe that there's something else that he's more concerned about. Furthermore, we will soon know whether the Duke of Lu lineage is speaking the truth or not, whether they're just feigning civility, and whether they're truly intent on changing for the better. Bring me a brush. Wang Chong rolled up his sleeves, and with a flick of his wrist, he subconsciously reached for a brush. But after a moment of hesitation, he smiled bitterly and drew it back. The eagle, how's your handwriting? Wang Chong suddenly turned to look at the eagle and asked. Ah, the latter exclaimed, as though he had just awoken from a dream. Then, a perplexed look appeared on his face. Our handwriting is ugly, so Wang Chong asked you to write for him. Wei Hao said, is that so? Because I often had to transcribe messages in the past, I practiced my handwriting for a period of time, so it's still passable. The eagle didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This young master of his was good at everything, and he had his own views on everything he did. However, this handwriting of his was extremely ugly, and it was truly incomprehensible. Duke Jiao was a virtuous minister of the Tang dynasty. Naturally, Wang Chong knew what the eagle was thinking. He was also embarrassed about this matter, so he hurriedly chuckled and changed the topic. After taking an inkstone and grinding the ink, Wang Chong explained the content of the letter while the eagle wrote it down. Finally, he stamped the Wang clan's seal on the letter, and a guard of the Wang clan sent it to the Duke of Lu residence. This was the official way for the clans to communicate with one another, and carrier pigeons were forbidden. On the other hand, with the Wang clan seal on the letter, regardless of whether the letter was written by Wang Chong or not, the Duke of Lu would be representing the entire Wang clan. Wang Chong's letter was simple, and there was only a single content. In the name of the Wang clan, he hoped that the Duke of Lu residence would hand over Su Hanshan's younger sister, the girl whom the Duke of Lu residence had kidnapped, to the Wang clan. Regardless of whether the Duke of Lu residence's words were true or not, they would know once they saw the girl. If the girl was indeed mistreated, there was nothing Wang Chong could do about it. The grudge between Su Hanshan and the Duke of Lu residence was irreconcilable. Even though the current Su Hanshan looked like a joke, the future Su Hanshan would definitely be able to make the Duke of Lu residence weep. If the girl was still a virgin and had been treated well, it would mean that the Duke of Lu residence wasn't lying, and there was still a chance that the matter could be resolved. Roughly a day after the letter was sent out, a lady was sent out from the Duke of Lu residence. Wang Chong didn't meet the lady because she was sent to the Kunwa training camp by the guards of the Duke of Lu residence. Along with the lady were 2 chests of gold and a letter. The gold was left behind, but the letter was taken away. After the lady appeared outside the Kunwa training camp, she vanished into thin air. No one knew where she went. All right, this matter is finally resolved. It seems like the Duke of Lu's men weren't lying. They didn't mistreat that lady. Wang Chong stood up and stretched his back lazily. The goodwill of the Duke of Lu residence wasn't without a bottom line. He had used the name of the King of Song and the Wang clan to help Su Hanshan get the girl back, so it was only right for him to express some goodwill. Help me make an appointment with the eldest son of the Duke of Lu, Li Bing. Wang Chong said. His big brother wasn't around, and his second brother was in the imperial prison. At this moment, he was the eldest son of the Wang clan. After this matter, Wang Chong specially made an appointment with the eldest son of the Duke of Lu, Li Bing, at his royal jade pavilion to express his gratitude. Just like that, this matter came to an end. Gongzi, I still don't understand. That day at the Duke of Lu residence, even my eagles weren't able to tell that it was a trap. Gongzi, how did you know? When everything was over, standing in the courtyard of the Wang family residence. Looking at the flower beds and ponds before the corridor, the eagle couldn't help but voice the doubts in his heart. That day, if they had advanced any further, they would have been discovered. The world beyond and beyond the high walls were two completely different worlds. If Wang Chong had been trapped within the high walls, even if he were to die, the Duke of Lu residence could claim that nothing had happened. After all, why would the grandson of Duke Jiu appear in the Duke of Lu residence? If the Wang clan didn't explain this matter clearly, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Yet, before the duo could get close, Wang Chong had already noticed the danger and dodged the attack. The eagles and sparrows that you have trained are already very intelligent. However, there are some things that the eyes of a bird can't see. Wang Chong smiled. That incident happened a few days ago, and the eagle was still brooding over it. Clearly, he was still very concerned about it. However, the eagle didn't know that there was another reason why he was able to see through the trap. The Tang dynasty has a history of more than 200 years, and there are many scions in the capital. No one knows all of them, but if you hang around here often, you'll more or less hear about them, or have heard some things about them, or have even caught a glimpse of them. Wang Chong explained. Those from the Duke of Lu residence are considered to be rather low profile. The scions of their clan rarely interact with others, but in certain aspects, they are rather high profile. But in some ways, they're quite high profile. Whether it's the eldest son, Li Bing, or the second son, Ling Yin, who Wei Hao went to meet, or young master, they all bring a lot of guards with them when they travel. On top of that, the guards around them are completely different from the guard around scions like us. They are true experts that the Duke of Lu found from the sections. It feels as though they're always on guard against something, so no one really interacts with them. Wang Chong said. The eagle nodded. He recalled the two formidable, profound martial realm experts by Li Bing's side that day in the forest. Li Bing brought these experts with him, and they almost never left his side. He even brought them with him when he met Gongzi. Back then, when Wei Hao met with the second son of Duke of Lu, Ling Yin, he was the same. In this aspect, the rumors weren't wrong. But of course, the people in the capital probably didn't expect that the rumors weren't wrong at all. The members of the Duke of Lu clan were guarding against others. They were guarding against Su Han's Han. He said that the room of the Duke of Lu Gongzi was brightly lit that day, but there wasn't a single guard outside. People like them who bring profound martial realm experts with them when they travel, how could they not even leave a single guard at the door? Since you have already confirmed that it was the room of the Duke of Lu Gongzi, there can only be one possibility. That is, it was a trap. Thinking about it, Su Han's Han had been searching the Duke of Lu residence for several days straight, but he didn't seem to be in a place where there was no one around. Thus, there's no doubt about it. In truth, he was also astonished that day. But after confirming that it was the room of the Duke of Lu Gongzi, Wang Chong immediately retreated without any hesitation. These weren't things that the eagles and sparrows could see through. From this point of view, it could be said that his experience as a playboy in the capital was not completely useless. After saying those words to the eagle, Wang Chong flung his sleeves and walked out of the corridor. At the entrance of the Wang family residence, a carriage was waiting for him. Let's go, Wang Chong said to the coachman who had been waiting for a long time before stepping into the carriage. Now that the matter in the capital had come to an end, it was about time for him to return to the Kunwa training camp. Chapter 294. The mountains in the vicinity of Kunwa training camp were steep and treacherous. At the edge of the training camp, on a path that one had to pass through, a slender figure stood alone. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he exuded a cold and lonely aura. From afar, he looked like an iceberg, standing there motionlessly, as though waiting for something. Brother Su, this was the first scene that Wang Chong saw when he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Su Han's Han stood there, seemingly waiting for a very long time already. Thank you. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Su Hanshan's eyes flickered. Ignoring Wang Chong's greeting, he spoke 3 words. How is your sister? Wang Chong was taken aback. Then, he understood that Su Han's Han was here for his sister. He couldn't help but smile. Su Hanshan's personality was probably unchangeable. No matter who he was in front of, he would always be so distant. But even so, Wang Chong realized that every time Su Hanshan saw him, he could sense that his complexion was much more relaxed. "I owe you a favor, and I owe you a life," Su Hanshan said seriously. "If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Be it a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. Even if it means my life, I will do it for you." This was the longest sentence that Su Hanshan had spoken to Wang Chong in the past 3 to 4 months. Su Hanshan seemed to have prepared this sentence for a long time. As the saying goes, "Gentleman keeps his word." Su Hanshan didn't owe anyone favors, nor did he make promises easily. But if he made a promise, he would do it even if it meant his death. Su Hanshan had clearly thought for a long time before coming to this decision. Su Hanshan never wanted to owe anyone anything, but he couldn't reject the help he was receiving from others. He could ignore himself, but he couldn't ignore his sister. She was his only kin in this world. "It's not as serious as you say." Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. Su Hanshan seemed to have been conflicted for a long time. He was probably thinking too much. He really didn't have anything to ask of him. However, if there was really a request, Wang Chong did have one. "However, if you really want to repay me, you only need to promise me one thing. To the west of Longxi, there's a place called Chicken Crowing Mountain. Promise me, no matter what happens, you can't go near that place." Ridiculous. Su Hanshan was stunned for a moment before he flung his sleeves and left. He never made promises easily, but Wang Chong's request obviously meant nothing to him. Since Wang Chong didn't want to say it, he couldn't force him. Su Hanshan soon disappeared in the direction of the main peak of the Kunwa training camp. As Wang Chong watched his back slowly disappear into the distance, the smile on his lips slowly disappeared, and a trace of gloominess flashed across his eyes. It was impossible for Su Hanshan to know that he was being serious. Wang Chong naturally couldn't tell him that this chicken crowing mountain that he had never heard of would be the place where he would die in battle. That place was still called Chicken Crowing Mountain now, but in the future, it would be known as the Great General Mountain. Of all the battlefields in the Central Plains, there weren't many that were more famous than that small mountain. Su Hanshan was the final great general of the Tang dynasty. Whoosh! Exhaling deeply, Wang Chong tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and walked forward. The Kunwa training camp was bustling with activity. It had been more than 10 days since Wang Chong left, and the atmosphere seemed even livelier. Examinees were lined up in a row, shooting at their targets on the archery field. They were even equipped with armor for the battlefield. Some of the examinees even blindfolded one of their eyes to practice how to shoot arrows in the event that their only eye was injured. There were at least 30 to 40 times the number of examinees in the archery field, and most of them were fighting in pairs. Some of them were even fighting 1 against 2, 3, or even 5 at the same time. From the looks of it, they were extremely skilled. There were also clear differences in the weapons they were wielding. Bamboo sabers and bamboo swords, wooden sabers and wooden swords, blunt sabers and bronze sabers, as well as the sharpened weapons. The more realistic the weapon was, the more dangerous the training would be. It has only been 3 to 4 months since the opening of the training camp, and it's already starting to show its true form. Wang Chong thought as he walked through the bustling training camp. At the very start, the Kunwa training camp was just a mountain, but now it was starting to show its true form. After traversing through half of the training camp, Wang Chong didn't return to his residence. Instead, he turned around and walked past the White Tiger Peak, heading in another direction. He was almost done with his preparations in the Kunwa training camp. Now, it was time for him to move on to the next step. Gongzi, halfway up the mountain, a group of people had been waiting for a long time. Their expressions were rather respectful. They were Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhongping, Qi Weisi, Chun Burang, Sun Jiming, Gao Feng, Nian, Su Qi, and the others. They had already received news of Wang Chong's arrival through pigeons, and they were already waiting here. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. The atmosphere was much more solemn than usual as well. They had noticed Wang Chong's residence from the very first day of construction. Even though Wang Chong didn't say it explicitly, Everyone knew that Wang Chong was about to start building his own faction in the Kunwa training camp. From then on, everyone here would be on the same boat as Wang Chong. Birds of a feather flocked together. When a person was born, there would be the saying that they were of the same clan. Everyone shared the same ancestor, and this was the saying that they were of the same clan. And when one was slightly older, they would be schoolmates. If they studied under the same window and were taught by the same teacher, they would be considered classmates. And when one left home, there would be the saying that they were from the same clan. Since everyone was from the same place, they would take care of one another. This was the saying that they were from the same clan. And when they were successful in their career, they would be conferred a title and work in the royal court. This was the saying that they were from the same clan. Everyone had their own group. Only when there was a group would there be protection. This was how most of the scions of the prestigious clans came to be. Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi had been influenced by their surroundings since young, so they couldn't be more familiar with this. The two of them had wanted to persuade Wang Chong, but fortunately, Wang Chong had decided to act on his own. "Are you ready?" Wang Chong turned to look at Zhao Jingdian. He didn't bring Jingdian with him when he left the mountain, so he arranged for him to stay here. Zhao Jingdian was his comrade and subordinate in his previous life. Naturally, it was time for him to familiarize himself with such matters. "Everything is ready. Lieutenant Li has been here a few times before, and he even sent guards to guard the place. All of the renovations have been completed. Let's wait for NZ to make arrangements," Zhao Jingdian said. Wang Chong nodded. He knew that the Lieutenant Li whom Zhao Jingdian was referring to was his uncle, Li Lin. Li Lin was the one who had been making the arrangements for him on this mountain. After greeting the crowd, Wang Chong led the way to the peak of the mountain. Sunlight shone down, and from afar, a resplendent residence could be seen standing on the peak of the mountain. The sun shone down, illuminating all the roof tiles with a golden luster. It was a beautiful sight to behold. After 4 months of construction and renovation, Wang Chong's residence by the lakeside of White Tiger Peak was finally completed. The eaves and arches of the residence exuded a sense of grandeur and luxury. "It's finally done." Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the residence that resembled a fairyland. Food had to be eaten bite by bite, and a journey had to be taken one step at a time. Ever since he entered the Kunwa training camp, he could finally start on his plans. Not far to the east, the Kunwa training camp housed the most talented generals in the entire empire. Every single one of them was a valuable asset to the empire. Every single one of them could be used by him. With his talent as a commander and these talented generals, he would be able to prop up the entire empire. This was where his dreams lay, and it was also the cornerstone for him to change his destiny. As the saying goes, a building 100 feet high is built from the earth. In the future, everyone would remember this place. Gongzi, as they reached the peak of the mountain, a few guards came forward to welcome them. It had been some time since the construction of the residence was completed. However, this was the first time Wang Chong had been here. Wang Chong led the crowd through the purple gate and into the tall walls of the residence. This was a completely different world. Gardens, ponds, corridors, rockeries, pavilions. There were even sculptures made by top-notch craftsmen. All of the eaves, doors, windows, and pillars were carved with exquisite craftsmanship. The materials used to paint the walls were also top-notch, giving off a grand impression. TSK, this pillar isn't simple. I remember seeing it before. It cost 700 gold taels each, and I think it's made of gold-threaded Jinan wood. The flying clouds on the eaves are flying in the air. I remember that they cost 50 taels of silver each. This is really beautiful. This place is much better than our training camp. My gosh, I don't think I can afford even a single pillar here. Other than Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Jingping, and Qi Weisi, the others had just received the news and rushed over. This was their first time here. The interior of Wang Chong's residence was even more beautiful than the exterior. Su Qi, Gao Feng, Nie Yin, and the others were all descendants of officials. Even though they came from well-to-do families, they were still far from being able to afford such items. Even though they knew that Wang Chong was wealthy, this was the first time they were witnessing the extent of his wealth. Regardless of whether it was the wood for the pavilions or the ponds in the garden, they were all made of precious gold-threaded Jinan wood, red sandalwood, and white jade. However, the crux of the matter was that it wasn't just a simple stacking. Even though the materials were expensive, the design was elegant and ancient. Placed in the depths of the mountain, it seemed elegant and tranquil. Everyone fell in love with this place at first glance. Wang Chong chuckled, seeing how everyone was attracted by the interior as soon as they entered the walls, touching and admiring everything. He couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't participate in the construction of this place at all. However, he was the one who provided the blueprints for the construction. Other than the ordinary flying eaves and arches of this era, there were also many unique features that Wang Chong had incorporated into the other era. But at the same time, the two of them fused together perfectly. For example, the wisteria chairs were woven with finger-thick wisteria, making them comfortable to the touch and sit on. These items were unique, and they blended in perfectly with the environment here. Chapter 295. As Wang Chong's first base in the Kunwa training camp, Wang Chong was extremely important to him. Thus, the renovations were extremely meticulous, and the results showed that it was indeed effective. Is everything prepared? While everyone was looking around, Wang Chong turned to look at the guard by the side. He vaguely recalled that this person was called Huang Liang, and Uncle Li Lin had mentioned him before. Everything here was under this person's control, and he was an extremely reliable person. Gongzi, everything is prepared. Huang Liang replied with a deep and respectful voice. Lead the way. Wang Chong nodded. At the entrance of the main hall of the residence, several 6G long pieces of paper were laid out, and a paper laminator was standing respectfully by the side. Beside the paper was a bowl-sized ink pot. When Wang Chong walked up to the entrance, he immediately caught everyone's attention. Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhangping, Qi Weisi, Su Qi, Gao Feng, Nie Yin, Chen Burang, and Chen Jiming walked over. Their gazes were gathered on Wang Chong, and there was a faint hint of expectation in their eyes. Bring me a brush, Wang Chong said as he stretched out his hand. Gongzi, a guard immediately passed the brush over to Wang Chong. The atmosphere suddenly turned solemn. All of the construction had been completed, and the interior decorations had been completed as well. According to the rules, as the owner of this residence, he should name it after the construction was completed. But everyone knew that there was more to it than that. Wang Chong gripped the heavy brush, a pensive look on his face. Ever since his reincarnation, this was the first time he had stepped out and presented himself and the Wang clan to the world. This residence and this base would be of great significance to him in the future. Dipping the brush several times larger than an ordinary brush into the bowl-sized ink pot, Wang Chong already knew what he should do. Strategizing the world, protect the common people through martial arts. 2 sentences of 14 words were eloquent. Wang Chong's righteousness was unflattering. However, Wang Chong's cursive script was a different story. As the saying goes, the brush moves like a serpent. The most important thing about cursive writing was the emotions contained in the writer, while calligraphy was secondary. These 2 lines of words contained Wang Chong's life's revenge. Although it was not the work of a master, it had a majestic aura. As a general, one must know the art of war and not know strategy. The Kunwa training camp was a general training camp, not a training camp for soldiers. As a general, the most important thing was to stop the war and suppress the world. In the future, this place would be called Deflecting Blade Manor. This is the true essence of martial arts. As Wang Chong spoke, his brush moved like a serpent as he wrote the last horizontal line. When these words were written, a majestic aura gushed out from the paper. Stop the war! Stop the war! He did not manage to do it in his previous life, and this was his deepest regret. That was why he came back from the dead. Glory, riches, favor, loss. In this life, he no longer cared about these things. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to accomplish this goal, because this was his mission. In that instant, Wang Chong felt agitated, and a majestic aura gushed out from his body. It wasn't the aura of this 15-year-old boy, but the war god of the Central Plains, the final Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, who had gone through countless trials and tribulations in his previous life. In that instant, the entire deflecting blade manor fell silent. Looking at the words on the paper and the majestic aura emanating from Wang Chong, everyone in the courtyard was dazed. Even the Imperial Army guards' face paled. The aura emanating from Wang Chong was simply too powerful. In his previous life, he was the war god of the Central Plains, a figure whom even the foreign cavalrymen feared. How could these ordinary Imperial Army guards possibly bear such an aura? All of the guards, including Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, Sun Jiming, and Chun Burang, were deeply intimidated, and none of them could say a word. No one knew what had happened to Wang Chong. But that unparalleled might, the majestic aura, and the aura he exuded were deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Yet, that intimidating aura only lasted for an instant before disappearing without a trace. Wang Chong retracted the aura he exuded from his previous life, and just like a massive iceberg, he sank back to the bottom of the lake after revealing a corner of his true self. This wasn't the time for him to reveal his other self. Wang Chong soon reverted back to his original appearance. "Old mister, I'll have to trouble you to frame it for me," Wang Chong said to the old mister whom he had invited over from the capital. "Yes, Gongzi." The old mister glanced at the two poems on the table, and a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes. Then, he respectfully took the two poems from Wang Chong and began to frame them. Behind him, the crowd also seemed to have awoken from a dream. Deflecting Blade Manor. Deflecting Blade Manor. What a good name. It's very poetic, and it suits the mood of this place. To think that Gongzi's poem would be so good as well. Everyone quickly recovered from their daze. Clearly, they were very fond of this name. It's good that everyone likes it. Stopping war through martial arts is the way to bring peace to the world. The goal of us, the students of Kunwa Training Camp, is to stop war and protect the world. In the future, feel free to visit us whenever you have the time. Wang Chong smiled as he turned to the crowd behind him. "Yes, Gongzi," the crowd replied respectfully. Unknowingly, they had already formed a group that viewed Wang Chong as their leader. Be it in terms of strength, standing, reputation, or background, Wang Chong was the undisputed number one. And Wang Chong had already proven himself through his actions. "Jingdian, this is the first batch of names that I've drafted. Help me distribute them. Soldiers are valued for their quality, not quantity. 7 people should be enough for the first batch." Wang Chong passed over a list of names that he had prepared in advance. There were 100 generals in Kunwa Training Camp, but Wang Chong didn't intend to invite all of them. Rice had to be eaten bite by bite. First, Wang Chong wanted to invite the most influential people to join Deflecting Blade Manor. Once Deflecting Blade Manor's influence in Kunwa Training Camp grew, there would be an endless stream of people trying to join Deflecting Blade Manor. When that time came, Wang Chong could send out invitations to these people, and everything would fall into place. "Gongzi, will the art of war be taught here?" A voice came from his side. Sun Jiming was standing in the crowd, looking fervently at Wang Chong with a fiery gaze. He remembered that Wang Chong had mentioned the art of war. Martial arts was a minor Dao, but the art of war was the major Dao. It was something that only the clans of generals could grasp, and it wasn't taught in Kunwa Training Camp. He had looked into it over the past few months. There was no doubt about it. Wang Chong nodded. He wasn't surprised at Sun Jiming's reaction. This was a natural talent for generals, and in his previous life, he was the one who loved to launch surprise attacks and ambush. Sun Jiming's instincts had awakened. As a general, one must know the art of war. Those who wish to enter Deflecting Blade Manor in the future will have to pass the most basic examination on the art of war. Wang Chong said, "The art of war in this world was truly crude. At the very least, that was how Wang Chong saw it." There was another reason why Wang Chong was conducting the examination on the art of war in Deflecting Blade Manor. He hoped to use his proficiency as the war saint of the Central Plains to temper and nurture the future generals of the Central Plains. If these future generals could pass his examination, they would become even stronger than they were in his previous life. And to the Tang dynasty, this would be a blessing in disguise. As the last Grand Marshal of the Central Plains in his previous life, Wang Chong had used tens of thousands of soldiers to hold back an enemy that was 10 times his size, allowing the Central Plains to survive for several decades and wipe out a large number of foreign invaders. In terms of the art of war, there was no one in this era who could surpass him. Even the legendary war god of the Tang dynasty, So Yung-sun, had lost to him, needless to say, others. Art of war? Lad, you sure talk big. Just as Wang Chong said those words, a voice suddenly sounded from outside, and it was swiftly approaching. In the blink of an eye, several figures appeared at the entrance. Instructor Zhao. Instructor Zhou. At the gate of the deflecting blade manor, two muscular and valiant figures walked in, one in front and one behind, their heads held high. Even Wang Chong was surprised to see them. To think that they would be Zhao Qinxiu and Zhou Huang. The former was the teacher of Wang Chong and Zhao Jingdian in the training camp, while the latter had a life-and-death comrade with them on the night of the Goguryeo assault. Instructors, why are you here? Surprised, Wang Chong hurried forward to welcome them. Ha! I've always wanted to see who would be so daring as to set his sights on the Kunwa training camp and build a private residence so close to it. And now it's indeed you. Zhao Qinxiu laughed heartily. Zhou Huang hurriedly walked forward and greeted the crowd. You're really a cunning fellow. The royal court is currently clearing up the surrounding land. I heard that the Bureau of Works and the Court of Judicial Review have issued a joint decree that all land within 10 li of the training camp is strictly prohibited and no private residences are to be built. I heard that the royal court has already sold the rights to this mountain to you. I couldn't even take it back, even if I wanted to. Zhou Huang reprimanded jokingly. That lad has always been this fast, don't you know that? In my opinion, the rule from the Bureau of Works and the Court of Judicial Review is aimed at that lad. Those bastards from the Court of Judicial Review didn't even take a look when they were approving the land. They only realized it after making such a huge loophole. Zhao Qinxiu said, Lords, you already know that this is my private residence. Is it really appropriate for you to say such words in front of me? Wang Chong chuckled. As such, as soon as Kunwa training camp opened, Zhang Xian immediately bought the land here. Given the current situation, it was within his expectations that the royal court would ban the sale of land in the vicinity. It's best if I say in front of you. There's no need to stand on ceremony with that lad. Zhao Qinxiu reprimanded jokingly. Casually pulling a purple rattan chair over, Zhao Qinxiu couldn't help but praise it for its comfort. Lad, you said that you're conducting a military strategy examination here. You sure are arrogant. Let me ask you, do you know the art of war? Zhao Qinxiu sat down on the rattan chair and lightly knocked on the table before him as he asked, Lord, are you going to guide me? Wang Chong chuckled as he sat opposite Zhao Qinxiu. It seems like you aren't convinced. It's fine for you kids to spar with one another. As for the art of war, don't lead them astray. This isn't something that can be taught casually. Come. If you can defeat me, you can teach them the art of war here. Zhao Qinxiu said. Even though his words sounded like a joke, Wang Chong could sense a hint of seriousness in Zhao Qinxiu's words. Clearly, Zhao Qinxiu didn't approve of him teaching the art of war here. The art of war was the way of a general. The slightest mistake could result in death. Not only would he be harming himself, his subordinates would also die a graveless death. This was also the reason why the Kunwa training camp didn't teach the art of war. Chapter 296. Since Lord is willing to give me pointers, I'll gladly accept it. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Deflecting Blade Manor had already prepared a game of Go, which Wang Chong had intended to use to test others. But now, he decided to use it against Wang Chong and Zhao Qinxiu. Instructor's going to play chess with Wang Chong. I wonder which of the two is stronger. Even though I would like to say Gongzi, instructor should be stronger. Upon hearing that Wang Chong was going to compete with Zhao Qinxiu in the art of war, the crowd immediately became excited. This was especially so for Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, and the others. Zhao Qinxiu was their direct instructor. On their first day on the mountain, Zhao Jingdian's unique ferocious tiger teachings had made them suffer quite a bit. Gongzi, you could do it. Teach the instructor a lesson. Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weisi mustered their courage and cheered. If it had been any other time, they wouldn't have dared to do so. The two of them knew that instructor Zhao had a powerful background. He was completely different from the other instructors. After placing the chess set on the chessboard, they placed a jar of black and white stones beside them. The surrounding Ren sect disciples immediately gathered around them. Even Zhou Huang was the same. He stared at the duo curiously. As an instructor, you should give in to your students. I can't allow others to say that I'm bullying the weak. Come, you go first. I'll give you a handicap of 3 stones. Zhao Qinxiu stretched out his palm and expressed his generosity right from the start. Since he wanted to teach Wang Chong a lesson and make him give up on the idea, naturally, he had to make the other party admit defeat. It should be enough to let him go first and give him a handicap of 3 stones. All right. Wang Chong smiled calmly and accepted Zhao Qinxiu's goodwill. He placed a stone on the chessboard first. Gongzi, you can do it. Zhao Jingyan broke out in cold sweat for Wang Chong. He hadn't followed Wang Chong for long, so he wasn't too familiar with Wang Chong's chess skills. Zhao Qinxiu, there's no need to get too serious when playing chess with a student. It's fine. Zhou Huang tried to resolve the situation. He had a good impression of Wang Chong. After all, they had been through life and death together. He was also afraid that Wang Chong would lose too badly. However, the development of the matter was completely different from what everyone had imagined. 10 steps later, the smile on Zhao Qinxiu's face vanished. After 20 steps, a deep frown appeared on Zhao Qinxiu's forehead. After 40 steps, Zhao Qinxiu's attention was completely drawn into the chessboard. At the 50th step, Zhao Qinxiu's complexion turned extremely awful. Even those who didn't understand the game of Go could tell that Zhao Qinxiu was in a bad situation, extremely bad at that. As for those who understood Go, their attention had long been drawn to the match between Wang Chong and Zhao Qinxiu. Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weisi were stunned. The duo knew of Zhao Qinxiu's background, and it was for this reason that they were astonished. This round doesn't count. Another round. This round started as normal. Don't give way. At the 80th step, Zhao Qinxiu finally gave up. All right. Wang Chong looked at Zhao Qinxiu, and with a slight smile, he agreed to it readily. This round, Zhao Qinxiu lost even faster. By the 70th move, the game had already collapsed. I'll go first this round. Zhao Qinxiu was still unable to accept his loss to Wang Chong. All right. Wang Chong nodded in agreement. This was already the 3rd round. By the 4th round, no matter how thick-skinned Zhao Qinxiu was, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I'll give you a handicap of 3 stones this round. Taking a sip of tea, Wang Chong took the initiative to ask Zhao Qinxiu. With a darkened face, Zhao Qinxiu nodded his head heavily, but he didn't say a single word. In this round, Zhao Qinxiu played exceptionally slowly and cautiously, and the further he went, the slower he became. In the end, Zhao Qinxiu wasn't able to leave the deflecting blade manner. After the 4th round, Zhao Qinxiu sat by himself, staring at the board with a grim expression. Compared to when he first arrived, it was a world of difference. Wang Chong, can we play a round? Zhou Huang suddenly asked Wang Chong with an eager gaze. He was a master archer, and on the battlefield, all he had to do was to follow orders and fire arrows at any moment. But who wouldn't want to become a talented general? Zhou Huang could tell that Wang Chong was truly talented in the art of war. Zhou Huang could only explain it as a legacy from a general and minister clan. Of course, Wang Chong chuckled and agreed to it without any hesitation. Soon, another person appeared beside Zhao Qinxiu, and he stared at the board silently as well. Zhao Qinxiu and Zhou Huang weren't able to leave the deflecting blade manner, and this was something they didn't expect. That lad has returned to the barracks. At this moment, Wang Chong, Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhengping, Zhao Qinxiu, and Zhou Huang had no idea that in an extremely distant place, a group of people was standing on a mountain peak, silently looking in the direction of deflecting blade manor. The autumn wind blew, and from where they were standing, they could clearly see the deflecting blade manor, which was only the size of fingernail. Even though they couldn't see it clearly, they could still make out the silhouettes in the distance. I knew that lad must have some ulterior motive for coming to the Kunwa training camp instead of Shunwei and Longwei camps. If I'm not wrong, then, Abu Tong, do you believe that he's going to start recruiting soldiers in the training camp soon? On the northern peak of Azure Dragon Peak, Zheng Xian waved his paper fan and chuckled. I heard that Wang Chong and his Wang clan don't have a good impression of the Hu. Abu Tong, I think that you and your father will have to wash the horses of that lad in the future. Abu Tong's face darkened, and he remained silent. On the other hand, the Hu subordinates behind him were infuriated. Zheng Xian, there's no need for you to provoke me. If I'm not mistaken, His Highness King Qi isn't faring too well either. The King of Song and the Wang clan are able to squeeze him dry in the royal court. Abu Tong said coldly. The calm expression on Zheng Xian's face froze in an instant. Abu Tong, there's no need for us to criticize one another. The Wang clan is simply too powerful at the moment, and all of this is due to that lad. If we don't do something about it, neither of us will have a good time. Zheng Xian waved his paper, and he soon regained his composure. What do you intend to do? Abu Tong asked grimly. It seems like we've reached an agreement. Zheng Xian's smile eased up. Then, it'll be easier for us to discuss the rest. The Kunwa training camp is still considered the capital, so we can't do anything to that lad. However, there's no need for us to do so either. That lad from the Wang clan wouldn't do anything meaningless. As long as we know what he's up to, we can just do the opposite. Thinking of Deng Mingxin, Zheng Xian's heart ached. Initially, he didn't intend to stand up for Wang Chong. As for King Qi, he could just feign civility and deal with him. But while he was at home, trouble would descend from the heavens. Deng Mingxin's matter had put him in a very passive position, and even the gazes of those around him had changed. Since it was Wang Chong who provoked him, he couldn't be blamed for his actions. That lad is no simple character. He built a residence there, and it's located right next to the training camp. There's a high chance that he's trying to win over the hearts of the people here. Since we know what he's after, the rest is simple. All we have to do is to stop him. Zheng Xian sneered coldly. But the royal court has already banned the purchase of land. That lad's residence is probably unique in this region. It's impossible for us to obtain it. Abu Tong said grimly. Clearly, he had already tried it before. That's because you didn't find the right person. It's not that I'm biased against you or look down on you. However, it's better for us Han to deal with this matter ourselves. I've already told King Qi that I've requested a plot of land from the Court of Judicial Review. It should be completed in another 7 to 8 days. Zheng Xian said. Abu Tong was taken aback. It was as if he was meeting Zheng Xian for the first time. What are you looking at? That lad's residence has been under construction for several months now. I'm not blind. Did you think that I would only take action now? Zheng Xian said. If it's really as you say, then I've truly underestimated you. Abu Tong gazed deeply at Zheng Xian. This fellow gave him a feeling that he would be an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. But why don't I see your residence? Abu Tong asked doubtfully. He scanned the surroundings, but there was no sign of human activity in the surrounding mountains. Of course you can't see it. That's because I've specially requested for it. I have to leave the trees on the periphery intact. I'll only chop them down after the construction is complete. Zheng Xian said with an unfathomable expression. Those who are skilled in battle are not worthy of fame. If you want to deal with someone, you can't let them be prepared. Abu Tong, you fellows are too high profile. This is also the reason why you attract so much hatred. King Qi still holds you in high regard. Abu Tong harumphed coldly. Of course, he didn't believe Zheng Xian's words. Speak. What do you want me to do? Abu Tong went straight to the point. It's simple. I'll rope in the students of the Kunwa training camp to recruit talents for King Qi. On the other hand, you'll warn those students that whoever dares to follow Wang Chong, whoever dares to step into Wang Chong's residence will be an enemy of King Qi and the Hu. What you have to do is to teach those fellows a lesson. Even if we can't make a move on Wang Chong, can't we teach those juniors a lesson? As long as we beat them into submission, naturally, no one will join the Wang clan's side. With King Qi backing us, I would like to see who dares to go against us. Abu Tong, I'll leave this matter to you, right? Zhang Xian asked. Humph. Abu Tong glared at him hatefully. Naturally, he knew what Zhang Xian was up to. However, Abu Tong didn't object to the idea. As you wish. After saying those words, Abu Tong turned around and left with his subordinates. Looking at Abu Tong's departing back, a smile slowly crept onto Zhang Xian's lips. Who was more suitable than a Hu to be his subordinate? More importantly, who was more suitable than the son of Great General Abusi? There is still plenty of room for the Hu Great General to work with the Wang clan. Chapter 297. The land was vast and boundless, with mountains rising and falling like the waves of the sea. This was a vast plateau. The sky was high and the clouds were deep. The terrain was far higher than any of the surrounding lands, any of the countries. From here, one could see the world. In the Tang dynasty, this place was known as the Yuzhen. Huishu, you see it. Over here, over those mountains, the Tang dynasty is in the distance. The wind howled. At this moment, at the highest point of the mountains, at the edge of the plateau, a middle-aged man dressed in black stood against the wind. His aura was majestic like a mountain range. Using the goose feather fan in his hand, he pointed to the end of the horizon, exuding the aura of a ruler. The man had a scholarly demeanor, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. He looked like a person from the Central Plains. However, the slightly rough yellow skin under his sleeves revealed his identity. The people here couldn't be any more authentic than the people of the Yuzhen. My lord, you see it. Beside the middle-aged man was a valiant general. His feet were apart, and a long saber hung from his waist. He stood there like a spear stabbed into the ground, giving off the feeling of an immovable mountain. His body wasn't very tall, but the aura he exuded was as vast and boundless as the ocean. And that sharp aura he exuded seemed to be able to split apart a mountain in front of him with a single slash. But so what if you see it? That land isn't suitable for grazing horses or sheep. Your subordinate doesn't understand. Why is my lord always thinking about that place? Huishu Wuzong said indifferently. There wasn't the slightest change in his eyes. He knew what his superior wanted to say. But as a general, he had no interest in such things. Ha ha, Huishu, you're wrong. Hearing the words of his subordinate, Daluan Ruozhen retracted his goose feather fan and chuckled. Although the Tang dynasty isn't suitable for grazing horses or sheep, it produces the most beautiful silk in the world. It has the most grain and the most cities in the world. The people of the highlands should rule over the people of the lowlands. Huishu, don't you think so? My lord, please think about it. Your subordinate is a crude man who only knows how to fight. Huishu Wuzong said lightly. His expression was firm as he stood there motionlessly. Even his eyelashes did not tremble. Moreover, the Tang people may not be as easy to deal with as you think. Huishu Wuzong said indifferently. As General Uzun, Huishu Wuzong never looked down on others, but he would never underestimate his opponents either. If Uzun wanted to expand, the Tang dynasty was the best direction. However, even to this day, the Uzun Empire had never succeeded, not because he was benevolent, but because he was too stubborn. The Yuzhen Empire was divided by the royal family. Qi Dezuzhen, who resided in the capital city of Luo Sa, had a supreme position. Under Qi Dezuzhen's jurisdiction, there were 4 royal lineages, which were ruled by Qi Dezuzhen's 4 younger brothers. They were the Elisa royal lineage, the Lesa royal lineage, the Ye's royal lineage, and the Yarlung royal lineage. Huishu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen belonged to the Elisa royal lineage that ruled over the southeast. Here, they were bordered by the Tang dynasty's Jiannan, and they weren't too far away from Arise Mengshizhao. In these 2 years, the Tang dynasty's southern protector general Zhangqiu Jinxiong and Mengshizhao's king Jelifeng were their main enemies. The 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty's southern protectorate manor were like a nail hammered into their hearts, exerting immense pressure on them. Ha ha ha. Huishu, have you heard? Your nemesis, Zhangqiu Jinxiong, is going to be transferred to the capital. He intends to become the Minister of War of the Tang dynasty. That's not an insignificant position. Daluan Ruozhen suddenly chuckled. Is the news reliable? Huashu Wuzong was taken aback for a moment before a hint of interest appeared on his face. It hasn't been confirmed yet. However, according to our informants, there's at least an 80% chance of it happening. Dalawan Ruozhen replied confidently. Without Zhangqiu Jinxiong around, the Tang dynasty's Jiannan is a void. Huashu Wuzong, this is a great opportunity for us. As he spoke, he turned to look at Great General Uzun beside him with an indiscernible smile. Huashu Wuzong's lips twitched slightly, but he soon regained his composure. It's useless. Zhangqiu Jinxiong's military might is a mix of truth and falsehood, and the news that you received might not be true. Perhaps he was the one who intentionally leaked the news. Besides, even if he were to leave, he would surely have made preparations beforehand. He and I have been rivals for a long time. He won't be an easy opponent to deal with. Zhangqiu Jinxiong isn't an easy opponent. However, the same can't be said for his successor, Xinyu Zhongtong. If Zhangqiu Jinxiong is transferred to the Tang dynasty's capital, Huashu, you'll have to prepare yourself. We'll be waging war against the Tang dynasty soon. Dalawan Ruozhen complimented with deep meaning in his eyes. I'm not afraid of war, but Lord, there's no turning back. Are we really prepared for it? Huashu Wuzong gripped the hilt of his saber tightly as he replied. The Tang people were no pushovers. This had been proven countless times in the past. In the past 1,000 years, the Tang dynasty was the only territory that Uzun had yet to conquer. Similarly, the Uzun Empire was also a territory that the Tang dynasty had yet to conquer. Every single war, once started, was difficult to end. As one of Uzun's generals, Huashu Wuzong knew this all too well. As a warrior, Huashu Wuzong lived for war. War was his calling. But as one of Uzun's generals, Huashu Wuzong had to consider the empire behind him. It's different this time. Dalawan Ruozhen chuckled as he fanned himself. There was an indescribable glint in his eyes. This time, it's the will of the gods. The Magus priests have asked 3 times, and all 3 times, the same prophecy was given. The crisis comes from the east. This is a crisis that concerns the survival of our Uzun Empire. If we can't nip this crisis in the bud, then our Uzun Empire will be beyond redemption. Huashu, you should know when was the last time the same prophecy was given 3 times, right? Dalawan Ruozhen nodded with a serious expression. On this lonely plateau, there wasn't just one civilization or one dynasty. Thousands of years ago, there was another powerful dynasty on this plateau. However, this powerful dynasty suddenly perished overnight, and all traces of it were erased. Now people only knew its name, Zhangzheng Dynasty. That was the Duzong Dynasty, which was even older than the 7 Crimson Sky Kings. Almost no one knew about this ancient Uzun Empire. Only the higher-ups of Uzun Empire knew about it. That was the last time the same prophecy was given 3 times. All these years, the prophecy had successfully prophesied the rise of Mount Goddess, the appearance of the Great Snow Mountain Temple, and the era of the 7 Crimson Sky Kings. In the Uzun Empire, the prophecy was a higher existence than the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Even the holy monks of the Great Snow Mountain Temple didn't dare to disobey it. But I want to tell you that although the Magus priests say there are 3 prophecies, there are actually 4. The last one was hidden by Zhang Pu. Dalawan Ruozhen said. Huashu Wuzong's expression suddenly changed. What does 4 identical prophecies mean? I don't think I need to explain it to you anymore. In the history of our Uzun Empire, this has never happened before. There is only one Tang dynasty in the east of our Uzun Empire. Without a doubt, the crisis comes from the Tang dynasty. Only the Tang dynasty has the strength to topple our Uzun Empire. Right now, Dusong Mangpoj has already brought the first prince to the capital of the Tang dynasty to investigate the situation. I heard that the monarch of the Tang dynasty has suddenly become muddle-headed. I don't know if this is true or not, but I believe that Dusong Mangpoj and the others will soon return with news. Dalawan Ruozhen said, his gaze turning to the northeast, piercing through the void to look in the direction of the capital of the Tang dynasty. Standing behind him, Huashu Wuzong also looked in the same direction. The mountain was quiet, with only the sound of the wind blowing in the distance. It was the sound of countless Uzun warriors training. Rumble. Dust flew in the air. In the northwest of the capital of the Tang dynasty, some elite horsemen galloped along the wide road. It was only some horsemen, but they exuded the aura of an army of thousands. Even the earth seemed to tremble beneath their feet. This is the Tang dynasty. It's filled with farmers, cloth sellers, and silk sellers. How can such people compare to our Uzun? What right do they have to compete with our Uzun? In front of this group of elite soldiers, an Uzun youth with sword-like eyebrows sat on the back of a horse and heartily laughed in Tibetan. First Prince, this is a good thing. A brawny Uzun man exuding a majestic aura like a storm chased up from the rear. His face was yellow, as if he had been exposed to the sun. Although he wasn't very tall, his aura was as unshakable as a mountain. And what was most striking was his palm. It was especially wide and seemed especially powerful. This person was one of the great generals of the Uzun, Dusong Mangpoj. Dusong was the name of the clan. Mangpoj meant eagle. Only the most outstanding disciples of the plateau would be bestowed the name of Mangpoj by the clan. Every great clan of the Uzun would have one, and only one, Mangpoj. The current Tang dynasty is no longer the Tang dynasty of the past. Right now, they like profit, business, and comfort. This is a good thing. A mountain cannot hold two tigers. On this continent, there shouldn't be two equally powerful empires. The weakening of the Tang dynasty is a good thing for us. Dusong Mangpoj said. He wore a leather hat on his head and wore ordinary clothes to hide his identity. Although this wasn't a particularly brilliant method, the Tang dynasty lacked understanding of the Uzun. Even if they knew of Dusong Mangpoj's name, they might not have seen him in person. But First Prince, don't forget the mission we shoulder. Thus, on this trip to the Tang dynasty, we should do our best to keep a low profile. As Dusong Mangpoj spoke, he stroked his beard. Chapter 298. This wasn't his first visit to the Tang dynasty. The last time he was here was more than a decade ago. Back then, the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains was filled with soldiers being mobilized everywhere. It was like an intricate war machine. Everyone who arrived here could sense the intricate workings of this machine. But now, the long period of peace and victory was slowly turning the people here arrogant. Even though the Tang dynasty was powerful, Dusong Mangpoj could already see signs of its decline. This was in stark contrast to Yu Sang, which was currently growing stronger with each passing day. Without a doubt, this was good news for the Uzun dynasty. What are you afraid of? The eldest prince's voice was loud, and it suddenly rose to a higher pitch. Dusong Mangpoj, surely you haven't lost the courage of the Dusong clan. The reason why the Uzun dynasty was able to stand against the Tang dynasty is because of our brave warriors, the sabers and arrows in our hands, not because we want to keep a low profile. Furthermore, we are here to probe the strength of the Tang dynasty. If we don't keep a high profile, how can we find out their true strength? Besides, we are envoys. Doesn't the Tang dynasty always flaunt their benevolence? Do they dare to do anything to us envoys? Dusong Mangpoj was taken aback, and he fell silent. Even though he was a little uneasy about the First Prince's high profile, he had to admit that the First Prince's words weren't without reason. Anyone who came to the Uzun Empire, even an envoy, had to tread carefully and keep a low profile. The envoys of the Uzun dynasty went to the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, Abbasid Caliphate, and Karak Spazanu. Only the Tang dynasty was different. In the Tang dynasty, envoys wielded unparalleled authority. In fact, the Tang dynasty even had an organization that specialized in punishing those who offended the envoys, the Chamberlain of Dependencies. They had received the invitation of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Forget it. In any case, we will only be staying in the Tang dynasty for 2 to 3 months. Let's just do as the First Prince says. Dusong Mangpoj said, That's more like it. This time, I want to see just what kind of people there are in the Tang dynasty. The First Prince laughed heartily as he galloped away. Everyone hurriedly followed. Come with training camp, White Tiger Peak. Buzz. Origin energy surged in from the surroundings. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Wang Chang's body was shrouded in a white mist of origin energy, making his figure indistinct. It was not the main hall of the Kunwa training camp, nor was it the spirit gathering formation. However, the origin energy around Wang Chong was so dense that it was even more dense than the spirit gathering array. This was the effect of the golden organs. Wang Chong's affinity with primordial qi was far greater than anyone else in the Kunwa training camp. This gave him the ability to turn passivity into initiative. It could plunder the yuan qi in the surrounding space. Wang Chong's absorption was flawless. The space within a radius of several dozen feet could be absorbed cleanly in an instant. But essence qi was surging. A place with an abundance of essence qi would always flow towards a place with a lack of essence qi. In other words, the space around Wang Chong was like a black hole that could constantly absorb the essence qi in the surrounding space. This allowed him to be unaffected by the concentration of essence qi in the surrounding space and actively absorb essence qi. Even in a place with a lack of essence qi, Wang Chong could still absorb energy that far exceeded normal standards. This was the effect of the golden organs. In this period of time, Wang Chong was starting to realize the benefits of the gold organs. Buzz! In the dense white mist, a white rippling halo constantly expanded and shrunk around Wang Chong's body, expanding and shrunk, circle after circle of scouring. With each scouring, it became stronger. At the same time, it was accompanied by a metallic roar, appearing extremely spectacular. In the essence qi realm, the white rippling halo was the most powerful technique. This was the most basic halo power. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle, every single move of theirs would be able to produce such destructive ripples, making it much more powerful than ordinary techniques. During this period of time, Wang Chong had been using the true martial Little Dipper to constantly condense stellar energy to replenish the white ripples and strengthen the power of the initial halo. Wang Chong's Might of the Barbaric God had also been cultivated to the peak by Wang Chong, reaching 9 Dan. Basically, he was able to exert 3 to 4 times the strength of an Origin Energy Tier 9 cultivator, making him infinitely close to a true martial 1 Dan cultivator. 1. After an unknown period of time, when the aura in Wang Chong's body finally reached its peak, a brilliant light flashed in the air. Buzz! There was a bright flash of light in the air, and then Wang Chong vanished from where he stood. Pung 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 pung. 8 consecutive explosions rang out from the 4 corners of the hall. On the walls of the hall, in the east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest, a total of 8 directions, there were 8 clear and deep fist imprints. At the same time, when the 8 fist imprints appeared, there was a flash of light, and Wang Chong's figure appeared at the center of the hall once more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are a total of 8 fist imprints. To be able to produce 8 fist imprints at once, I could finally cultivate the 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. Dressed in a green robe, Wang Chong looked at the clear imprints on the walls with a hint of gratification in his eyes. In this period of time, he had been using the gold organs and the true martial Little Dipper to raise his strength, and it wasn't without purpose that he cultivated his stellar energy. With the Spectre Steps at its peak, coupled with his powerful origin energy, Wang Chong would be able to cultivate a powerful ultimate technique, the 8 steps of the Furious Flood Dragon. This was a consumption-type secret art that could only be used once. In a short period of time, it could exhaust all of one's origin energy to unleash an exponential increase in combat power and defeat one's opponent in one go. This was a powerful ultimate technique used to defeat powerful enemies. If even the 8 steps of the Furious Flood Dragon could not defeat an enemy, then it was basically impossible. Da-da-da. Just as he was adjusting his breathing, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching him anxiously. Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched. He turned around and saw a familiar figure hurrying down the mountain through the slightly open door. Gongzi, bad news. Something's wrong. Su Qi immediately shouted before he even came up. He looked extremely anxious, causing Wang Chong's expression to change. He had known Su Chi for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen him so anxious. What's going on? With a thought, Wang Chong opened the door almost instantly and appeared at the entrance. Su Chi, weren't you cultivating there? Why did you come here? Wang Chong stood at the door and asked. Gongzi, bad news. Chun Burang was severely injured. Gao Feng and Nye Yin brought some people over to help, but they were also surrounded. Even Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, and the others have been surrounded. Su Chi was so anxious that he revealed the matter in one breath. What? Wang Chong's expression changed. How did this happen? Why did you guys get into a conflict with others? This was the first time something like this had happened in the Kunwa training camp. We didn't get into a conflict with them. They were the ones who came for us. Chun Burang was cultivating there when someone suddenly appeared and chased him away. Chun Burang was furious. He said a few words to them, and then a fight broke out. Gao Feng and Nye Yin were there. In the end, they went over to help, but the other party was prepared. A large group of people came and severely injured them. I feel that someone came for us this time. Before Su Chi could finish, Wang Chong interrupted him. Take me there. On the main peak of Kunwa training camp, a large group of people was gathered together, and the surroundings were bustling with noise and excitement. Wang Chong rushed over with Su Chi, and with a single glance, he saw two groups of people. One of the groups was clearly larger in number, and they had a mocking expression on their faces as they surrounded the other group. The Who. When Wang Chong arrived at the inner circle, he was immediately taken aback. The group with the most people had hooked noses and deep eyes. They were clearly a group of young Who. Su Chi had only told him that Chun Burang had been injured. He didn't say that they had gotten into a conflict with a group of Who. Right, Gongzi. I forgot that the ones who injured Chun Burang were a group of Who. Su Chi seemed to recall something and added from behind. Are they here for me? A hint of doubt flashed across Wang Chong's mind as he subconsciously thought of himself. Su Chi had said that these people seemed to have come prepared. Chun Burang came from a humble background, so there was no one who would target him. At most, it would be him. Due to the regional commander's incident, he had become the enemy of all Who. Just based on this incident, the Who in the training camp did have a reason to target him. However, when Wang Chong saw Chun Burang in the crowd, his expression immediately warped. Fury blazed in his heart. Chun Burang was lying on the ground, his face swollen from the pummeling, his teeth clenched tightly. His clothes and the ground were covered in his blood. Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, Gao Feng, Nye Yin, and the others had surrounded him, glaring at the Who. However, each and every one of them was injured. Bastard! Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong was immediately enraged. Chun Burang came from a family of hunters, and he was a typical archer. All of his cultivation was focused on his bow and arrow. On the other hand, he was proficient in close combat. Su Chi was right. These people were obviously picking the soft persimmons and had come prepared. With a darkened face, Wang Chong strode forward. HM, who told you to come here? Upon seeing Wang Chong and Su Chi, a young Who immediately stepped in front of them, his eyes narrowing as he blocked their path. Scram! Wang Chong's gaze turned cold, and a chilling, killing intent burst forth from his eyes. His roar was like a clap of thunder, and the rowdy crowd immediately fell silent. In an instant, countless gazes turned to look at Wang Chong and Su Chi. Upon meeting Wang Chong's cold gaze, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. I was wondering who it was. So it's the main character. Astro, don't you recognize Wang Chong Gongzi? Get out his way. Chapter 299. This young Who gave Wang Chong a very different feeling. The other Who looked at him with enmity, but this person was looking at him with hatred. This wasn't just a matter of their standpoints. There must have been some sort of conflict between them. However, Wang Chong didn't remember knowing this person. In his previous life, Wang Chong didn't have much interaction with the Who in the capital. However, it wasn't as if Wang Chong didn't have any clues. The Kunwa training camp isn't a place that just anyone can enter. And there are only a handful of Who in the capital who would dare to make things difficult for me despite knowing my identity. Wang Chong's mind word and he could already guess the identity of this Hu. Paying no heed to the young Hu, Wang Chong walked over to Chun Burang's side, squatted down, and placed 2 fingers on Chun Burang's neck. Chun Burang is severely injured and has fainted. We tried to move him out, but we were stopped, so we didn't dare to do anything. Gao Feng and Nie Yan had ashamed looks on their faces. We came over after receiving the news. However, the other party seemed to have intentionally waited for us to arrive so as to blow the matter up. By the time we arrived, the other party had outnumbered us. Everyone was at a disadvantage, Chi Weisi said. His face was swollen, a clear sign that he had been beaten as well. Gongzi, be careful. I recognize this person. His name is Abu Tong, the second son of the Hu great General Abusi. Beside him are the elite soldiers of the Tong Luo. From birth, the Tong Luo would choose a foal to accompany them, and from young, they treated each other like a family. They treated their horses like humans, so they were able to empathize with them. As such, the Tong Luo were said to be uncontrollable by anyone other than the Tong Luo. And the Tong Luo cavalry were said to be the elites of the world. These people aren't easy to deal with. Zhuang Jinping lowered his voice and said with a serious look on his face. The Qi clan was known for their steel axe guards, while the Zhuang clan was known for their cavalry. They knew all of the elite cavalry in the world like the back of their hands. But even the elite cavalry that the Zhuang clan was so proud of couldn't compare to the elite cavalry of the Tong Luo. The Tong Luo cavalry had a very strict set of rules for sitting, lying down, and walking. Even the Zhuang clan couldn't compare to the Tong Luo in the way they treated their war horses. The simplest reason was that every Roman horse had grown up with them since they were young, so they could relate to each other. Their bodies were covered in armor, from head to tail to toe. They were all protected by scales. Just these armors alone were worth more than tens of thousands. Even a banker would not spend so much. Before the Tong Luo people were attached to the Tang dynasty, they were mercenaries, and the money earned was used to make armor for these war horses. At the same time, the Tong Luo were used to fighting. The first mouthful of food a newborn Tong Luo would eat was raw food that contained blood. When they were around 7 or 8 years old, they had to hunt wild wolves alone. Almost the entire race took pride in fighting and dying in battle. Moreover, the Tong Luo people also had a set of combat techniques and cultivation methods that belonged solely to the Tong Luo people. These techniques had been honed through hundreds and thousands of years of battle, and only the Tong Luo people could pass them on. Thus, the Tong Luo were extremely powerful fighters. But even so, the Tong Luo were few in number. Because of the long years of war, they constantly appeared on the front lines of all the conflicts and battles, resulting in a very high number of Tong Luo deaths. The entire Tong Luo army only had 30,000 elites at most, but just these 30,000 were enough to awe the world. Abusi had established himself as the Hu great general and an important Hu official of the court, and the Tong Luo had established their reputation. Even a banker clan had to fear and respect these Tong Luo cavalry. These people were true warriors. It really was them. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind at Zhuang Jinping's words. He and Abusi had not interacted. The Tong Luo were independent and did not interact with other people. And it wasn't just him. The other people in the capital probably didn't interact much with him either. The Tong Luo were extremely powerful fighters, and many people in the capital respected them. But Wang Chong didn't have a good impression of them. The Tong Luo had been attached to the Tang dynasty during Emperor Taizong's reign. These Tong Luo cavalrymen had definitely not been influenced by the Great Tang. Rather, they had been forced here by Emperor Taizong's mighty army. Not even the Eastern and Western Turks had been a match for Emperor Taizong's army of iron and blood, much less a measly 30,000 Tong Luo. They had judged the situation and ultimately chosen to assimilate to the Tang dynasty. In the last few years, the Tong Luo had contributed greatly to the army's campaigns. But this was only a strategy for survival. Wang Chong was well aware that the Tong Luo would sooner or later betray the Tang dynasty. Although the Tong Luo were not Han, and it wasn't strange for them to betray the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong truly found it intolerable for them to kill and pillage the border citizens of the Tang dynasty so quickly after their betrayal. No matter how powerful an enemy was, they were still an enemy. Wang Cheng had no good impression of the Tong Luo. Zhuang Zhengping, you seem to understand us quite well. Abusey sneered. Now that the main character had appeared, his goal had succeeded. Young Master Wang, I've long heard of your name. We have finally met for the first time. Speak, your men injure my men. What should we do about it? Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Gongzi, don't listen to him. These fellows are spouting nonsense. The agitated Tong Luo, cursed furiously. Calm down. Wang Cheng raised a hand to stop the crowd. His expression was calm and composed, and he exuded a convincing aura. At this point, Wang Cheng was slowly beginning to display the charisma of a leader. He stuffed a pill into Chun Burang's mouth, and the pill melted immediately. Seeing Chun Burang's complexion gradually redden and his breathing stabilize, Wang Cheng finally stood up. Turning around, Wang Cheng stared coldly at Abu Tong and the Tong Luo youths before him. Even though Abu Tong had intended a deal with Wang Cheng, he couldn't help but be taken aback by the other party's gaze. Abu Tong, you injure my men. Speak, what should we do about it? Wang Cheng didn't bother to explain or pay any heed to Abu Tong's words. Instead, he looked at Abu Tong with an intimidating aura. Abu Tong was taken aback for a moment before he sneered coldly. Didn't you hear what I said? It was your men who injured my men. It was your men who took over our spirit-gathering formation. Wang Gongzi, you should be the one to compensate us, right? Abu Tong slowly stepped forward, and with a stomp of his feet, a dark green light burst forth from his body. A huge commotion broke out, and even Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weixi's faces warped in shock. True martial realm halo. Abu Tong had already reached true martial realm. Only then did the duo realize that Abu Tong had concealed his cultivation when fighting with them. Bastard! The duo cursed in their hearts. At the same time, they were more and more certain that Abu Tong was intentionally using them to lure Wang Cheng over. Wang Gongzi, I heard that you looked down on us so you intentionally sent your men to humiliate us? To steal our spirit-gathering formation? If you don't give us an explanation for this matter, you won't be able to leave so easily. Looking at the young man before him, Abu Tong felt an exhilaration that he had never felt before. His father had many reservations in the royal court, so even though he had been humiliated during the regional commander's incident, he couldn't bring himself to do anything about it. But now, he could finally teach the culprit a lesson in broad daylight. Abu Tong, I also think that you won't be able to leave so easily if you don't give me an explanation. Wang Cheng slowly took 2 steps forward as he glared at Abu Tong with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Chun Burang was injured because of him. In truth, Wang Cheng had a good impression of this young hunter. In Wang Cheng's future plans, Chun Burang was an important part of it. He would become the most outstanding master archer of the Tang dynasty in the future. A person who spent his entire life on a single bow and arrow was destined to be mediocre in terms of combat prowess. These Tong Luo people had an unfair advantage over him. The reason why Chun Burang had suffered this time was because of him. If he didn't resolve this problem, there would only be more such problems in the future. There was more than one Hu in the capital, Abu Tong. Wang Cheng knew what Abu Tong was up to, but if the other party thought that he would be able to defeat him just because he had reached true martial realm, then he was gravely mistaken. Looks like we can't come to an agreement then. Abu Tong sneered coldly. Wang Cheng's unconventional behavior was exactly what he wanted. If Wang Cheng had gone along with his intentions and offered to compensate him with some gold or pills, he might have suffered a huge headache instead. But since Wang Cheng didn't know what was good for him, that was for the best. It's even better that we can't come to an agreement. The rule of us Tong Luo people has always been a fight with our fists. There's no one who can win a war through words. Abu Tong flicked his finger as he took 2 steps forward, and a domineering aura emanated from his body. Wang Cheng, I don't care what you say. As long as you can defeat me, I'll forget about today's matter, and I'll treat it as if nothing happened. Otherwise, let me beat you up to appease my anger, and I'll treat it as if nothing happened. Roar. The Tongluo people behind him burst into laughter. This was their true motive. Regardless of what they said, they were determined to teach Wang Chong a lesson today. Bastard! Behind Wang Chong, the crowd was agitated and rage could be seen on their faces. Wang Chong raised his hand to stop the crowd. Very fair, Wang Chong replied calmly, but his eyes were blazing with fury. Since we can't resolve the matter through negotiation, we should resolve it through war. That's how this matter should be resolved. Shua! In an instant, all of the Tongluo people turned to look at Wang Chong with bizarre gazes. Even Abu Dong had a bizarre look in his eyes. Unlike other Han, this Han youngster's ideals were identical to those of the Tongluo people. Chapter 300. Good, well said. Abu Dong suddenly clapped his hands and chuckled. However, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Wang, with a flash of light, a cold gust of wind blew across the air, and Abu Tong disappeared from the spot at an inconceivable speed. Hong Long. Space trembled, and at the same time, Abu Tong appeared at Wang Chong's position, his hands still in a grabbing posture. At the same time, a shocked exclamation sounded from behind Abu Tong. The Tongluo youths hurriedly retreated, as if they had been caught off guard. Abu Tong's face warped in shock. Turning around, he saw Wang Chong standing at his position with a nonchalant expression, as if expecting him to make a move. Abu Tong's face turned cold, and he slowly stood up. Wang Chong, I have underestimated you. I admit that you are indeed qualified to face me. Hu Jiaoluo and the rest of you back off. Abu Tong spread his arms, and the group of Tongluo youths immediately retreated respectfully. Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi, the two of you should back off as well. Wang Chong waved his hands. Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weisi, and the others were indignant, but they still obediently led Chun Burang away. Gongzi, be careful. Abu Dong was no weakling. In that instant, his speed had reached an incredible level. If it had been anyone else other than Wang Chong, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow from him. As the two sides retreated, the others in the surroundings also retreated as well. In the blink of an eye, a vast empty space appeared around the main peak. At the center of this empty space, Wang Chong and Abu Tong stood facing each other, and the atmosphere suddenly turned extremely tense. This is troublesome. Zhuang Jingping frowned. This was a thorny problem. Even among the Tongluo, Abu Tong possesses incredible talent. Furthermore, the Tongluo are skilled in combat, and even those of the same cultivation realm as him might not be a match for him. Not to mention, Gongzi is a realm lower than him. Wang Chong had not yet reached the true martial realm. This was something everyone was very clear about. Even though there was only a difference of one realm, the true martial realm and essence energy realm could not be mentioned in the same breath. Putting everything aside, just the halo itself was enough to make Abu Tong's stellar energy far more formidable than Wang Chong's. I understand, but there's nothing we can do right now. The reason why Abu Tong had injured Qin Burang was to lure Gongzi over. Right now, the young master had to agree whether he wanted to or not. If they attack together, we have even less of a chance of winning. Qi Weisi said from the side, an anxious look on her face. The current situation was like riding a tiger. It was hard to get off. It was not up to them whether they agreed or not. Therefore, even though everyone knew that Wang Chong shouldn't agree, there was nothing they could do. On the other side, the mood among the Tongluo people was completely different. The Tongluo people's eyes were filled with ridicule and even a little cruelty. Young general, don't stand on ceremony with him. Teach him a lesson. Let him learn a lesson and remember to respect the great general and major general in the future. The Tongluo people jeered. Even though Wang Chong's ability to dodge the young general's attack had left a deep impression on them, no one thought that he would be a match for the young general. After all, the young general's strength wasn't limited to that punch. That punch was just a probe, and it didn't even bring out a tenth of the young general's strength. Oomph. Hearing the words of his companions, Abu Tong harumphed coldly, and an extremely cold glint flashed across his eyes. Wang Chong, fists and legs don't have eyes. I might not be able to hold myself back later on. Heh, That's what I wanted to say as well. Wang Chong sneered coldly as he stretched his arms and legs. How could Zhang Xian not know of Abu Tong's intentions? But this was precisely his intention as well. Oof. You're courting death. Even though Abu Tong didn't say a word, rage flashed across his eyes. He was determined to teach Wang Chong a lesson. You asked for it. Even though he had never intended to let Wang Chong off from the very start, Wang Chong's actions had made him even more determined. Zhang Xian had already made use of King Qi's connections to suppress the other instructors. Even though he could only stall them for a moment, it was more than enough to teach Wang Chong a lesson. Boom! Abu Tong stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground shook violently. It was as if a massive, invisible hand was smashing against the ground. In an instant, a furious gale blew, and Abu Tong's robe fluttered violently. A greenish-black halo abruptly burst forth from beneath Abu Tong's feet. Unlike ordinary martial halos, after Abu Tong's halo appeared, a crimson glow appeared in the air. The crimson glow morphed into thousands of tiny crimson blades. Those thousands of tiny crimson blades sliced the surrounding space into thousands of pieces. SSSS. Looking at the unique halo and the floating crimson blades, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even though they hadn't crossed blows with Abu Tong yet, just by looking at him, they could already sense the danger he was in. If one were to be struck by those crimson blades, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Furthermore, it would be an extremely tragic one. Not only so, after summoning his martial halo, Abu Tong's aura abruptly changed. A domineering, cold, and cruel aura emanated from him, reminiscent of a warrior on the battlefield. It left one shuddering in fear. Even Wang Chong's eyelids couldn't help but twitch upon seeing this. This fellow is indeed powerful. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. How many offspring of the capital had been on the battlefield and witnessed the true bloodshed of the battlefield? Most of them were only at the level of a friendly sparring match. But Abu Tong was different. The Tongluo tribe prided themselves on fighting, and most of them had been on the battlefield before. They had witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield, and they had participated in it personally. Just based on this point alone, Abu Tong had already surpassed most of the opponents that Wang Chong had met before. This fellow was definitely not an easy opponent to deal with. However, with a light chuckle, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. Abu Tong was indeed a formidable opponent. The battle techniques that he had honed through the bloodshed of the Tongluo tribe were indeed formidable to most. But compared to Wang Chong, Abu Tong was still far from matching up to him. The bloodshed that Wang Chong had experienced was something that Abu Tong would never be able to imagine in his entire life. The things that Abu Tong and the Tongluo tribe were proud of were insignificant before Wang Chong. Wang Chong received my blow. Crimson blades floated around Abu Tong. His voice was loud and resounding, and it felt as if it had descended from the highest point of the world. Not only so, even the air around him was filled with the neighing of war steeds, and it seemed as if countless golden spears were clashing. The bloodthirsty aura that he exuded was truly frightening. It felt as if an Azura had walked out of the depths of hell. Hung Long Long. The silhouette behind Abu Tong warped, and before the gazes of countless people, a cold and eerie silhouette rose from the ground. The silhouette seemed to possess boundless strength, and the crimson saber in its hand exuded a fearsome aura. Tongluo War God. Upon seeing the silhouette behind Abu Tong, the Tongluo tribe members immediately grew excited. Tongluo War God was the war god that the Tongluo tribe had revered for thousands of years. He was the god of war, death, and glory. The Tongluo tribe had never feared death because they believed that they would return to the embrace of the Tongluo war god after their deaths, and they would share the glory of their god. This was also the blueprint for the Tongluo tribe's ultimate art. On top of that, the Tongluo war god would take different forms depending on their cultivation. Even though the young general had only summoned the most basic form of the Tongluo war god, it was already an extremely powerful ultimate art. At true martial realm 1 Dan, there was almost no one who could stand against it. Young general, Kill him. Overwhelmed by excitement, a Tongluo tribe member waved his arms and shouted loudly in the Tongluo language. The martial arts of the Tongluo tribe weren't meant for sparring, but for war and slaughter. Hong Long, on the other hand, Abu Tong reacted swiftly, driving his stellar energy to its limits and summoning the Tongluo war god. Abu Tong abruptly halted his movements, and his right fist shot forth like a cannonball. He had executed another secret art, Army Breaker. An incomparably tyrannical and tragic aura burst forth from Abu Tong's body. With a flash of crimson light, Abu Tong stepped on the halo beneath his feet, and, as if a bolt of lightning, he charged toward Wang Chong at a speed far greater than before. Hong Long. Abu Tong's powerful punch tore apart the area where Wang Chong had been standing a moment ago. Dust billowed into the air, and the ground beneath him cracked open. Abu Tong, is this all you've got? A cold sneer sounded from behind. Amidst the shocked exclamations of the crowd, Abu Tong turned around, only to see three identical Wang Chong talking to him. Spectre steps. Gongzi has cultivated it to the pinnacle. 10 steps away, Su Qi, Nian, Gao Feng, and the others exclaimed in delight. Everyone knew that Wang Chong possessed an extremely unique movement technique known as Spectre steps, and they had seen it before. What they didn't know was that Wang Chong had actually cultivated the Spectre steps to the pinnacle, allowing him to conjure up 3 identical figures simultaneously. In the hands of others, this ultimate art might only be useful for escaping and evading enemies. But everyone knew that it wasn't as simple as it seemed in the hands of Wang Chong. Great! With this ultimate art, Gongzi will be able to deal with Abu Tong. Zhuang Jinping exclaimed excitedly. If Abu Tong couldn't discern the real Wang Chong, not only would he be helpless against Wang Chong might even be able to take advantage of him. Back in the deflecting blade manor, they had crossed blows with Wang Chong before. This point couldn't be any clearer. Even though Wang Chong's cultivation realm wasn't much higher than yours, he was always able to find your weakness and exploit it. Interesting. Abu Tong's eyes flickered, and a moment later, he chuckled. Wang Chong's movement technique was indeed profound, but Abu Tong had seen it many times before, so he couldn't be bothered with it at all. At the end of the day, this was just an embroidered pillow, a gaudy ultimate technique. On the battlefield, such ultimate arts were the most useless. In a battle between cultivators, what mattered the most was the strength of the other party. Wang Chong, I don't know what you're planning to do. However, if you think that you can defeat me just like that, you're sorely mistaken. Abu Tong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Those who could survive the battlefield weren't limited to their size alone. Wang Chong had chosen the wrong opponent to use this move on. Today, he would make him suffer an incomparably miserable defeat. Wang. In the blink of an eye, Abu Tong had changed his move. Hong Long. Space trembled as the Tongluo war god behind Abu Tong spread open his arms and roared vaguely. At the same time, a bizarre sight suddenly occurred. The thousands of tiny blood blades around Abu Tong began whirling, and like a raging gale, they flew toward Wang Chong. These hair-raising blood blades were densely packed together, and they surrounded Wang Chong, cutting off all of his escape routes. Even the location where the silhouette had appeared had been sealed off. This is bad. Everyone retreat. Gongzi, be careful. Chapter 301. Abu Tong's fearsome, trembling blood blades weren't just directed at Wang Chong, but the others behind him as well. This was a battle habit of the Tongluo tribe. On the battlefield, the Tongluo tribe didn't have the habit of holding back. As long as they could kill their opponent, they wouldn't mind using a sledgehammer. In fact, it was the same for the internal duels of the Tongluo tribe as well. In a battle, no one would hold back. As the Tongluo tribe's duels were completely different from sparring, there was a high chance of death in the internal duels of the Tongluo tribe. This move of Abu Tong's had dragged the others into it. This move isn't enough to deal with me. Wang Chong looked at the countless blood blades that had sealed every inch of his movements, and he chuckled. In the next instant, without any hesitation, Wang Chong flicked his fingers, and so, Every single one of his fingers was 100 zhang in length. With a flick of his 10 fingers, hundreds of sword threads shot forth in the blink of an eye. Every single one of these sword threads accurately struck a tiny blood blade. But upon coming into contact with Wang Chong's sword threads, those seemingly invincible blood blades shattered like fragile glass. With just a few flicks of his fingers, Wang Chong's sword threads were able to shatter all of the tiny and dangerous blood blades in the air. This was the result of Wang Chong's hard work over this period of time. Wang Chong had tempered his sword fingers and sword qi repeatedly, shrinking and strengthening them one after another. The final result was that Wang Chong was able to shoot more than a dozen sword threads with a single finger, and he could even control them as he pleased. As powerful as Abu Tong's Tongluo tribe's secret art was, it wasn't even worth a mention before Wang Chong's Art of Life massacre. Hong Long. Almost at the same time that Wang Chong shattered all the blood blades, a pair of fists the size of bowls shattered the void and smashed down from the sky at lightning speed. Even though Wang Chong managed to neutralize the thousands of blood blades, Abu Tong's ability to grasp the right timing was far superior to that of an ordinary cultivator. However, Abu Tong had also made use of this opportunity to force Wang Chong to face him head-on. As you wish. Wang Chong's laughter echoed in the air. This time, Wang Chong raised his fists and faced Abu Tong's mountainous fists head-on. Young master. At the back of the battlefield, Zhuang Zhengping, Su Qi, and the others felt their hearts tighten and their lips go dry. No one had expected Wang Chong to choose not to dodge this time. Wang Chong's cultivation was lower than Abu Tong's, but his movement technique was superior to Abu Tong's. Under such circumstances, dodging was the best course of action. However, Wang Chong had chosen the most disadvantageous method. Hong Long. In the next instant, before everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Chong's arm shook for a moment before blocking Abu Tong's steel fists. Wang. Abu Tong's face warped, and for the first time, shock surfaced in his eyes. This is impossible. Abu Tong stared at Wang Chong in shock. He knew that even a cultivator of the same cultivation realm wouldn't be a match for him. Needless to say, an Origin Energy Realm cultivator. Yet, Wang Chong actually managed to block his attack. How could such a thing be possible? The rebound from Abu Tong's arms was incomparably powerful. It didn't seem like something an Origin Energy Realm cultivator should be capable of. Abu Tong was an experienced fighter, but he had never encountered such a situation before. This fellow, how can he possess such strength? Behind Abu Tong, all of the Tongluo tribe members were dumbfounded. They were even more shocked by this outcome than Abu Tong. As the young general of the Tongluo tribe, there was no doubt that Abu Tong was talented. Yet, no one could have imagined that Wang Chong would be able to withstand Abu Tong's attack. How is this possible? Everyone muttered. All of a sudden, they felt a little panicked. Before this, none of them had considered the possibility that Abu Tong could lose. But now, no one dared to say such a thing. The development of the situation had exceeded their expectations. Abu Tong, you are too arrogant. You can't possibly think that you are the strongest person in this training camp, right? Wang Chong held Abu Tong firmly with his fists as he stared at Abu Tong's horrified eyes. He wasn't surprised at all by the sight before him. Abu Tong might have been shocked by the sight before him, but Wang Chong wasn't the least bit surprised by it. After mastering might of the barbaric god and summoning the embodiment of the barbaric god, his strength was more than sufficient to stand against a true martial realm expert. Even though Wang Chong was still lacking in terms of strength. After all, there was still a gap between Origin Energy Realm and true martial realm. It was more than enough for him to withstand Abu Tong's attack. Pung! With a burst of stellar energy, Wang Chong knocked Abu Tong away, and the two of them pulled apart. Abu Tong, you're almost done with your move. It's my turn now. Wang Chong looked at Abu Tong with a confident smile on his lips. In this short but intense clash, Wang Chong had already gained a rough understanding of Abu Tong's fighting style, the power of his halo, and his speed and reaction. Now it was time for him to counterattack. Abu Tong, if you can withstand this move of mine, I'll admit that I'm not a match for you." Amidst Abutong's bewildered gaze, Wang Chong's expression remained unperturbed as he executed his strongest secret art. Perhaps this was also the strongest secret art of an Origin Energy Realm cultivator. If he couldn't defeat Abutong with this move, then it would be impossible for him to defeat the other party. 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. Wang Chong took a step forward, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body, distorting the surrounding space. Everyone only saw a flash before their eyes before they lost sight of Wang Chong. Not good. Abutong suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. This was the first time he had felt it in his fight with Wang Chong. Without the slightest hesitation, Abutong released another burst of Jinqi, and thousands upon thousands of tiny blood blades burst forth in all directions. But Abutong's reaction was still too late. Pung 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 pung. 8 deafening explosions echoed in the air. However, this time, it wasn't the fist imprints that appeared on the walls. Instead, all of the fist imprints were directed toward a single point, toward Abutong. Roar! The silhouette of 8 furious serpents appeared in the air, and before anyone could react, a deafening roar sounded. The stellar energy around Abutong, along with the thousands upon thousands of dangerous blood blades, were instantly shattered by the 8 powerful and violent Jinqi. The immense force shattered the stellar energy around Abutong and smashed into his body. Abutong only had the time to cry out before he was smashed to the ground by Wang Chong's 8 steps furious serpent. Not good. Young general, hurry up and stop him. The faces of the Tongluo tribe warped in horror. Without any hesitation, they immediately charged toward Wang Chong in an attempt to save Abutong. I'll kill anyone who dares to make a move. With a flash of light, Wang Chong suddenly leaped through the air and landed on Abutong's body. Holding him down with his left hand, he raised his right and sent a heavy punch toward Abutong. Wang Chong, how dare you? A ferocious glint flashed across Hu Jialuo's eyes. Just several zhang away from Wang Chong, he stopped for fear of harming Abutong. Other than the young general, he was the leader of the Tongluo tribe. To think that the battle between Abutong and Wang Chong would end in defeat. This was something that he had never expected. But no matter what, he had to snatch the young general back. He couldn't allow him to be harmed. Wang Chong, if the young general is harmed, you won't be able to bear the wrath of our Tongluo tribe. Hu Jialuo's eyes blazed with fury as he made no attempt to conceal his threat. Even though the Tongluo tribe viewed dying in battle as an honor, they valued the lives of their tribesmen above all else. If Wang Chong dared to do anything, the 30,000 Tongluo elites were more than enough to wipe out the Wang clan and make them regret their actions. Oof. Hearing Hu Jialuo's words, Wang Chong's eyes turned cold, and rage surged in his chest. He had long heard that the Tongluo tribe liked to use their 30,000 Tongluo cavalry to threaten others. Even the scions of the prestigious clans were no exception. After all, the Tongluo tribe was a Hu. In order to avoid trouble, most people chose to keep their distance. But to meet Wang Chong, they were courting death. Oof. Are you trying to rebel? With a hand on Abutong's neck, Wang Chong abruptly lifted him up from the ground. The aura he emanated suddenly turned incomparably cold, and even Su Qi, Nie Yin, and the others were taken aback. What do you think this place is? With just 30,000 men, you dare to rebel? Don't forget, why did you surrender during Emperor Taizong's reign? If you dare to try 30,000 Tongluo cavalry, as long as you don't have a transfer order and dare to leave the camp, I will kill all 30,000 Tongluo cavalry, from top to bottom, from old to young. Spare no one. In his previous life, Wang Chong was the decisive Grand Marshal of the Central Plains. The number of people he had killed could even fill up a river. The Tongluo tribe had truly found the wrong person to threaten him. It has been 80 years since you submitted to the Tang dynasty, and you Tongluo still haven't learned your lesson? As expected, barbarians are hard to change. Don't you want to rebel? I'll grant your wish. Qi. A cold gleam flashed, and a 3-Qi sword pierced through Abutong's left shoulder. Blood flowed freely from the wound. Bastard! Madman! You're a madman. Hu Jialuo's eyes were blazing with rage, and his eyes were red with rage. The Tongluo tribe members behind him also had reddened eyes, and they looked as if they wanted to swallow Wang Chong alive. No one had expected Wang Chong to actually dare to attack, but not a single person dared to act recklessly. Everyone had been stunned by Wang Chong's attitude. Although they wanted nothing more than to cleave Wang Chong in two, the attitude Wang Chong had shown, his actions, and his demeanor convinced them that he was truly capable of doing such a thing. In Shangjing, all the scions of the great clans, and nobles would retreat upon encountering the Tongluo. Putting aside everything else, Great General Abusi might not have many soldiers under his command, but he was an imperial great general on the same level as Fomin Linta, Wang Zhongji, Zhang Shui, Gao Xianji, and Geshu Han. He was deeply favored and trusted by the Holy Emperor. Just this fact alone made him someone no one could provoke. Moreover, the Chamberlain of Dependencies had repeatedly emphasized that one should accommodate the habits of the Hu. But this was completely useless against Wang Chong. Chapter 302. Looking at the furious Tongluo tribe members, Wang Chong sneered coldly. How could these fellows know that he wasn't even afraid of the regional commander's incident? So how could he possibly be afraid of their threats? They must have found the wrong person to be threatening him with such a thing. Furthermore, the regional commander's incident had been going on for a long time, and had only been temporarily suppressed after Wang Chong entered the Kunwa training camp. If he didn't kill the chicken to scare the monkey, similar incidents would only continue to happen in the future. I'll be taking Abu Dong away. Don't chase after me. You know the consequences. Wang Chong grabbed Abu Dong and lifted him up. Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weici bring Chun Burang to the deflecting blade manor. After saying those words, Wang Chong turned around and left. Soft voices could be heard from the surroundings. The instructors of the Kunwa training camp were rushing over. Without a doubt, Wang Chong knew that someone must have informed them of the matter. Abu Dong and the others had been outsmarted by their own intelligence. In order to deal with them, the instructors of the main peak had been sent away. It was too late for them to seek the help of the instructors now. A single Abu Dong doesn't have that much influence. There's no doubt that King Qi is involved in this matter. Wang Chong thought as a figure surfaced in his mind. Zheng Xian. Wang Chong vaguely remembered that the leader of the examinees in the Kunwa training camp, King Qi, whom Deng Mingxin had sided with, was called Zheng Xian. Wang Chong didn't believe that Zheng Xian would abandon such a good opportunity. Furthermore, a hot-headed Abu Dong didn't have that much influence. Wang Chong quickly left with Abu Dong. With the unconscious Abu Dong in the middle, the instructors wouldn't be able to tell them apart even if they were to see them. Not to mention, every single instructor had a heavy responsibility to carry out their training. They didn't have the time to interfere in this matter. Damn it! Not long after Wang Chong and the others left, Zheng Xian rushed over with a group of instructors. Looking at the empty hall, Zheng Xian's expression turned extremely ugly. Zheng Xian had never expected that Wang Chong would be able to defeat Abu Dong. This mission was a complete failure. After an unknown period of time, Abu Dong was jolted awake by a slight chill. When he opened his eyes, he saw the ground a dozen meters away from him, as well as the strong wind in the air. Bastard! Bastard! I won't let you off. In an instant, Abu Dong regained his senses and struggled violently in midair. Wang Chong, I will kill you. An angry voice resounded in the air. Abu Dong, if I were you, I would choose to remain quiet so as to not attract the attention of the entire training camp. At this moment, an extremely lazy and leisurely voice came from below. Wang Chong held a cup of tea in his hand, and 7 or 8 people were seated around a table, sipping on their tea silently. Even though your Tongluo subordinates have already seen it. In midair, Abu Dong suddenly shuddered involuntarily. Turning his gaze downward, Abu Dong saw a majestic courtyard. Halfway up the mountain, Abu Dong saw Hujaro and a group of agitated, furious, and eccentric Tongluo tribesmen. However, this wasn't what shocked Abu Dong the most. What shocked him the most was that he suddenly realized the situation he was in. He was being tied naked to a tall pole by Wang Chong. Abutong's face immediately turned ghastly pale. Abutong's body trembled, and flames spewed from his eyes. The immense humiliation he felt left him on the verge of fainting. What you? This is just a small punishment for you. Seated on a purple rattan chair, Wang Chong sipped on the last mouthful of fragrant tea. By the side, Gao Feng filled Wang Chong's cup for him. Also, let me remind you that even though many people have seen it, not all of them have. Of course, if your voice had been any louder, it would have been an entirely different matter. However, I believe that I won't mind the entire training camp coming over to watch your disgraceful performance, Wang Chong said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Abutong finally noticed a huge crowd on White Tiger Peak. Many of them were looking at him and pointing at him. Abutong's heart turned cold. His towering rage was immediately replaced by fear. Abutong had lost. He had lost to Wang Chong. But Abutong didn't expect Wang Chong's means to be so vicious. This was a huge humiliation. Abutong was shocked, anxious, and infuriated. He was already severely injured, and under the immense humiliation, he fainted once more. Gongzi, is this really fine? On the other side of the red sandalwood table, Chun Burang held onto a cup of fragrant tea with an uneasy expression on his face. This matter had started because of him, and Chun Burang hadn't witnessed the entire battle. On the other hand, Wang Chong's treatment of Abutong left him feeling uneasy. After all, Chun Burang also knew that Abutong was the son of the Tongluo Great General Abutong. One was an imperial great general, and the other was from a clan of ministers and generals. What are you afraid of? If we don't teach him a lesson, will he learn his lesson? Wang Chong waved his hands nonchalantly. Besides, this isn't just to humiliate him. This is to serve as a warning to others. If we don't do this, there will only be more trouble in the future. At the very least, they should reconsider whether it's worth it to do such a thing. Everyone fell silent before nodding their heads. In truth, they had no objections to Wang Chong's decision. There were some things that they couldn't do. However, Wang Chong was the son of Duke Jiao, the son of a wise minister of the Tang dynasty. In this aspect, he was completely different from them. If Wang Chong was the one who did this, even if Abutong were to be humiliated, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. No, we'll listen to Gongzi's decision. Gongzi has his own plans. Su Qi said. Chun Burang was simply too kind. Back then, when he saw Wang Chong being pummeled by a bunch of people, Su Qi had also flown into a rage. But on the other hand, Chun Burang didn't think so. However, Gongzi's recovery medicine was indeed formidable. In just a short moment, Chun Burang's injuries seemed to have gotten much better. The swelling on his face was also no longer visible. In the end, Chun Burang still nodded his head. Even though he still felt a little apologetic after working together for so long, Chun Burang trusted Wang Chong's capabilities. This wasn't because of Wang Chong's background, but because he had been through life and death together. Not to mention, Wang Chong had even paid a personal visit to the Holy Emperor, and he had single-handedly stirred up the entire regional commander's incident. Many of the things that he had done were unimaginable for people of his age. It's about time. I believe that the people from the training camp will be here soon. Su Qi, bring 2 men with you to bring Abutong to the training camp. Hang him there for a while longer before releasing him. Wang Chong instructed. Yes, Gongzi. Su Qi nodded. I won't. In the future, you should bring a bow and arrows with you. Even though your martial arts are decent, it's still insufficient to deal with someone like Abutong. However, if you have a bow in your hands, Abutong won't be able to do anything to you. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong tapped his right index finger lightly as he spoke to Chun Burang. In truth, Chun Burang wasn't weak. Under normal circumstances, Abutong's actions would have resulted in the deaths of quite a few people around him. However, he didn't have a bow on him, so he couldn't do anything about it. This time, Chun Burang accepted Wang Chong's words humbly. You all shouldn't head to the training grounds on the main peak for the time being. Also, there's something else I need to tell you all. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong revealed the spirit vein he had discovered to the group. Upon hearing that Wang Chong had a spirit vein all to himself, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Chun Burang looked at Wang Chong in astonishment. Even though he was a young hunter, he wasn't completely isolated from the world. Naturally, he knew what a spirit vein was. The Kunwa training camp was built on top of a small spirit vein. This was something that could only be chanced upon. Even to the prestigious clans, it was something that only existed in legends. But now, Wang Chong was saying that he had a spirit vein. I was intending to tell you all about this later, but since it has happened, there's no need to wait. Wang Chong said impassively. The deflecting blade manner was connected to the spirit vein. If it didn't have something that could swiftly raise one's cultivation, how could it attract people to join it? Wang Chong was intending to tell them about this matter later, but at this moment, Wang Chong had changed his mind. Firstly, it would reduce friction, and secondly, it would swiftly raise the strength of Chun Burang, Su Qi, and the others. This way, they wouldn't have to face such a situation in the future. Gongzi, are you serious? Nie Yin asked with a trembling voice. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Wang Chong had a spirit vein. That thing was too illusory, and it wasn't something that could be measured by one's standing or influence. As it was too illusory and shocking, everyone couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when the time comes. Wang Chong chuckled at the confused look on his face. After saying those words, Wang Chong put down his teacup and stood up. Outside the deflecting blade manor, Wang Chong saw two familiar figures walking over. Brother Jiang, Brother Chai. Wang Chong gazed at the two figures walking in from outside deflecting blade manor. They were Jiang Feng and Chai Zi, who had paid Wang Chong a visit after the Gogrian assault and presented him with a gift. Both of them were dukes of the Tang dynasty. One of them was a meritorious minister whose ancestor had pacified the western regions, while the other was a valiant general who had followed Emperor Taizong to conquer the world. In terms of background, they weren't the least bit inferior to Wang Chong. Why? Are you two here for abuse as well? Wang Chong went straight to the point. That's indeed the case. Brother Wang, I apologize. I was entrusted by someone else, so I couldn't refuse. Jiang Feng and Chai Zi said apologetically. They had only just gotten acquainted with Wang Chong, so it was a little abrupt for them to make such a request. Just that, the person who had entrusted the request to them was of extraordinary status, so they found it hard to reject the request. Brother Wang, you've already beaten him up, vented your anger, and humiliated him. May I ask if you can give me and Brother Chai some face and let Abusi off for the time being? The Wang clan and Abusi's lineage are the backbone of the empire, so we really shouldn't offend each other over such a matter. This will be beneficial to the royal court, the Wang clan, and the Tongluo people. Jiang Feng said. Even though he hadn't officially taken over the clan yet, Jiang Feng's words were well-rounded, befitting of the eldest son of a prestigious clan. Clearly, Jiang Feng was on a diplomatic mission this time. It's not that I'm unwilling to let him off, but he's unwilling to let me off. Brother Jiang and Brother Chai should know that Abu Tong was the one who sought trouble with me. It's just that he underestimated his opponent this time. If I were to let him off just like that, wouldn't I be letting him off too easily? Wouldn't there be more such incidents in the future? Wang Chong said impassively. Jiang Feng and Chai Zi choked on their words, and they immediately felt awkward. Before Wang Chong, they naturally wouldn't say that Chun Burang was the one who provoked them. Chapter 303. However, if it's Brother Jiang and Brother Chai, it's not impossible for us to take them away. However, now isn't the right time. Just when the duo thought that they were going to return empty-handed, Wang Chong suddenly changed the topic. May I know when Brother Wang is referring to? Jiang Feng and Chai Zi were delighted to hear those words. They didn't harbor much hope in this trip, and they didn't expect Wang Chong to agree to it. In a while, when the time is right, we'll be able to release them. Wang Chong replied calmly. May I know if we can release them today? Jiang Feng probed. Wang Chong nodded. Thank you, Brother Wang. Jiang Feng and Chai Zi were delighted. The duo had been entrusted by someone else to persuade Wang Chong on this trip. To be honest, the duo wasn't willing to do such a thing. After all, the Wang clan was an ally of the Jiang clan and Chai clan, and doing such a thing would hurt their relationship. However, it was hard to turn down a favor. Yet, Wang Chong had made an exception and agreed to it. As long as they could release them today, they didn't care about the others. If it wasn't for them, why would they go through so much trouble? Brother Jiang and Brother Chai, would you like to have a cup of tea? Wang Chong flicked his finger and passed 2 empty purple teacups over. Ha ha, I couldn't have asked for more. It's rare for young Master Chong to treat us to tea. How can we not have a cup or two? The duo chuckled heartily as they took the teacups and sat down leisurely. Prestigious clans would often encounter situations where they had no other choice. Take the Duke of Lu residence, for example. In order to save Su Hanshan's younger sister, Wang Chong owed the Duke of Lu residence a favor. In the future, if the Duke of Lu residence were to ask for help, the Wang clan wouldn't turn them down. Such situations were extremely common in prestigious clans, and Wang Chong had grown up in this circle. Naturally, he was familiar with such situations. Putting aside the matter regarding Abu Tong, the atmosphere was still very harmonious. Jiang Feng and Chai Zi also expressed their desire to join the group. Unknowingly, several hours passed. Stinking brats, you really know how to enjoy life. A deep voice filled with yang energy suddenly sounded in Zhang Xian's ears. Accompanied by loud footsteps, the armored Zhao Qinxiu and Zhou Huang walked in with widened strides. Kid, you've messed around enough. Isn't it time to hand him over? Zhao Qinxiu strode over to the red sandalwood table, snatched the teacup in front of Wang Chong, and downed it in a single gulp. Haha, Instructor Zhao is also here to persuade us? Wang Chong chuckled as he allowed Zhao Qinxiu to snatch his teacup away before pouring himself another one. Hee, brat, what nonsense are you talking about? If I didn't stop them, the instructors in the training camp would have already rushed over. You still don't know what's good for you. Zhao Qinxiu raised his hand and gave Wang Chong a tight slap on the back of his head. He had learned of the conflict between Wang Chong and Abu Tong a little too late, because someone had deliberately suppressed the news. In the end, when Zhao Qinxiu didn't want to know about it anymore, someone had intentionally exposed the matter. Zhao Qinxiu wasn't a fool, so he knew what was going on. On one hand, he was infuriated. Weren't those bastards going too far? This was a training camp that the Holy Emperor had personally set up. Wasn't this a little too much? On the other hand, Zhao Qinxiu was displeased as well. This was the first time such a brawl had occurred ever since the establishment of the training camp. If you were to let this matter rest without any punishment, it would be letting them off too easily. Wouldn't such incidents continue to happen in the future? He had to teach them a lesson. On this point, Zhao Qinxiu and Wang Chong shared the same sentiments. Initially, the matter between Wang Chong and Abu Tong was supposed to be heavily punished. However, this was the first time that Zhao Qinxiu had interfered in this matter. King Qi's influence was great, but it was still outside the training camp. The Bureau of Military Personnel couldn't interfere in this matter either. But Zhao Qinxiu was different. The lord in charge of the training camp was his direct superior. Zhao Qinxiu immediately looked for that lord to suppress this matter. Since Abu Tong was the one who started this matter, he had to teach him a harsh lesson so as to instill fear in the future. Thus, Zhao Qinxiu didn't object to Wang Chong's actions in the slightest. That brat, there's a limit to everything. It's about time, let him go. Zhao Qinxiu said. The instructor and the examinees were supposed to maintain a certain distance from one another, and this was also a rule set by the higher-ups. However, Zhao Qinxiu did enjoy spending time with this lad. This lad's personality was really likable. Hee, Su Qi, you heard the instructor's words, right? Bring Abu Tong down. Wang Chong gestured, and Su Qi chuckled. Understanding his intentions, he led a few men to untie Abu Tong from the pole. The matter with the deflecting blade manor had come to an end, but Abu Tong's humiliation had just begun. Let's go. Su Qi called Nian and Gao Feng over and left through another side door. Seeing Abu Tong being brought away, Jiang Feng and Chai Zi heaved a sigh of relief. Brat, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Come, let's play around. Shortly after Suchi left, Zhao Qinxiu suddenly whipped out a chess set from his sleeves and smashed it on the table. Clearly, he had come prepared. I'll do as you say. Since the instructor has spoken, how can I possibly dare to disobey? Wang Chong chuckled as he sat down calmly. Ever since Zhao Qinxiu lost 5 rounds in a row, he had become addicted to chess. He would often come to the deflecting blade manor to play chess with him. Zhou Huang was the same as well. According to the rules of the training camp, ordinary examinees weren't allowed to leave the base without permission. It just so happened that Zhao Qinxiu would have to trouble Su Qi, Nie Yin, and Gao Feng for his help. Thus, Wang Chong sat down and played chess with him. However, the difference in their strength was simply too great. In less than half a tea's time, Zhao Qinxiu had already collapsed. Kacha! An arc of light flashed in the air, and the shrubs and thorns that were as thick as a child's arm were cut apart. The arc of light retracted, and a gray-robed old man with a cold gaze and triangular eyes stood up from the shrubs. The old man's temperament was very slippery. Standing in the bushes, he was like a snake with its head held high, full of aggression. Anyone could sense the dangerous aura emanating from him. Mr. Taijia, is this really the location of your divination? The old man said as he gazed at the vast mountains, rivers, trees, thorns, and shrubs. There's no mistake about it. More than half a month ago, I suddenly felt something on a whim. Then, he spent half a month calculating before he arrived at this place. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for me to divine this place. Even an arcane master of the same level as me would only have a 0.1% chance of divining it. Behind the elder, a graceful and elegant Taoist dressed in a white Taoist robe with a Taiji insignia on the front and back of the Taoist head said. The Taoist had a purple hairpin on his head, and he held a unique golden double-layered compass in his left hand. Standing on a boulder, he formed a series of hand seals with his right hand and scanned the surroundings, seemingly divining something. The malevolent aura here is getting heavier and heavier. Malevolent Yin covers the purple hut. Myriad elephants cover the earth dragon. This is the most famous Yin-Yang ruins. No matter how powerful an arcane master is, it would be very difficult for them to deduce that there is a huge spirit vein here unless they are here. The malevolent aura is of Yin, whereas the spirit vein is of Yang. This is a rare Yin-Yang fish. I'm certain that we're getting closer and closer to that place. The Taoist holding the compass said. A purple hairpin determines life and death. 2 compasses sever Yin and Yang. If Wang Chong were here, he would surely recognize the Taoist to be the famous Mr. Taijia of the capital. Of the Yin-Yang arcane masters in the capital who specialized in divination, Mr. Taijia was one of the most elusive figures. Many people had heard of his name, but very few knew of him. Furthermore, he was the Mr. Seer who only obeyed the orders of the royal family. Mr. Taijia, I don't know much about divination. All I know is that I'm working for His Highness. I believe that you should know how important this operation is to His Highness. If it's really as you said, and there's a massive spirit vein in the depths of this mountain range, it will be of great help to His Highness. No matter what, I hope that you won't disappoint His Highness. The gray-robed elder with triangular eyes said. Ghostly hands, don't worry. My divination can't be wrong. Go forward. I will definitely be able to bring you to that hidden spirit vein that no one knows about. Mr. Taijia said confidently. The old man named Ghost Hand nodded and said no more. With a wave of his hands, he led the guards forward to clear a path. Along the way, they encountered thorns, venomous insects, venomous snakes, and ferocious beasts. Leading the yellow-robed guards, the elder hacked down the thorns and vines relentlessly. This was already the 3rd day that the group had been exploring the mountain range, but regardless of whether it was the veteran known as Ghostly Hands, the Mr. Seer known as Mr. Taijia, or the guards of extraordinary backgrounds, none of them said a word. In the boundless mountains, a group of people were like a bunch of insignificant ants, searching for something. Found it. It's right in front. After a day and night, just as the group was on the verge of exhaustion, Mr. Taijia raised his compass and pointed ahead. His voice suddenly grew louder and louder. In his hand, the fingernails of the compass trembled left and right, much more violently than any other trembling. Hearing those words, the group was delighted. Spurring on with all their might, they opened a path through the dense forest. Kacha! When the last few brambles and trees in front of him fell, the view before him suddenly opened up with a rumble. Standing under a few densely packed trees, Zhang Xian looked ahead and saw a mountain that was several hundred zhang tall. The mountain was verdant and towered into the clouds. It was like a giant dragon lying on the ground, exuding a desolate aura. At this moment, even the triangular-eyed elder could feel a surge of concentrated spiritual energy gushing toward him. Being blown by the spiritual energy, the triangular-eyed elder shuddered, and he felt energized. This is great. The triangular-eyed elder was invigorated, and his entire body relaxed. Even though 4 days and 4 nights had taken him a long time, it was all worth it. They had finally found the secret treasure hidden in the depths of the mountain range. Only with this unprecedented spirit vein would the third prince's situation improve significantly. He would be able to recruit more experts, and he would be able to gain a greater advantage in the battle against the other princes. Mr. Taijia, you have done us a great service. His Highness will surely be delighted. Ghost Hand's voice rose a few notches, his expression excited and resounding. Men, quickly send someone to inform His Highness. But before Ghostly Hands could finish his words, he was interrupted by a shocked exclamation. How could this be? Lord, look over there. Why is there a house there? A few royal guards suddenly pointed in the direction of the mountain peak and exclaimed in shock. Ghostly Hand's voice came to an abrupt halt. Even the exhausted Mr. Taijia behind him shuddered, and they hurriedly turned their gazes over. Hong Long. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, several golden palaces with overhanging eaves and arches towered above the spirit vein, faintly discernible above the clouds. As though a bolt of lightning had struck his head, Ghostly Hands was stunned. Behind him, Taijiao was also stunned. He didn't even realize that he had dropped the golden double-layered compass to the ground. How is this possible? Chapter 304. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was especially so for Mr. Taijia and Ghostly Hands. The two of them couldn't even speak a word. Taijia, what is going on? Didn't you say that this place is still undeveloped? Does no one know about it other than us? Ghost Hand's expression was cold as he gritted his teeth and spat out word by word. That's impossible. Mr. Taijia took a few steps forward. He didn't hear Ghostly Hands' voice at all. At this moment, he was even more shocked than Ghostly Hands. His divination had already reached an extremely high level 10 years ago. In the entire capital, there were only a handful of people who could match up to him in divination. Based on his divination, there was no one who knew about this place. Other than him, it was impossible for anyone to have arrived before him. But the truth was right before his eyes. There was no doubt that someone had discovered this place earlier than him. The buildings were connected to one another, and they were beautifully constructed. It was impossible for such a complex to be constructed within a short period of time. Mister, is it possible that they haven't discovered it yet? A guard beside the third prince asked with a sliver of hope in his eyes. Impossible. Mr. Taijia refuted without any hesitation. This place is remote, and it's separated from the main road. If they hadn't discovered something, they wouldn't have constructed such a huge structure here. But is it possible that they are just here to enjoy the scenery? Impossible. Have you forgotten about the venomous snakes along the way? This time, even the guard who had asked the question fell silent. Along the way, the crowd had thought of all sorts of possibilities. They had thought that it was impossible to find it, and Mr. Taijia had made a mistake in his divination. But what they didn't expect was that someone had arrived before them. Upon seeing the rows of buildings at the peak of the mountain, everyone's heart turned cold. Mr. Taijia, is this the spirit vein that you divined for me? Ghostly Hands asked coldly. His triangular eyes were burning with rage. If not for the third prince's extreme respect for him, he would have killed him just by looking at the scene in front of him. This is indeed a spirit vein, Mr. Taijia said. But before he could finish his words, Ghostly Hands interrupted him coldly. Why don't you try divining again? Whoosh! Without needing ghostly hands to say anything, Mr. Taijia raised his hand, and the golden double-layered compass on the ground flew into Mr. Taijia's hand. Casually plucking a leaf near the spirit vein, Mr. Taijia began his divination once more. How did this happen? The sudden appearance of a completely different divination left Mr. Taijia dumbstruck. His face had already turned pale after a few days of calculations. But now, his face became even paler. Mr. Taijia had immersed himself in divination for more than half of his life, so he was confident in his divination. But at this very moment, Taijia realized that his divination was completely ineffective. In his entire life, this was the first time he had encountered a situation where he was completely wrong. What's going on? What's going on? Master Taijia's body trembled as he muttered under his breath. The confidence that he had built up for most of his life was suddenly shattered at this moment. Balefulline. It's not just the effect of balefulline. The inspectors could not have interfered so much with me. There must be other reasons. The fog blocked the river. This was the interference of external forces. The wind blew and the clouds surged, changing constantly. Who in the world built these palaces and interfered with my divination? Mr. Taijia looked at the palaces and the clouds, and his mind was in a state of chaos. The divination result on the compass was fog blocking the river. This was a divination that would only appear when one's fate was extremely resilient, making it difficult for one to divine them. However, with his divination cultivation, he had divined countless people, from nobles to ministers, but he had never encountered such a situation. Gazing at the misty spirit vein in the distance, Taijia unhesitatingly divined the location of the person who beat him to it. No matter what, he had to know who the owner of the palaces was. Who was it that had snatched it away from him? Even his divination had been disturbed. Wong, as though a huge boulder had fallen from the sky, Master Taijia felt an incomparably heavy pressure weighing down on him. The resilience of the other party's fate was far more difficult to divine than he had imagined. Who in the world is that person? Master Taijia felt a chill run down his spine. He had just started divining, but he already felt as though he was shouldering a mountain. He had never encountered such a situation before. But the more he felt this way, the more he wanted to know. The third prince had placed great importance on this operation, so he had to get an answer no matter what. Boom! Just as Mr. Taijia was about to harden his heart and continue his divination, a powerful force suddenly struck him like a bolt of lightning. Master Taijia felt a sharp pain in his heart, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nose. The consecutive days of divination had already left his face pale and fatigued. Adding another injury to his injuries, his vision darkened, and he fell backward. Mr. Taijia! Mr. Alarmed, the crowd hurriedly rushed forward to catch Master Taijia. Lord, what do we do? The crowd turned to look at the elder known as Phantom Hands. I'm fine. I just fainted from the exhaustion. Phantom Hands placed his finger on Master Taijia's neck to check his pulse. Even though he wasn't proficient in divination, he had learned from the third prince that divination was extremely taxing on one's mental energy as well. The more unfamiliar and detailed the divination was, the more mental energy and effort one would have to expend. Clearly, Master Taijia had overexerted himself and fainted. I'll let you off lightly then. Phantom Hand stood up and said. He was initially filled with rage, but with Master Taijia unconscious, there was nowhere for him to vent his anger. Lord, what should we do now? His Highness has high expectations for this operation. Why don't we kill everyone on the mountain right now? As long as we move swiftly, we won't be able to leave any traces behind. Seeing that Master Taijia had fainted, one of the third prince's guards suddenly stepped forward and said. As he spoke, he even made a cutting motion with his sword. They were the third prince's trusted guards, and as long as he commanded them to stay, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to slaughter everyone on the mountain. Wait a moment. Phantom Hands wasn't as reckless as the other party, but he had the same thought as well. There's no need to rush this matter. Let's check with the Court of Judicial Review, first to see if this land is ownerless or not. If it is, we'll buy it right away. By then, no matter how many buildings they build, they will all belong to us. However, if the other party is prepared, they should have already sold it. Let's find a buyer first. If it's an unknown individual or a wealthy merchant without any backing, we'll have to negotiate with them. We'll use the third prince's name to get them to give up the land. If the other party doesn't know what's good for them, we'll kill them. After which, we'll come back here and get rid of them. Phantom Hand's thoughts were logical, and it was clear that this wasn't his first time doing such a thing. But what if the other party is backing? One of the guards asked. Oomph. Phantom Hand sneered disdainfully, and a bone-chilling glint gleamed in his eyes. Do you think that there's a backing greater than the third prince? I understand. Everyone lowered their heads, tacitly understanding. Without alerting anyone, they brought Mr. Taijiao with them and retreated silently. Unbeknownst to them, severally away from them, a pair of eyes was silently watching them. Only after they left with Mr. Taijiao did the evil emperor heave a sigh of relief and slowly close his eyes. The investigation into the Court of Judicial Review went much smoother than they had expected. In the Court of Judicial Review, there was a miniature map of the mountains and rivers around the capital. All they had to do was point out the location of the mountain to obtain the information they wanted. Phantom Hands and the others had imagined all sorts of possibilities beforehand, but when they finally found out who the owner of the spirit vein was, they were all dumbfounded. Wang Chong, the person who alarmed the Holy Emperor with the regional commander's incident and flipped the entire royal court upside down. Duke Jiu's grandson, someone from the Wang clan? Upon hearing the answer, everyone, including the awakened Mr. Taijiao, was dumbfounded. A behemoth. No one could have imagined that it would be someone from the Wang clan. Upon hearing the name of the owner of the spirit vein, this was the only name that came to everyone's mind. The third prince was an offspring of the royal family, the successor to the throne in everyone's eyes. In a place like the Central Plains, any power or background was nothing more than a joke before the third prince. This was also the reason why Phantom Hands wasn't afraid of the background of the other party. But the Wang clan, this was an answer that no one could have imagined. The Wang clan wasn't a noble clan, but they were even more powerful than one. When the Holy Emperor was still young, the old master of the Wang clan was one of the greatest contributors to his rise to the throne. The Holy Emperor had said many times before his officials that if not for the old master of the Wang clan, the person known as Duke Jiu, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current heights. Even the Tang dynasty wouldn't have been as powerful as it was today. In fact, after the old master of the Wang clan retired, the emperor even opened a four-quarters embassy to house the old master of the Wang clan. From this, one could imagine the relationship between the two. If the old master of the Wang clan were to run to the Holy Emperor and lodge a complaint against the third prince would be in trouble. All of a sudden, everyone felt apprehensive. They mustn't touch the Wang clan. They mustn't touch the Wang clan. Even if the third prince were to learn of it, he wouldn't allow them to do something so risky. What's going on? How did that lad know of the existence of the spirit vein? Is that son of the Wang clan actually so powerful? Phantom Hands, who wouldn't make a sound even if a blade was pressed against his neck, suddenly frowned. This matter was extremely troublesome. Lord, what do we do now? The leader of the guards from before said, Don't act recklessly. We mustn't touch the Wang clan at this moment. We can only think of another way. Phantom Hands said with a pained expression. Never would he have thought that the item that he and the third prince had set their eyes on would be taken by Wang Chong. So, he's the owner of the palace? At this moment, Taijia, who had just woken up not too long ago, was also deep in thought. For most of his life, he had been either a noble, an official, or a descendant of the royal family like the third prince. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong interest in this 15-year-old young man whom he had never heard of in the capital. The person who could cause him to suffer a backlash from the heavens while divining was definitely not an ordinary person. No matter what, he had to uncover the secrets that the young man was hiding. With this thought in mind, Taijia, Phantom Hands, and the others left the Court of Judicial Review. 3 days later, a shocking piece of news shook the entire capital. Amidst the mountains outside the capital, at a location less than 30 li away, an unprecedented massive spirit vein was discovered. The concentration of spiritual energy in this spirit vein was more than 10 times that of the 3 newly constructed Shunwei, Longwei, and Kunwa training camps. It was also far more concentrated than any of the spirit veins in the capital. Even across the entire world, there were few that could match up to this newly discovered spirit vein. 10 days of cultivation on this spirit vein was equivalent to several months of hard work. As the news spread, the entire capital was in an uproar. And along with the news, a name also appeared in everyone's ears, and that was Chapter 305. His communication with Zhao Qianxiu went smoothly. As expected of the instructor who taught Wang Chong the art of command in his previous life, his standing in the training camp was far above that of the other instructors. Wang Chong quickly explained the situation of Gao Feng, Nian, and the others to him, and the matter was swiftly resolved. Gao Feng, Nian, Su Qi, Chun Burang, and Sun Jiming weren't allowed to leave the training camp without orders. However, through Zhao Qianxiu's efforts, the 5 of them managed to obtain special permission. Even though Zhao Qianxiu didn't have as many restrictions as Wang Chong, Su Hantan, and the others, the 5 of them still received special permission to move around freely for at least half a month every month, and they didn't have to stay in Kunwa training camp. Wang Chong didn't waste any time and sent them to the spirit vein to cultivate. Firstly, he could prevent a similar incident with Abu Tong from happening again. Secondly, he could also raise the strength of those around him. These people were the future generals that Wang Chong had set his eyes on. The stronger they were, the more advantageous it would be for the Tang dynasty, and the more useful they would be to him in the future. Wang Chong, Wang Chong, Wang Gongzi, Wang Gongzi. 3 days later, while Wang Chong was soaking in the Tai Guanyin tea in the deflecting blade manner, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from outside. Along with these excited shouts, dense footsteps could be heard, as well as the bustling voices of the crowd. What's going on? Wang Chong and Zhao Jingdian stared at one another in bewilderment, and the teacups in their hands nearly fell to the ground. The deflecting blade manor was still a distance away from the training camp. On top of that, Wang Chong had always been a cautious person, so he didn't recruit too many people in the training camp. As such, other than his own people, no one else would come here, not to mention, with such a huge commotion outside, it was clear that this wasn't the case. Jingdian, why don't you go over to take a look? Wang Chong said as he looked across. Nodding, Zhao Jingdian silently took his teacup and left. He had been with Wang Chong for a long time, and he was slowly influenced by Wang Chong and liked drinking tea. Wang Chong had originally believed that Zhao Jingdian would be back soon, but it took a full 5 minutes for Zhao Jingdian to appear at the gate of the courtyard, a frightened expression on his face. What's going on? Why were you gone for so long? Wang Chong frowned. Young master, there are many people outside. All of them want to join Deflecting Blade Manor. Zhao Jingdian organized his thoughts, a strange expression on his face. What? Wang Chong was surprised. He pressed his hands on the armrests of the purple rattan chair and stood up. Join the Deflecting Blade Manor? He didn't even send out an invitation, so where did so many people come from? Shall I go out and take a look? Without another word, Wang Chong immediately walked out. Boom! Walking out of the gates of Deflecting Blade Manor, Wang Chong felt like he had stepped into a completely different world. The mountain winds buffeted him, and as he walked out of the gates of Deflecting Blade Manor, he felt like he had stepped into another world. Zhao Jingdian had said that there were many people outside, but when Wang Chong walked out, he realized that there were many people outside. Halfway up the mountain, there was a huge crowd, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. Without a doubt, the white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and azure dragon branches were all here. Wang Gongzi, please accept me. Wang Gongzi, I wish to join your Deflecting Blade Manor. Me too. Me. Wang Gongzi is here. Everyone, hurry up. Upon seeing Wang Chong at the top of the mountain, The faces of the crowd flushed with excitement. What left Wang Chong even more surprised was that there were quite a few female disciples from Vermilion Bird Peak here. However, they were talking about something completely different from the others. So that's Wang Chong. How dashing. Wang Chong's mind was in a mess. What in the world was going on? Why would so many people suddenly gather here, intending to join his deflecting blade manor? Gongzi, these people are all here to join the deflecting blade manor. For some reason, they found out that we extended an invitation to some of the people in the training camp. Some of them who initially didn't agree to join our deflecting blade manor suddenly changed their minds. More importantly, for some reason, they found out that Gongzi is the owner of a massive spirit vein outside the capital. A leisurely voice sounded behind him. Unknowingly, Zhao Jingdian had followed him out, and as he walked down the slope, he reported the news he had just received. What? Wang Chong abruptly turned around and stared at Zhao Jingdian in shock. Spirit vein. How did these people find out? He didn't tell anyone about the spirit vein, and only his own people knew about it. However, Su Qi, Gao Feng, Nian, and the others would never speak of it. He had absolute trust in these people. Furthermore, according to the rumors, Gongzi found a massive spirit vein. The origin energy there is extremely dense, and cultivating there for 10 days is equivalent to cultivating for several months. Thus, the people who have gathered here aren't just from our training camp, but from Shunwei and Longwei as well. In other words, other than those from our training camp. Do the people outside know about it as well? Wang Chong said. That's right. Zhao Jingdian nodded solemnly. In an instant, Wang Chong's complexion turned grim. The situation was far more serious than he had thought. If the news wasn't limited to Kunwa training camp, it meant that, other than the 3 great training camps, everyone in the capital knew about it as well. Wang Chong was well aware of the effects of the exposure of a massive spirit vein. None of the prestigious clans or influential clans will be able to resist the temptation. In his previous life, when the spirit vein exploded, everyone realized that there was a massive spirit vein within close proximity, but no one noticed it. In that instant, countless people felt the same pain and regret as Wang Chong. If not for that, Wang Chong wouldn't have gone to search for the spirit vein not long after his reincarnation. But the problem was, how did this matter get leaked? One must know that even the guards of the Wang family residence were clueless about the matter. They only knew that the young master wanted to build something that, at the very most, they only knew that the mountain that Wang Chong bought seemed to be rich in origin energy. They knew nothing else. This was how secretive Wang Chong was. But now, the news got out, and it wasn't from Wang Chong. Wang Chong's heart was in a mess. No matter what, he couldn't believe that Gao Feng and Ye Yin would betray him. Someone must have spread the news. Wang Chong thought. He was certain of this. Gao Feng and Ye Yin had just gone to the spirit vein, and such a thing happened. To be honest, Wang Chong was extremely displeased. Who was the one who spread the news? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. He didn't like this feeling of being led around in the dark. Walala. Just as he was deep in thought, a snow-white messenger pigeon suddenly flew down from the sky. Wang Chong reached out and grabbed it. There was a simple letter tied to the pigeon's leg. Seeing the 2 familiar strokes of ink, Wang Chong immediately recognized it. It's a letter from Master. When Wang Chong's master sent a letter, there would always be 2 strokes of ink on the back. This was the unique mark of the evil emperor. In the few months that Wang Chong had been in the Kunwa training camp, this was the first time he received a letter from the spirit vein. As expected, after reading the contents of the letter, Wang Chong's frown deepened. However, his heart relaxed. Master the Evil Emperor's letter wasn't long. It only mentioned that not long ago, a group of strangers suddenly appeared near the tail end of the spirit vein. Wang Chong's master had yet to recover his cultivation. Coupled with the distance, he wasn't able to see the situation clearly. He only knew that those people had extraordinary cultivation. A few of them were clearly wearing the uniform of the palace guards. One of them was even holding a compass in his hand. Although his master didn't say much, this information was already very helpful to Wang Chong. Sure enough, someone deliberately spread the news. It seems that even Master has received news of this matter. My place is already in such a mess. There must be many people visiting his place. Wang Chong said to himself. The matter of the spirit vein was a complete mess. The only consolation was that he was smart enough to spend tens of thousands of gold taels to buy the mountain range and the surrounding mountains. Furthermore, the reputation of the Wang clan was also very prominent. With the instructors of the Imperial Army stationed at the Spirit Vein and his grandfather's reputation, no one would dare to cause trouble in the capital. As long as he wasn't willing to sell the Spirit Vein, no one would be able to do anything to him, regardless of whether it was the prestigious clans, nobles, or officials. Most likely, this was also the reason why those people intentionally leaked the news to catch him off guard. Those who hold a compass in their hands must be seers. Only astrologers and fortune-tellers would use compasses. But how could a fortune-teller divine my spirit vein? Wang Chong was perplexed. Since a seer had appeared in the vicinity of the spirit vein, it did make sense. But more importantly, in his previous life, Wang Chong clearly remembered that there was no seer who could divine the massive spirit vein around the capital. That spirit vein was being interfered with by an immense amount of malevolent energy, and this would greatly affect divination. If not for this, the spirit vein wouldn't have exploded on its own during the apocalypse, resulting in a deluge of spiritual energy before it was discovered. But now, before that calamity had even descended, a seer had managed to divine his spirit vein. This was truly inconceivable. The future was completely different from what he remembered. Wang Chong, while he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard an impolite voice. At the bottom of the mountain, among the crowd, a valiant woman with a red tassel spear on her back separated the crowd and rushed up the mountain with large strides. Chapter 306. Brat, you actually found such a huge spirit vein outside the capital? When are you going to tell me about it? Marchioness, he walked over and grabbed Wang Chong's shoulders tightly. With a slight exertion of strength, Wang Chong's bones began to creak. Even though he had reached Origin Energy Tier 9 Pinnacle, Wang Chong's cultivation was still a little lacking compared to Marchioness E. Don't worry, if Marchioness E wishes to cultivate there, you're welcome to do so anytime. You can visit that spirit vein whenever you want. There won't be any restrictions placed on you. Wang Chong said with a bitter smile on his face. Wave after wave of immense strength flowed through Marchioness Yi's arms, and it was completely disproportionate to her slender figure. Even though he had defeated a powerful opponent like Abusi, Wang Chong still felt that he was lacking compared to an opponent like Marchioness Yi. Brat, at least you're considerate. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Marchioness Yi's eyes lit up, and her displeasure turned into joy. She loosened her grip on Wang Chong's shoulders. By the way, there are also a few of my close friends. They're going too. No problem, bring them along. Wang Chong waved his hands without any hesitation. The spirit vein was huge, and it wouldn't make a difference even if a few more of them went. Furthermore, given the relationship between Wang Zhuyin and his second sister, Wang Chong wouldn't be so stingy. Brat, that's more like it. Marchioness E was delighted. She released her grip on Wang Chong's shoulders with an elated look on her face. Only after her scheme succeeded did Marchioness E notice the deflecting blade manner behind Wang Chong. Your manner isn't too bad. Marchioness E seemed to be seeing it for the first time. It's been a long time since I built this manor. Wang Chong found it both hilarious and infuriating. Even though the Vermilion Bird Peak was a little far away, it shouldn't be impossible for him to know nothing about it, right? He had long heard from his second sister that Marchioness E was a martial arts fanatic, and it seemed like the rumors were true. Luo Cheng, bring Marchioness E into rest, and take a look around. Wang Chong pointed at a guard of the deflecting blade manor. Yes, young master. The guard quickly received the order and left. Young master, what do we do now? After Wang Chong had dealt with the terrifying Marchioness E, Zhao Jingdian finally spoke. Wang Chong frowned again. He looked at the crowd at the foot of the mountain in silence. Send someone to gather a list of names and see who wants to join our deflecting blade manor. Pick a list and give it to me. Regarding the matter of the deflecting blade manor, I planned to take it one step at a time. But now, perhaps there was no need to wait that long. Now is the best opportunity. Wang Chong said resolutely as he listened to the waves of fanatical cheers. As the saying goes, good fortune is accompanied by misfortune, and misfortune is accompanied by blessings. Although he had been schemed against and caught off guard, there were two sides to every coin. If he could make good use of this matter, it could be a blessing and an opportunity for him. Slowly, Wang Chong made up his mind. Following which, Wang Chong ordered all of the guards who were sent to stop the crowd to gather a list of names. The crowd, which was originally dissatisfied because of the obstruction, was instantly stirred up. Cheers for Wang Chong's name could be heard everywhere. Probably, not even the schemer could have expected that Wang Chong's reputation in the training camp would soar because of this matter. Walala. Just as Wang Chong was sending his men to gather a list of names, a white pigeon suddenly descended from the sky. Today was bound to be an eventful day. Wang Chong opened the letter on the leg of the white pigeon, and upon seeing Big Uncle's seal on it, he was taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Chong opened the letter and began reading through it. Big Uncle Wang Jin's letter was very ordinary, consisting of only a few simple lines. Most likely, he was asking Wang Chong if the massive spirit vein outside the capital really belonged to Wang Chong. But despite the seemingly ordinary letter, Wang Chong's heart slowly sank after reading it. In the letter, Big Uncle Wang Jin's words were extremely polite, completely different from his usual natural and casual tone. Based on Wang Chong's understanding of Big Uncle Wang Jin, this didn't seem like a request from him. Instead, it seemed like he was being entrusted by someone else to inquire about something. Given Big Uncle Wang Jin's current standing in the royal court, the number of people who could make him feel so conflicted could be counted on one's fingers. Wang Chong only had to think for a moment to figure it out. Sighing deeply, Wang Chong placed the letter down. His heart suddenly felt incredibly heavy. Most likely, the person who could make Big Uncle Wang Jin feel conflicted, making him stutter in the letter but unable to say anything, was the first prince. Previously, when he received a letter from his master, the evil emperor, saying that someone dressed in the attire of the royal guards had appeared in the vicinity of the spirit vein, Wang Chong already had an ominous premonition. And now, everything had been verified. If he wasn't mistaken, the one who sent a seer to divine the location of the spirit vein and spread the news was a prince. The one who had Big Uncle Wang Jin write a letter to him was also a prince. The matter that Wang Chong worried about the most had finally happened. In this life, the matter that Wang Chong didn't want to be embroiled in was the War of the Princes. Vast Crane Pavilion Incident, Consort Taijin Incident, Regional Commanders Incident. All of these incidents were enough to make one tread on thin ice and shatter one's bones, but none of them could compare to the War of the Princes. Throughout the ages, regardless of which sage was alive, the War of the Princes was always the most dangerous matter. As the saying goes, a single slip brings everlasting sorrow, and looking back, 100 years have passed. Of all the conflicts and disputes, the most intense and dangerous one was the War of the Princes. The ancient Yu passed down the throne to Bo-Yi, but in the end, Yu's son killed Bo-Yi and dismembered him. This was the War of the Princes. Any conflict that involved imperial authority was extremely cruel and cold-blooded. In the Vast Crane Pavilion Incident, the Wang clan was able to survive for many years despite their failure. In the Consort Taijin Incident, the Wang clan was reduced to a commoner. The Regional Commanders Incident was the one that suffered the loss of the empire, and it had nothing to do with the Wang clan. However, the War of the Princes, the moment the new emperor ascends to the throne, all of those who supported the opposing princes would be annihilated. Not a single tile would be left, and they wouldn't even be able to continue living. Even the wise Yu the Great, Bo-Yi, who had chosen to continue the throne, was dismembered by his son, needless to say, the others. Even the current Holy Emperor was the same when he ascended to the throne, so how could there be any exceptions? Toward the War of the Princes, Wang Chong had always been extremely cautious. If he could avoid being swept into it, he would try his best to distance himself from it. However, The spirit vein had caused Wang Chong to be swept into the most dangerous vortex of the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. The first prince who stood behind Big Uncle Wang Jin, and the mysterious prince who sent the seer to search for the spirit vein. Once these two princes were swept into the fray, Wang Chong was certain that more princes would come knocking on his door. Regardless of whether these princes agreed or rejected him, it would only spell disaster for him. In this crisis, there was no such thing as the right course of action, and there was no such thing as self-preservation. Doing it would be a mistake. The more he did, the more mistakes he would make. Even if he didn't do it, it would still be a mistake. Grasping the letter in his hand, Wang Chong felt an unprecedented weight weighing down on him. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. For now, I can only take it one step at a time. Sighing, Wang Chong returned to the deflecting blade manor. What a powerful spirit vein! While Wang Chong was busy in the deflecting blade manor, he was oblivious to the fact that at the top of Vermilion Bird Peak, a domineering lady in red was currently standing atop a blazing martial halo, gazing in the direction of the deflecting blade manor together with an unkind nanny. Behind them were a dozen or so ladies dressed in palace attire. Every single one of these ladies possessed extraordinary cultivation, and even the weakest of them was at the true martial realm. In this training camp, they stood out like a sore thumb. Your Highness, this is a good opportunity. It's rare that we are in the Kunwa training camp, so we can't miss it. The cold and unkind nanny by the side spoke up. With a single glance, one could tell that she was a formidable person. Her fingers were thin and withered, but they had a golden sheen to them. With a single look, one could tell that she had practiced some special martial arts. Between the fingers of her right hand was a letter. This was the latest news. According to her instructions, a scout had already headed to the spirit vein to investigate. The news he received was that the spiritual energy in the spirit vein was extremely concentrated. More importantly, the range of the spiritual energy was extremely large. This news was more than enough to move one's heart. Such a massive spirit vein was more than sufficient to play a huge role in the War of the Princes. Since that's the case, we'll snatch it over. At the edge of the cliff, Princess Anai Huang raised her head proudly and spoke without any hesitation. The resplendent halo of light around her accentuated her beauty even further. Of course we'll snatch it over. However, that lad isn't simple. The old nanny suddenly frowned. Even though she had spent most of her time in the royal palace and was usually by Princess Anai Huang's side, she wasn't one to keep her ears shut. Without thinking too much into it, the old nanny revealed the news she had gathered regarding that lad. I was still wondering what it was. But it turns out that he's just a fellow trying to please the crowd. Only my father would believe him. After hearing about the regional commander's incident, Princess Anai Huang said disdainfully, "Besides, no matter how powerful the Wang clan is, can it possibly be more powerful than the royal family? I don't believe that he would dare to turn me down even if I asked him to. Besides, if he were to reject me, do you think that I'll beat him up until he agrees? I don't like to be rejected." As Princess Anai Huang spoke, she clenched her fists tightly, and a powerful aura burst forth from her body, causing the entire cliff to tremble. As Xian martial realm cultivator's every move contained great power. As a member of the royal family, she had the right to be arrogant. As a profound martial realm cultivator, even a figure like Abu Tong was nothing before her. Your Highness is right. No matter how powerful the Wang clan is, they are still the servants of the royal family. I'll bring your Highness over to take a look later on. If that lad dares to turn you down, I'll teach him a lesson in your Highness' stead and have him hand over the spirit vein obediently." The old nanny suddenly nodded and revealed a bone-chilling smile. No matter what your Highness wanted, as long as your Highness said it, she would obtain it for you. Chapter 307. Gongzi, I've compiled the name list. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. The crowd outside gradually dispersed, and Zhao Jingdin walked in with a thick stack of name lists. Place it on the table. Seated before an ancient painting of the Han Dynasty, Wang Chong gestured to the red sandalwood table before him. Just like in his previous life, the spirit vein had caused a huge uproar. The number of people who applied to join the deflecting blade manor far exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. Even the men from Shunwei and Longwei camps had applied to join the deflecting blade manor. Perhaps it's time to change the rules, Wang Chong thought. Wang Chong's original plan was to recruit talented individuals from the Kunwa training camp and help them reach greater heights. However, the arrival of the people from Shunwei and Longwei had changed Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong suddenly felt that he should expand his original plan and include the people from Shunwei and Longwei as well. However, the requirements for the deflecting blade manor hadn't changed. Wang Chong didn't intend to recruit ordinary martial artists. There were plenty of such people in the Tang dynasty. There were plenty of experts in the taverns in the capital who could fulfill his requirements. What Wang Chong wanted were those who possessed the ability to command, or those who possessed the potential to do so. In other words, what Wang Chong wanted were like-minded generals who could lead armies in battle in the future. Flipping to the top of the name list, Wang Chong began to recall the memories of his previous life while checking off the names on the list. Xie Qingyun from Longwei training camp. I have some impression of him. Isn't he a descendant of the Xie clan? He is quite famous in the capital, and I heard that he is a righteous person. I didn't expect him to be here as well. Wang Chong glanced at a name on the name list and fell into deep thought. The number of talented generals from Shunwei and Longwei camps were nowhere near as outstanding as those from the Kunwa training camp. However, some of them were not bad. Although Xie Qingyun's aptitude couldn't be compared to the 100 stars in Kunwa training camp, he was still an outstanding existence in the 3 great training camps. In Wang Chong's memory, he had reached the rank of a senior commandant, a high-ranking officer in the army. As a descendant of a large clan, he must have been influenced from a young age. His aptitude should be pretty good. What he lacked was the determination and hard work to improve himself. To be able to become a senior commandant, he should have some talent in commanding. If we can summon him to deflecting blade manor and give him some help, he might be able to break through his shackles and reach a level he never reached in his previous life. Wang Chong thought to himself, there were countless possibilities in the future. As long as one tried, there would only be many possibilities. However, Xie Qingyun's reminder reminded Wang Chong of another Longwei training camp disciple. This person was of low birth in Longwei training camp. He was just the son of an aristocratic family, and his family did not seem to care much about him. However, for the sake of his family's reputation, he was still sent to Longwei training camp even though he was the son of a concubine. This sort of thing was very common among the great clans. I found him Wei Fong. A moment later, Wang Chong's eyes lit up. He had finally found this unassuming name in the crowd. The current Wei Fong was probably in his most dire straits. No one in his clan valued him, and he didn't have much of a presence in Longwei training camp. He had even gotten into a conflict with his elder brother. If not for the fact that he was so obscure and unimportant, Wei Fong might not have come to deflecting blade manor. Lifting his brush, Wang Chong unhesitatingly underlined Wei Fong's name. In Longwei training camp, Wei Fong was definitely one of the more accomplished ones. The army he led had performed beyond imagination in several major battles. He was an existence that could loyally carry out plans and orders to an extraordinary degree. Every great general needed exceptional leadership skills. But more importantly, every imperial great general needed to be able to completely understand their tactics and strategies and have subordinates that could carry them out perfectly and faithfully. Wei Fong was definitely such an existence. His talents weren't too outstanding, be it in cavalry, infantry, or archers. He was completely different from Sun Jiming and Qin Burang. But as a loyal, perfect, and nimble subordinate, Wei Fong was an indispensable talent to every great general with grand ambitions. More importantly, Wang Chong knew that Wei Fong was a late bloomer. His career in the Longwei training camp was nothing special. His meteoric rise only came after he left the training camp. Through the many battles, he was reborn and became one of the few rising stars of Longwei training camp. If he were to recruit him now, he would definitely become his most reliable comrade in the future. Jingdian Send this person an invitation. Tell him that he doesn't need to undergo the examination and can come here directly." Wang Chong pointed at Wei Anfang's name and said to Zhao Jingdian. Hearing Wang Chong's words, a hint of astonishment flashed across Zhao Jingdian's eyes. He truly couldn't tell what kind of ability this Wei Anfang had to have Wang Chong invite him to Deflecting Blade Manor without even needing to undergo the examination. Furthermore, this was before the list of candidates had been approved. Yes, Gongzi. Even though Zhao Jingdian was doubtful, he still turned around and meticulously carried out Wang Chong's orders, preparing the invitation. After settling this matter, Wang Chong continued browsing through the books. Zhang Tuan, I don't have any impression of him. Su Tong, this person doesn't have a good reputation. I've heard of his name when I was messing around in the past. Huang Yinwu, give him a chance when the time comes. Sure, Rong Rong, seeing that one of the names belonged to a female, Wang Chong pressed his forehead and felt a headache coming on. There were quite a few ladies in the Deflecting Blade Manor this time around. When Wang Chong was planning for the Deflecting Blade Manor, he didn't intend to recruit any ladies. Of course, Marchioness E was an exception. Furthermore, these ladies weren't just here to join the Deflecting Blade Manor. Wang Chong remembered quite a few of the previous slogans, and they were truly too much for him to bear. What a headache, Wang Chong thought. This matter had truly exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. It was impossible for him to simply reject all of them. Every single one of these ladies had powerful backgrounds, and there was no telling if there was a vicious character like Marchioness E among them. If they were to cause a ruckus, it would be a huge headache for Wang Chong. But to recruit ladies, this was something that Wang Chong had never considered before. Furthermore, there was another doubt in Wang Chong's mind. The spirit vein isn't bad, but why would so many ladies suddenly appear here? This is way too bizarre, Wang Chong thought. Calming himself down, Wang Chong continued browsing through the names below and marked them down one by one. After an unknown period of time, just as Wang Chong was in the midst of marking down the names, the soft voice of a lady suddenly sounded in his ears. Even though the voice was pleasant, it carried an air of superiority and arrogance. Where's Wang Chong? Who is Wang Chong? Hurry up and come out. Wang Chong lifted his head from the pile of documents in bewilderment. The voice seemed to have come from outside, but it didn't seem to be Marchioness Yi's voice. Boom! Before he could process what was going on, a deafening explosion sounded. The gates of the courtyard seemed to have been kicked open, and a powerful shockwave swept through the room. Even Wang Chong was affected by the shockwave. Pong pong, the sound of something falling to the ground could be heard. Other than wooden planks, there was also the sound of a human body. Without a doubt, Wang Chong knew that the guards at the entrance had been kicked away. Damn it! Who in the world is it? Rage flashed across Wang Chong's eyes as he slammed the table and stood up. It was one thing for them to barge into the Deflecting Blade Manor, but to even injure his guards. Pong! Opening the gates, Wang Chong was taken aback the moment he stepped out. At the main entrance, a group of young but aggressive women in palace attire and a cold, seemingly very powerful old nanny were blocking the entrance. In front of those women, next to the old nanny, there was a tall and slender woman with skin as white as snow, beautiful features, and a frosty expression. She was standing on a ring of pink light that was as dazzling as flames, and she was sweeping her gaze over the crowd in a bossy manner. Around her, the Imperial Army guards that Wang Chong had transferred over from Uncle Li Lin were kneeling around her with their heads lowered. "You're Wang Chong?" Hearing the commotion, the frosty woman immediately turned her head and looked in Wang Chong's direction, a haughty and lofty air about her. Wang Chong was taken aback by the sight of the lady. Wang Chong didn't recognize the lady, but Wang Chong recognized the resplendent martial halo beneath her feet. Even though Wang Chong had only caught a glimpse of it from afar on the night of the Gogurian's assault. Princess Ni Huang. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. In that instant, Wang Chong suddenly felt a bad premonition. "I'm asking you a question." Unable to get an answer, Princess Ni Huang said impatiently. "I am. May I know what matter your highness has with me?" Wang Chong said as he walked down the stairs. Since you're the one in charge, that's for the best. Princess and Huang left the guards of the deflecting blade manor behind and headed straight for Wang Chong. Behind her, an old nanny with a cold expression and a group of maids in palace robes walked over. It is Wang Chong's honor to have your highness grace us with your presence. May I know the reason for your highness's visit at this time? Wang Chong calmly walked over and gestured to the guard at the side. Bring a pot of tea over. There's no need for that. Before Wang Chong could finish his words, Princess and Huang had already interjected. Since you know who I am, things will be much easier. I heard that you have a spirit vein in your possession. Hand it over. Her voice was firm and brooked no room for doubt. Pung! With just a glance, a palace maid immediately walked over and placed a blank land deed on the red sandalwood table that Wang Chong was drinking tea on. Chapter 308. The ominous premonition in his heart had finally come true. Looking at the deed and the red ink before him, Wang Chong's complexion immediately turned awful. Princess and Huang was indeed here for the spirit vein. He knew that the spirit vein would bring him great trouble, but Wang Chong didn't expect it to come so quickly. This was the first time that a princess of the royal family had appeared before him for the spirit vein. Even though Wang Chong knew that the spirit vein was a huge problem, he didn't think that the other party would be so shameless. She wanted him to hand over the spirit vein unconditionally without doing anything at all. How could there be such a good deal in the world? While the spirit vein was a problem, if it was for his own benefit, he wouldn't mind handing it over. However, in Wang Chong's plan, the spirit vein was the key to changing the course of the war. Otherwise, Wang Chong wouldn't have gone to the extent of searching for the spirit vein right from the start. Furthermore, he wouldn't have handed over the spirit vein when he received the letter from First Uncle and found out that he was in danger of being involved in the war between the princes. But from the looks of it, it seemed like Gongzi and Huang wouldn't let this matter rest until she achieved her goal. But from the looks of it, it seemed like Ni Huang Gongzi wasn't going to rest until she achieved her goal. Today's matter would probably be difficult to resolve. Your Highness, your cultivation is already very high. What do you need my spirit vein for? Instead of getting angry, Wang Chong stared at the brilliant halo beneath Princess and Huang's feet and asked calmly. Looking at the resplendent halo beneath Princess and Huang's feet, Wang Chong said calmly, I only have one question for you. Are you going to hand it over or not? Princess and Huang shot a glance at Wang Chong as she spoke with an authoritative tone. Lad, I know that you are Duke Jiu's grandson, but since Princess and Huang has already asked about it, you should obediently hand over the spirit vein. Kid, I know you're Duke Jiu's grandson. However, since Princess Jiu has asked, you'd better obediently hand over the spirit vein. Lad, I know that you are Duke Jiu's grandson, but since Princess and Huang has asked about it, you should obediently hand over the spirit vein. That's right. What nonsense are you spouting? Since Princess and Huang wants you to hand it over, you should just hand it over. Cooperate obediently, and you won't have to suffer any physical pain. Behind Princess and Huang, the two palace maids spoke up impolitely, as if saying, It's your honor that Princess and Huang is interested in your possession. Hee. As for Princess and Huang, even the Sage Emperor would have to spend money to purchase his 3 meals a day, as well as the necessities that he needed. The princess didn't say a word and wanted to take a spirit vein from me unconditionally. What if I say no? Wang Chong laughed angrily. That's not up to you. Princess and Huang sneered coldly, as if expecting Wang Chong's rejection. So, with a flash of light, Princess and Huang's silhouette flickered, and her snow-white hand, which was even more powerful than a pair of metal pincers, shot toward Wang Chong's wrist. Buzz! Wang Chong had been keeping an eye on Princess and Huang, and seeing that she was about to make a move, he immediately executed phantom steps. With a flash of light, 3 identical Wang Chong appeared before Princess and Huang. Princess and Huang had always been haughty, and she didn't think much of Wang Chong in this trip to the deflecting blade manor. As a result, she was caught off guard and missed. Princess and Huang was taken aback for a moment, but she didn't chase after Wang Chong. Instead, She turned to the old nanny and sneered coldly. "Nanny, how is it? Didn't I tell you? That lad refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If I don't give him a taste of his might, he won't hand it over willingly. Your highness, don't worry. Leave this lad to me." A layer of frost appeared on the old nanny's face. Even though Duke Gio was highly respected in the royal court, the princess had already spoken. Since Duke Gio had already spoken, there was nothing he could do. Wong. Beneath the sky, a cold glint flashed across the old nanny's eyes. In that instant, Wang Chong felt as if he had been targeted by a snake, and he felt as if his skin was being pricked by needles. "This is bad." Alarmed, Wang Chong immediately tried to retreat, but he was still too late. A withered claw swiftly morphed before his eyes, and just as Wang Chong was about to be captured by the old nanny, "Gongzi, be careful." In the blink of an eye, a figure suddenly lunged in between Wang Chong and the old nanny with the cold expression on her face. "Jingdian." Wang Chong paled in fright. The person who had barged in at that crucial moment was none other than Zhao Jingdian, who had just completed the invitation letter. But given Zhao Jingdian's meager cultivation, how could he possibly be a match for the unfathomable old nanny? Pung! As soon as Zhao Jingdian crashed into the old nanny, he was immediately sent flying. "Ha ha ha, brat, are they your subordinates? From the looks of it, you seem to be very concerned about him." A sinister laughter echoed in the air. Seeing Wang Chong's reaction, the old nanny suddenly chuckled. Her right hand turned from a slap into a claw, and before Zhao Jingdian could even land on the ground, an invisible force pulled him right in front of the old nanny. With a single palm strike, the old nanny pressed him firmly under her feet. "Hand over the spirit vein. You can take him away, Princess, and I can pretend that nothing happened and leave immediately." "Gongzi, don't agree to his request." "Brat, if I were you, I wouldn't be so stubborn." The old nanny sneered coldly. She moved her right thumb, and a needle-like stellar energy immediately shot out from her finger and into Zhao Jingdian's body. This small needle didn't possess much power, but Zhao Jingdian couldn't help but cry out in pain. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Release him." Wang Chong halted his footsteps and bellowed furiously at the old nanny. There were many ways to torture people in the royal palace, and with just a glance, Wang Chong could tell that the old nanny must have experimented with some kind of torture method on Zhao Jingdian. As long as you hand over the spirit vein, everything will be fine," Princess and I Huang said proudly. "Also, don't try to escape. You won't be able to escape. Don't seek trouble for yourself." Wang Chong was furious, but looking at Zhao Jingdian in the hands of the old nanny, he couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. There was no way he could hand over the spirit vein. However, if the old man and the young man in front of him didn't get a satisfactory answer, they wouldn't let the matter rest. The reason why they hadn't made a move yet was because they were confident that they wouldn't be able to escape. If they couldn't obtain an answer, things might turn out differently later on. "Wang Chong, I have 10 numbers. If you don't hand over the deed to the spirit vein, don't blame me for getting nasty." 1-2. While Wang Chong was still contemplating over the matter, Princess Anai Huang was already approaching with malicious intentions. Sneering coldly, she issued her final ultimatum. The temperature in the deflecting blade manor abruptly plummeted. On the other end, the old nanny's withered fingers tightened around Zhao Jingdian. Up till now, she was still trying her best not to embarrass Wang Chong out of consideration for Duke Zhou's face. But if Wang Chong still didn't know what was good for him, he would have to suffer a little. "Princess Anai Huang, you're being too audacious. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Holy Emperor?" Wang Chong bellowed furiously. Even if I am to be punished, that's a matter for the future." Princess Anai Huang harumphed disapprovingly. 6. She had never been one to reason with others. This was what the nanny had said before they arrived. She had said that it would be best not to touch this brat if they could, leaving some face for Duke Gio. It would be even better if they could force him to hand them over. But that wasn't what Princess Anai Huang was thinking. Counting from 1 to 10 was already her limit. If that lad still refused to cooperate, he wouldn't be able to blame her. I must make him suffer a little. Princess Ni Huang clenched her fists tightly as she thought. Wang Chong fell silent. Even though Princess Ni Huang didn't say anything, Wang Chong could sense the malice in her eyes. It's impossible for me to escape. Wang Chong stood there as thoughts ran through his mind. Even though he had only interacted with them twice, Wang Chong could tell that the cultivation of the royal princess and the old nanny had far surpassed the true martial realm, reaching an unfathomable level. Before him, the strength of the two of them was overwhelming. It seems like this matter won't end peacefully. Wang Chong's heart sank. In the face of absolute power, everything was useless. Furthermore, the young lady before him was a descendant of the royal family. Most restraints and restrictions were useless against her. But it wasn't his style to just sit and wait for death. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he had an idea. Princess Ni Huang, the spirit vein isn't of much use to someone of your cultivation. If I'm not wrong, you must be here for the second prince, right? I was wondering what you were going to say. Who doesn't know that the second prince is my elder brother from the same mother? If you're trying to pull some tricks, I advise you to give up on the thought. Flicking her finger, Gongzi and I Huang said disdainfully. Right, it's 9 now. There's only one number left. Have you thought it through? As expected, hearing those words, Wang Chong's heart calmed down. Back then, he wasn't too involved in the affairs of the royal palace, so his knowledge of them was limited. He needed the other party to admit it personally before he could match them up. The second prince is indeed here for him, Wang Chong thought. The royal family was the most discordant in the world, and it was also the most scheming against one another. Princess Ni Huang could never have imagined that her casual words had opened up many secrets in Wang Chong's heart. If Wang Chong recalled correctly, the second prince had suffered from some kind of serious illness when he was 16 or 17. This illness placed him in an extremely disadvantageous position in the intense struggle for the throne. It was also due to this that his younger sister, Princess Ni Huang, sympathized with her elder brother from the same mother, and she was eager to help him. The reason why she was demanding the spirit vein from him was because of the second prince. However, Princess Ni Huang probably didn't know that the second prince's illness had long been cured, but he had never shown it to the other party. On top of that, he knew that Princess Ni Huang was favored by the second prince, so he had been hiding it from her and making use of her. But on the surface, the second prince had always acted like an elder brother, doting on Princess Ni Huang. Chapter 309. The second prince was simply too scheming, deceiving even his own younger sister. This made Wang Chong dislike him deeply. While this might be a means of survival in the struggle for the throne, it wasn't a valid reason to deceive everyone around him. It's impossible for him not to know that Princess Ni Huang was in the same training camp as me. Perhaps even Princess Ni Huang's appearance in the Kunwa training camp was his intention. After the matter of the spirit vein was exposed, the second prince might have known that Princess Ni Huang would make such a move, which is why he didn't make a move. As these thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, he recalled the reputation of the second prince and the deeds he had done in his previous life, and the discomfort he felt grew. If he were to be embroiled in a power struggle, even the purest of princes would find themselves in trouble. This was also the reason why Wang Chong didn't want to get involved too early. Princess Ni Huang, do you think that you can help the second prince just because you obtained the spirit vein? Wang Chong coldly snorted. Instead of retreating, he strode toward Princess Ni Huang fearlessly. Regardless of whether Princess Ni Huang was aware of the second prince's true character or not, he had to find a way to get past this hurdle. Brat, what tricks are you up to? The old nanny was an experienced person, and she could tell that something was amiss. With a single look at Wang Chong, she knew that Wang Chong was up to something. But this time she was wrong. Wang Chong chuckled, paying no heed to the old nanny. Princess Ni Huang, do you know that General Yi Chao's army has already been defeated at the Black Mountain, and yet you are still in a mood to steal my so-called spirit vein? Wang. Princess Ni Huang had already made up her mind to ignore whatever Wang Chong said, even if his words were like lotus blooming on the tip of his tongue. But upon hearing the name General Yi Chao, Both Princess and I Huang and the old nanny's faces warped. "Brat, how dare you lie to me?" Princess and I Huang's face suddenly turned cold. So, Wang Chong's vision blurred, and before he could even react, he felt someone grabbing his wrist. This time, Princess and I Huang was serious, and her speed was more than twofold. Wang Chong didn't even have time to react before he was caught. At this moment, Wang Chong finally understood why Princess and I Huang was so confident that he wouldn't be able to escape and why she wasn't anxious to deal with him. "Wang Chong, don't talk nonsense here. How could generally fail? If you continue to spout nonsense like this, I won't just ask for your spirit vein." Princess and I Huang called out Wang Chong's name. Her eyes were filled with rage, as though a layer of frost had formed over them. In this trip to the deflecting blade manor, she had always maintained an indifferent attitude. But this time, Wang Chong could clearly sense that Princess and I Huang was angry. "This is a small lesson for you. Kachacha." Princess and I Huang clenched her fingers tightly, and the strength she exerted made Wang Chong feel as though his wrist was about to snap. However, Wang Chong didn't even make a sound. He had been through far too much, and this little trick of Princess and I Huang's was nothing to him. "Princess and I Huang, I'm just telling you a fact. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Our Wang clan is a military clan, and we are more well-informed than others in the military. If you think that I'm spouting nonsense, you can take it as though I didn't say anything at all." Wang Chong sneered coldly. But the more Wang Chong behaved in such a manner, the more uneasy Princess and I Huang felt. Even the old nanny by the side was starting to feel uneasy. Black Halberd General Li Yichao was a subordinate of the second prince, and he had an extraordinary relationship with the latter. If General Li Yichao were to fail in the north and lose his city, he would surely be severely punished by the Holy Emperor. In the Tang dynasty, the punishment for a general who lost a city was extremely severe. More importantly, if what Wang Chong said was true, even the second prince would be implicated. In the struggle for royal authority, this was a matter of life and death. To the second prince, it would be a huge earthquake. In comparison, the matter of the spirit vein seemed inconsequential. On this point, Wang Chong was right. "Your Highness, let's put the matter of the spirit vein aside for now. If what that lad said is true, then this is no small matter," the old nanny said grimly. Upon hearing the old nanny's words, Princess and I Huang also panicked and fell into a state of panic. "Lad, if I were to learn that you are lying." Before Princess and I Huang could finish her words, Wang Chong had already interjected. "Princess and I Huang, if I were you, I would rush back to the royal palace without wasting a single second. While it's still not too late, you should hurry up and snatch back the city from the Black Mountain. Otherwise, do you think that you will be able to help the second prince just by snatching back the spirit vein?" Wang Chong sneered coldly. He wasn't lying. Everything he said was true. It wouldn't be long before the news of Li Yichao's defeat at the Black Mountain reached the capital. Of course, there was one thing that Wang Chong didn't tell Princess and I Huang. The Turks weren't accustomed to staying in cities. Even if they managed to take down the Black Mountain, it would only be temporary. Fearing the might of the Biting Protectorate, the Turks would swiftly retreat after taking down the city. In fact, Li Yichao and the others wouldn't even need to launch a proper assault on the Black Mountain. Once the Turks left, they would be able to easily reclaim the Black Mountain. However, Wang Chong didn't intend to tell Princess and I Huang about this. This proud, domineering, and overbearing princess, it would be good to let her panic for a while. As expected, Princess and I Huang pushed away Wang Chong's arm, and without even bothering to bicker with Wang Chong, she rushed out of the room. "Nanny, let's go." "Brat, if I learn that you're lying to me, you should know what the consequences will be." Princess and I Huang called out to the old nanny as she walked out. Pung! With a flick of her finger, a powerful burst of energy shot out, and a towering tree 20 zhang away from the walls of the deflecting blade manor was snapped in half. The massive crown of the tree fell down onto the courtyard of the deflecting blade manor. That woman's cultivation is incredible. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong's expression changed slightly. Princess and I Huang hadn't used any of her strength at all. Just a light flick of her fingernail was enough to snap a tree 20 zhang away. Her strength was truly fearsome. Wang Chong knew that he would never be able to do such a thing. The group of people left as quickly as they had come. They had come ferociously, but when they left, they were burning with anxiety. In just a few moments, they had already disappeared into the distance. Gongzi! Zhao Jingdian stood up from the ground and stretched his arms. He was completely dumbfounded by the sight before him. His acupoint had been sealed by the old nanny, rendering him unable to move at all. He had intended to stop Wang Chong from handing over the spirit vein no matter what, but from the looks of it now, there was no need for that at all. Princesses of the royal family, noble members of the royal family, and so many of them had come as well. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary strength. He had thought that it would be difficult to resolve this matter peacefully, but who could have thought that Wang Chong would be able to send them away with just a few words? Jingdian, are you all right? Wang Chong walked over and asked concernedly. The methods used to torture people in the palace were no joke. Those methods were endless. For outsiders, it was unimaginable. Wang Chong had no idea whether Zhao Jingdian was injured or not. I'm fine. Zhao Jingdian shook his head. Other than the first time, he was still fine. Most importantly, Wang Chong's timely response had left them with no chance to use any of their techniques. Gongzi, Zhao Jingdian hesitated. Even though I know that you did it to save me, if they were to return and find out, we would be in trouble. Drinking poison to quench one's thirst might be quenched for a moment, but it would only deepen the poison. If Princess and I Huang were to find out the truth, that would be the start of the trouble. Given Princess and I Huang's standing and strength, the deflecting blade manor would probably be turned upside down, and no one would be able to live in peace. Ha ha ha, Jingdian, I thought that I was lying to them. Hearing those words, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. Is that not the case? Zhao Jingdian was taken aback. Of course not. Wang Chong shook his head with a smile. Seeing Zhao Jingdian's dazed expression, Wang Chong didn't bother explaining. Go and rest. I'll deal with this matter. After consoling Zhao Jingdian, Wang Chong walked out with widened strides. At the top of the deflecting blade manor, Wang Chong saw a familiar figure walking up the mountain. It seems like my worries were unfounded. It seems like I made a wasted trip. Marchioness Yi walked in with her signature spear on her back. She scanned the manor before turning to Wang Chong with a perplexed look. You met Princess and I Huang? Wang Chong smiled. Marchioness Yi nodded. She had rushed here as soon as she received the news. She was on friendly terms with Princess and I Huang, and she was intending to act as a middleman to help Wang Chong. But who could have thought that she would encounter Princess and I Huang leaving so anxiously, even more hurried than her? What kind of bewitching potion did you feed her? Princess and I Huang isn't the kind of person who would let things go so easily. Marchioness Yi assessed Wang Chong from head to toe with a doubtful look. Given how anxious Princess and I Huang was, it didn't seem like she had obtained the spirit vein. But if she didn't obtain it, how could Princess and I Huang possibly let things go so easily? Marchioness Yi was truly bewildered. For the first time, she found herself unable to see through Wang Chong. Wang Chong chuckled dryly, but he didn't explain. I'll tell you about this matter in the future. For now, I'll have to trouble you to do me a favor. I've gathered a lot of names in my room, and there are quite a few ladies among them. I don't know a single one of them, so I'll have to trouble you on this matter. Marchioness Yi's arrival was timely. Wang Chong pondered for a moment. Since the deflecting blade manor wanted to expand its influence, it was impossible for it to have no ladies at all. Furthermore, rejecting all of them would bring some trouble as well. As long as he controlled the numbers, it would be fine. Pucci, Chapter 310. Marchioness Yi, what are you laughing at? Wang Chong was perplexed. Could it be that he had just told a funny joke? Furthermore, that gaze was really uncomfortable. Brat, do you know why so many ladies suddenly appeared? Marchioness Yi couldn't help but laugh. Those words left Wang Chong surprised. It was a question that struck a chord in Wang Chong's heart. He was still perplexed by the matter, but Marchioness Yi seemed to know something about it. Marchioness Yi, you know? Wang Chong's curiosity was piqued. Look at your expression. It's too hilarious. Marchioness E clutched her stomach as she laughed even louder. Marchioness E, hurry up and speak. What is going on? Seeing Marchioness E trying to keep him in suspense, Wang Chong stomped his feet anxiously. Hee, think about it. Can't you guess it at all? Marchioness Yi's gaze toward Wang Chong grew even more bizarre. How would I know? Wang Chong was filled with hatred. Marchioness Yi's words left him wanting to beat her up. Yet, she was so powerful that he wasn't a match for her. Just as he was gritting his teeth in hatred, a thought suddenly flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Second sister. Is it your second sister's doing? Wang Chong looked at Marchioness Yi. To make Marchioness Yi think that he should know and create such a huge ruckus just to tease him. The only person Wang Chong could think of was his second sister. This time, Marchioness Yi laughed even louder. Clutching her stomach, she couldn't even straighten her back. No matter how slow Wang Chong was, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Second sister. The sudden appearance of so many ladies in the vicinity of the deflecting blade manor was indeed related to second sister. I'm dying of laughter. Do you know what that fellow Zhuyin said? Initially, Marchioness Yi didn't think much of it, but upon seeing Wang Chong's expression, she suddenly felt that this pair of cousins was really interesting. Your cousin has spread the word that the Wang clan is preparing to take in a wife for you. Anyone who could join the deflecting blade manor would have a chance of becoming the daughter-in-law of the Wang clan. That's why there's so many girls from the 3 great training camps. Before Wang Chong could ask, Marchioness Yi had already solved the mystery. What? Hearing this, Wang Chong turned pale with fright. He wondered why so many girls would appear here, and why they were shouting such strange slogans, which had nothing to do with spiritual veins. He didn't expect it to be for such a reason. Second sister, are you joking? Wang Chong panicked. Was this something that could be joked about? Although he knew it was a joke. However, the outsiders wouldn't think so. They would only treat second sister Wang Zhuyan's words as the truth. Wang Chong knew that second sister wouldn't be idle, but he didn't expect her to find such a huge joke for him. Wang Chong could already imagine the sight of his second sister convulsing with laughter at Longwei training camp. If you want to say anything, you should look for your second sister. I'll go on to look at the name list first. There are a few girls in there, and I really want to add them to the list. I don't want to see all of you brats when I enter the deflecting blade manor in the future. Marchioness Yi chuckled as she left Wang Chong alone and walked into the deflecting blade manor. Black lines streaked across Wang Chong's face. Despite being ridiculed by Marchioness Yi, he was unable to refute her words. Second sister, isn't this fellow messing around? After giving it some thought, Wang Chong realized that this matter couldn't be ignored. Thus, he turned around and wrote a stern letter to his second sister before leaving the deflecting blade manor and entering the depths of the mountain. The War of the Princes was no small matter. Up until now, the first prince had appeared, the second prince had also appeared, and adding on the prince who had used a divination master to calculate his spiritual vein, there were already 3 princes of considerable importance appearing. Heavens! Wang Chong knew that there would be another wave of princes demanding the spirit vein from him. In fact, they might even make use of this opportunity to pull the Wang clan into his faction. At such a dangerous moment, Wang Chong needed to calm down and think about what he should do next. He didn't dare to stay in the training camp or the deflecting blade manor any longer. The depths of the mountain was the best place for him to contemplate. Executing phantom shadow steps, Wang Chong soon vanished from sight. The deep mountains were filled with thorns that shrouded the sky. Other than birds and beasts, few people would venture here. At this moment, there were 2 figures strolling about. The young man seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old. He had a slender figure and a jade-like complexion. He was extremely handsome, and he exuded an innate air of nobility and grace. His every movement exuded an aura of elegance and authority. However, his face was extremely pale, and it seemed like he wasn't in good health. Walking beside the young man was a thin servant in his 40s. He was dressed in a grayish-brown robe and had a wretched expression on his face. His appearance was even more hideous. However, what attracted one's attention was his neck. Despite being a man, he didn't have an Adam's apple. Although the servant was supposed to be a level lower than the others, in reality, the servant was extremely impatient. Uncle Jing, I've already hidden all the way here. Will big brother and second brother let me off? Imperial father should have forgotten about me, right? The handsome young man walked alone under the canopy of a tree, supported by the servant. This place was overgrown with thorns and shrubs, so there shouldn't have been a path. However, the young man had been walking here for a few months and had forcefully stepped out of the shrubs to create a small path. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the trees and fell on the young man's body. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he felt the warmth of the sunlight on his body. It seemed like he was enjoying the feeling of being forgotten. "Your Highness, are you muddle-headed?" The servant was already impatient. When he heard this, he became even more irritated. His words became even more impolite. As a member of the royal family and a descendant of the Holy Emperor, you should be closer to your father so that you can receive the favor of the Holy Emperor and ascend to the throne. But not only did you request to come to this useless Kunwa training camp, you're actually afraid that you're not far enough away from your father? You don't seek to improve yourself. The servant couldn't help but reprimand him. If it weren't for the fact that he had no choice as a eunuch in the palace, he wouldn't have followed such a useless master. With this kind of temperament, it was obvious that he was cannon fodder in the whirlpool of power. When the new emperor ascended to the throne, only death would await him. It didn't matter if he died, but when the time came, he would also die if he implicated him. Since ancient times, the people around the princes who failed to fight for the throne would all die. Haha, Uncle Jing, you know that I don't like to fight with my elder brothers. Moreover, I'm no match for them. Isn't it better to be forgotten by my father? That's exactly what I want. Moreover, it's very quiet here. I like it here. When he heard the servant's words, the young man laughed and didn't care at all. Enough. You want to die, but I don't want to die with you. The extremely ugly servant used all his strength to shake off the young man's arm, then walked forward in a rage. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. If he didn't get rid of the young man, only death would await him. He would have killed this foolish fifth prince a long time ago. He really didn't care at all. He had served the young man for so many years, but it was all for nothing. Hee. Uncle Jing, you grew up with me. I know that you're just saying those words out of anger. The young prince had a good temper. Seeing the servant fling his sleeves and leave, he didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and chased after the servant. Kinship had never existed in the royal family. Back when the Holy Emperor was still the crown prince, his mother had only been the crown prince's concubine, and she had passed away at a young age. In the depths of the royal palace, it was difficult for one to survive. Most of the people by his side had died. In the end, only this Uncle Jing was left. There weren't many people who could accompany him anymore. For this reason, he valued this relationship of his very much. Looking in the direction that Uncle Jing had disappeared, the young prince hurriedly chased after him. Walala! Pigeons flew past his head, heading toward the deflecting Blade Manor. Seeing those pigeons hurriedly flying past, for some reason, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. It seemed like his decision to leave the training camp was a wise one. These princes don't know how to fight back. Wang Chong thought. He hadn't panicked even when he was facing Yao Guang at the vast crane pavilion, but this time he really felt that the situation was a little troublesome. Hua! With a leap, Wang Chong shot forward like an arrow amidst the tremors of the tree branches. He somersaulted in the air and landed lightly on another tree branch several zhang away. For some reason, in this isolated place, Wang Chong felt extremely relaxed. His mind was clear, and his mood was much better. Don't follow me. Suddenly, a furious voice sounded in his ears. In the depths of the mountain, it was exceptionally piercing. Wang Chong's sword-like eyebrows twitched in shock. There's someone here. You're such a disappointment. The angry and rude voice came from afar again, as if it was reprimanding someone. Weird. Hearing this voice, Wang Chong suddenly felt a tinge of curiosity. Even though not everyone was confined to the Kunwa training camp, at least 90% of them were restricted from leaving as they pleased. It was entirely due to Zhao Qinxiu that Wang Chong was able to enjoy this convenience. This was also the reason why Wang Chong chose Zhao Qianxiu as his disciple when he first entered the Kunwa training camp. So, Wang Chong leaped from the tree branch to the southwest. A moment later, at a distance of 30 to 40 zhang, separated by layers of leaves, Wang Chong caught sight of a middle-aged servant and a handsome young man standing together, seemingly in an intense argument. At first glance, Wang Chong didn't think much of it, only thinking that he had never seen such a person before in the Kunwa training camp. But on the second glance, Wang Chong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Li Heng! Like a bolt of lightning, Wang Chong had never imagined that he would see the fifth Prince Li Heng here. In this world, there weren't many people who had seen Li Heng and knew of the fifth prince. But in the other world, there's almost no one who didn't know of the fifth prince. The reason was very simple. Chapter 311. Boom! Looking at the two figures in the distance, Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. The outside world didn't know much about the future son of heaven. Even Wang Chong didn't know that the other party was in the same training camp as him. Furthermore, it was in the most inconspicuous and lowest ranking camp of the three camps, a training camp for commoners. This was truly surprising. While Wang Chong was still in shock over his unexpected discovery in the mountains, he suddenly heard a crisp slap. Looking over, Wang Chong saw that the gray-robed servant had actually slapped fifth Prince Li Heng. Audacious! A hint of rage flashed across Wang Chong's eyes. Pung! Pushing his speed to the limit, Wang Chong abruptly cut in between the servant and fifth Prince Li Heng. With a single slap, he sent the gray-robed servant flying and helped the fallen future emperor up. Li Jingzhong, you sure have guts. Wang Chong turned around and bellowed furiously at the eunuch. At this point, killing intent had already surfaced in his eyes. Since the fifth prince was here, the middle-aged servant serving him was, without a doubt, the infamous chief eunuch Li Jingzhong of the later generations who toyed with politics. The latter had an even more resounding name, Great Eunuch Li Fugua, the #1 treacherous official during the chaotic era of the Tang dynasty. In the Central Plains, after the passing of the Holy Emperor, if there was one person that everyone hated, that must be Great Eunuch Li Fugua. In his previous life, countless people wanted to assassinate him, drink his blood, and feast on his flesh. If not for this bastard, the resurgence of the Tang dynasty wouldn't have been interrupted. It could be said that he was the one who single-handedly ruined the last hope of the Tang dynasty. Forget it. Just as Wang Chong was considering whether or not he should take this opportunity to kill off Li Jingzhong before he had fully grown into the treacherous hero he would later become, a mellow and gentle voice entered his ears. Prince Li Heng rubbed his purple face, but his expression was exceptionally calm and indifferent. Uncle Jing didn't do it on purpose. It was just an impulsive mistake. On the other side, Li Jingzhong's body was also trembling. His face was pale, and he was quite frightened. He really didn't do it on purpose. Although he had always been bullied by this fifth prince, and the thought of teaching him a lesson had been lingering in his mind, he had never really thought of slapping him. It was not a small crime for a servant to slap his master. He had completely lost his mind from anger. What was even more unexpected was that in such a secluded and uninhabited mountain, he was actually seen by someone. If word of this got out, how could he still have his life? I'm sorry, Your Highness. I was confused. Li Jingzhong's reaction was also fast. He slapped himself heavily in the face a few times. You can say that, Uncle Jing. I know that you didn't do it on purpose. The fifth prince waved his hand, his expression the same as ever. At this sight, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. It wasn't without reason that the fifth prince had been able to become an emperor and receive the attention of the Holy Emperor. Putting aside everything else, just his extraordinary breadth of mind and temperament made it impossible for a normal person to compare to him. The nobles of the imperial family were of noble birth. If it were any other prince who was slapped by a servant, they would have already flown into a rage. But he was able to maintain his usual expression, unperturbed, but at the same time, he didn't seem weak or incompetent. This was not something that every prince could do. Young master, how should I address you? Fifth Prince Li Heng looked at Wang Chong said. Compared to Uncle Jing, He was more curious about this youth's background. This youth was clearly younger than him, but he seemed to be very familiar with him. But Li Heng couldn't remember where he had met him before. That's right. And who are you? Just were you up to, acting so sneakily? When Li Jingzhong heard this, he immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. He had almost been scared to death just now. If the news of him beating up a prince were to be spread by this brat in front of him, he would immediately die. Moreover, Li Jingzhong felt an even deeper sense of unease. Just how did this brat know that he was called Li Jingzhong? Even in the depths of the palace, there shouldn't be many people who knew his name, right? Yet this unknown lad from Kunwa training camp was actually able to call out his name in an instant. That was truly absurd. If possible, Li Jingzhong wanted to think of a way to kill this brat. Speak. Did the first prince send you here? Slap. Before Li Jingzhong could finish speaking, Wang Chong slapped him across the face with such force that his body swayed and half his face swelled up. Let alone Li Jingzhong, even Prince Li Heng was left dumbfounded by this move. Before beating a dog, one had to look at its master. Since Wang Chong knew his identity, he knew that he shouldn't do anything to him. I hit you in place of the fifth prince. His Highness can ignore it, but I can't not teach you a lesson. When did a eunuch of the palace become so arrogant as to strike a prince? Do you want me to report this to the Imperial Clan Court or the Court of Judicial Review? Wang Chong coldly said, his tone extremely domineering. Let me tell you something. I am called Wang Chong, a descendant of the capital's Wang clan. My grandfather is Wang Jioling. My big uncle is an important official of the court, and my father is Wang Yan. If you want to report me, go ahead. These words made Li Jingzhong's face even paler than before. Even Li Heng appeared shocked, as if he was seeing this youth for the first time. The capital's Wang clan, a clan of ministers and generals. Even a prince like him had to look up to Wang Chong's status. But what truly left Li Heng shocked was something else. You're Wang Chong? Li Heng assessed Wang Chong from head to toe in astonishment. In the Tang dynasty, this name didn't need any background to set it off, because he himself was already famous. Even a prince deep in the palace knew that an incredible youth called Wang Chong had recently appeared in the capital. The rumors on the streets said that Wang Chong wasn't even 16 yet. Li Heng hadn't believed it at first, but now Li Heng realized that Wang Chong's true age was even younger than he had imagined. As for Li Jingzhong, he was truly frightened out of his wits. The current him was far from reaching the level where he could blot out the heavens with one hand and reach the highest position. No matter how formidable he was, he had relied on the fifth prince's trust, not his own authority. Right now, there were still many things that he was afraid of. At the very least, this descendant of the Wang clan made him extremely fearful. How refreshing! Wang Chong saw all of this, and he felt incomparably exhilarated. To give those common people who hated Li Jingzhong to the bone a tight slap, this feeling was truly refreshing, even more so than advancing to a higher realm in cultivation. The future treacherous minister of the Tang dynasty, Li Fugua, had gathered countless experts by his side. Putting aside, giving him a slap, they couldn't even get close to him. Within 300 zhong, even a mosquito would be snuffed out. There were also countless experts from the evil path, demonic path, and sex. Their protection was truly flawless. Of those experts who wanted to assassinate Li Fugua, many of them had died within 300 zhong of Li Fugua. But the current Li Jingzhong wasn't the future Li Fugua, and he didn't have as many experts protecting him. To think that he couldn't even retaliate against Wang Chong was truly satisfying. If I get rid of him now, I'll have one less treacherous minister in the future, Wang Chong said to himself. Li Jingzhong, or rather, Li Fugua, was the first eunuch to become prime minister. He was the first eunuch to monopolize power and interfere in the affairs of the court. In the future, the Tang dynasty would fall into ruin, and this person would be the instigator. If he were to kill him now, perhaps he would have one less treacherous minister in the future. The Tang dynasty would also have a chance of survival. But this thought only flashed through Wang Chong's mind for a moment before Wang Chong himself extinguished it. A sword had two edges. If there was a front, there was a back. Although Li Jingzhong was a treacherous minister who brought disaster to the country and the people, he wasn't completely useless. At the very least, he had been of great help to Li Heng in his early days. He was a schemer and crafty person, and in the intense struggle for the throne, he had helped Li Heng time and time again escape the schemes of the other princes. This was also the reason why Li Heng trusted him so much that he didn't even curse him when he was slapped. But this also created the treacherous minister Li Fugua, who would monopolize power in the future. However, there was another reason why Wang Chong didn't want to touch him. In the early days, Li Heng, because of his birth and weak body, was unable to cultivate martial arts. As a result, he didn't want to improve himself. But this was the complete opposite of Li Jingzhong's desire for power. Thus, in the early days, Li Jingzhong had been constantly urging, and even pressuring Li Heng, hoping that he would strive to improve himself. In this period of time, the two of them shared the same interests and goals. One could say that Li Jingzhong was doing all he could to help Li Heng. This was a honeymoon period for the two of them. It seems like Li Jingzhong hit Li Heng for this reason. In a flash, Wang Chong suddenly understood what was going on. The reason why the fifth Prince Li Hengsu chose to hide in the depths of the forest after arriving at Kunwa training camp was due to his personality. However, what Li Jingzhong wanted was power. He wanted supreme power, glory, and ambition. The two of them must have gotten into an argument over this. "Your Highness, pardon my offense. I didn't think that your Highness would be in the same training camp as me." As Wang Chong spoke, his attention quickly turned to Li Heng. "Haha, young Master Wang is too polite. I'm also very happy to see Duke Jiu's son here," Li Heng said with a smile. He truly had a graceful demeanor and a good personality. When he spoke of Wang Chong's grandfather, his expression was one of respect. The story of Duke Jiu and the Holy Emperor's close friendship had long since spread among the princes and princesses in the palace. As princes, there wasn't a single one of them who didn't dream of having such a good relationship when they ascended to the throne. After Duke Jiu announced his resignation, the Holy Emperor even set up a four-quarters embassy to keep Duke Jiu around, asking him for his opinion on how to punish him. Chapter 3:12. Your Highness, forgive Wang Chong for asking too much, but this place is remote and rarely visited. Why is your Highness here? Wang Chong suddenly said. Moreover, with your Highness's status, you should be able to enter Longwei, Shunwei, and Kunwa camps, right? A hint of hesitation flashed across Fifth Prince Li Heng's usually cheerful face. How could he explain the matters of the imperial palace to Wang Chong? If your Highness finds it inconvenient to say, then forget it, Wang Chong said. It's actually nothing. A bitter smile appeared on Li Heng's face. I was born with insufficient blood energy, so I was born after only 7 months. Mother believed that I wouldn't even survive. But it was also for this reason that I was innately unsuited to cultivating martial arts. Longwei, Shunwei, Kunwu. To me, there's no difference. Kunwu is quiet, and very few people come here. In comparison, I prefer this place. As Li Heng spoke, his expression suddenly became extremely bleak and desolate. He also wanted to possess unrivaled martial arts so that he could protect the people at his side. But the truth was that he was simply unsuited to cultivating martial arts. There were countless rare and precious treasures in the palace, and even more in the treasury. But all the pills and treasures he had tried were useless. The imperial physicians, the guardians, the experts of the sects, all of them would lose their heads upon seeing him. Even his father, who he viewed as a god, could do nothing, saying that his body was too weak and that he could not endure his strength. Thus, Li Heng had given up hope from a very young age. Years of experimenting and taking all sorts of medicinal pills and concoctions had caused his body to be extremely weak. The most obvious thing was that his face was forever pale, without the slightest hint of blood. If it wasn't for this reason, he wouldn't have been slapped by Li Jingzhong so easily, and he wouldn't have been slapped to the ground. A person had to accept their fate. After trying everything he could think of to no avail, he had given up many years ago. Now, Li Heng only hoped to escape the whirlpool of power that the princes were fighting over, find a peaceful place, and live out the rest of his life in peace. Hearing this answer from Li Heng, a smile appeared on Wang Chong's face. He already knew the answer. The reason why he asked this was for his next goal. Your Highness, actually, if your Highness wishes to practice martial arts, I might have a way. What? These words caused Li Heng and his servant to tremble. Even Li Jingzhong had forgotten his fear of Wang Chong and looked at Wang Chong with surprise and joy. Wang Gongzi, you must be joking. Even his father, the emperor, had said that there was a way. How could there be any hope? Even I have given up hope. The light in Li Heng's eyes only flashed for a moment before dimming. Your Highness, what are you saying? A figure flashed by the side, and Li Jingzhong suddenly cut in. The great ambition and desire in his heart won over his wariness and fear towards Wang Chong. If we don't try, how will we know if it works or not? Wang Gongzi, this old servant was wrong just now. Is that thing you spoke of real? If it really can cure your Highness, this old servant will kneel and work as an ox or a horse for you. Li Jingzhong looked at Wang Chong, making no attempt to conceal the extreme desire in his heart, or the desire for power. He had accompanied the fifth prince for almost 10 years, so he was well aware of the fifth prince's situation. His innate flaw was the greatest constraint on him. If a person didn't have a strength, they would naturally choose to retreat. But if they were given great strength, even a country bumpkin would develop the greatest ambition. Li Jingzhong was well aware of the root of this problem, so he had been trying to cure the fifth prince's illness for all these years. He would not give up even the smallest chance. This lowly person is rather diligent. Wang Chong was well aware of why Li Jingzhong was doing this. Li Jingzhong's performance made him even more certain of his judgment. This future villain truly would be of some use in the early stages. But Wang Chong was even more aware that he could not give him any face and had to suppress him. Your Highness. Wang Chong ignored Li Jingzhong as if he hadn't even seen him. Instead, he turned to fifth Prince Li Heng. I'm not sure if this will work. However, not too long ago, I met an unknown, peerless master. He gave me a pill and said that this pill can cure all kinds of innate flaws. But I've never tried it, so I can't give you an answer. Wang Chong did not make any promises. Fifth Prince Li Heng had been born with an innate flaw. Other people were born in October, but he was born in July. Without 3 months, many things in a person would not be able to fully develop. The first thing Wang Chong thought of when he saw Li Heng's condition was the Stone of Destiny's blood exchange ability. Blood was the source of all qi, and the first step in cultivating martial arts was to absorb heaven and earth origin qi into one's blood. If he could exchange one person's blood, he might be able to solve Li Heng's problem. But whether it would work or not, Wang Chong had never tried it, so he did not dare to be certain. Besides, Wang Chong did not want the secret of the Stone of Destiny to be known by others. Wang Gongzi. There's no need. Li Heng habitually wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Li Jingzhong's pressing gaze, he could only bitterly smile and nod. Wang Gongzi. Then I'll have to trouble you. What I need to do? I'll have to trouble you to return to deflecting blade manner with me. Wang Chong said after a moment of thought. Wang Chong led Li Heng and Li Jingzhong back to deflecting blade manor after dark. In a secluded room on the second floor, Wang Chong had Li Heng sit on the floor. After apologizing inwardly, he took out a recovery pill and passed it over. Your Highness, swallow this pill first. Li Heng nodded and took the recovery pill from Wang Chong's hand. Is this the medicine that treats innate flaws? But it's strange, it seems a little similar to the recovery pills in the palace. Li Heng had consumed all kinds of pills since he was young, so he was extremely familiar with them. Your Highness is overthinking things. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained the same expression on his face as he said, pills are made from all kinds of herbs. As long as the same ingredients are used, they will give off a similar smell. How could the palace have such a pill? You're right, I'm overthinking things. Li Heng chuckled. He also felt that he was overthinking things. The pills of the palace were strictly controlled, so how could it be so easy to obtain them in the outside world? Picking up the pill with 2 fingers, Li Heng casually tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it. After so many years, after consuming so many pills, after failing so many times, Li Heng was already used to it. Wang Gongzi, what should I do now? Li Heng asked with a smile as he turned his head around. Your Highness, just sit on the floor. Wang Chong took in a deep breath and then sat down behind Li Heng. Not even Wang Chong knew if the Stone of Destiny's blood exchange could be used or not. But this matter had to be carried out. Wang Chong had always had a favorable impression of Fifth Prince Li Heng. This favorable impression was not because of personal reasons, but because Li Heng possessed a compassion that the other princes lacked, as well as a desire to revitalize the Central Plains and revitalize the Tang dynasty. Several years later, when that star of calamity from the Anong Protectorate rose up in the northeast of the Central Plains, mobilizing the armies of Yuzhou, Pinglu, and Fanyang to sweep across the world and wreak havoc on China, Fifth Prince Li Heng was the only person who stayed behind for the sake of the common people, the only person who faced the danger of being killed. And when the 8 years of war left the people of the Central Plains destitute and their supplies running low, Li Heng was the first person to call for frugality in the imperial palace and gather food for the common people. There was hope for the Tang dynasty to prosper. Li Heng was the ruler of a resurgence, but his personality was his most fatal flaw. Although he was not a weak and incompetent person, as a sovereign, he lacked a manly spirit, a firm heart, and the ability to make decisions. This was not something that could be seen when the empire was at war, but when it came to the people at his side, Li Heng's indecisiveness showed itself. If not for this, Li Jingzhong would not have risen to power, turning from Li Jingzhong into Li Fuguo, ultimately becoming the first traitor in the history of the Tang dynasty and the Central Plains. In the later years of the Tang dynasty, Li Fuguo single-handedly controlled the court, dictating all matters. Even Li Heng was reduced to a puppet, causing Li Heng's plans for the resurgence of the empire to come to a premature end. Of course, Wang Chong had encountered Li Heng after his rebirth, so he naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. But killing Li Fuguo was useless. The root of the problem with Li Heng, the future emperor, lay in his personality. After Li Fuguo's death, he could not avoid placing the eunuch closest to him in important positions, and in the end, he repeated the same fate. This led to the destruction of the hopes of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong had once thought this matter through, and the root of the problem was that Li Heng, the future emperor, didn't know any martial arts at all. Strength strengthens one's body. Strength strengthens one's courage. If Li Heng were a peerless expert like the Holy Emperor, no one, be it Li Jingzhong or anyone else, would be able to escape his grasp or play any tricks. It was precisely due to his lack of strength that Li Heng was unable to keep the eunuchs at his side in check. In fact, even a poison of unknown origin was capable of killing him without him realizing it. What Wang Chong wanted to do at this moment was to change all of this so that Li Heng could cultivate martial arts and wield great strength. Strength strengthens one's body. Strength strengthens one's courage. If Li Heng were to wield sufficient strength, he would become the next sage of the Tang dynasty. Even though he couldn't match up to the current Holy Emperor, he wouldn't be too far off. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. If Wang Chong were to have such a wise sovereign, he would be able to accomplish his mission without any restraints. These thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he quickly regained his composure. Your Highness, please focus on your abdomen with your eyes, your nose, and your heart. Chapter 313. In a flash of light, Wang Chong's consciousness entered another world. A resplendent gem appeared in Wang Chong's mind, and at the same time, many streams of information flowed through his mind. Let's first look at blood swap. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly found the Stone of Destiny's blood swap ability. The first time Wang Chong had discovered blood swap, this ability had still been sealed, but as Wang Chong's total destiny points surpassed 100, this ability had been unsealed. Blood swap, elementary, cleanse a martial artist's blood once, altering their talent and bloodline. It allows those who are naturally weak and unable to cultivate martial arts to gain the ability to do so. Effective for the majority of those who are unable to cultivate martial arts, ineffective for a small portion. Exchange points, 30. It's only 5 points higher than Panther Bone's ability. Wang Chong thought to himself. Blood Swap was on the same level as Panther Bone, and the two appeared on the same level. Blood Swap was only a little higher than Panther Bone. However, Wang Chong was well aware that the most powerful aspect of this ability was not its ability to cleanse a martial artist's blood, but the fact that it could easily overlook altering a martial artist's talent. This was a hidden ability, and it was probably the reason why Blood Swap was 5 points higher than Panther Bone's. Moreover, this ability did not require any medicinal pills, but was directly used on the target. No other method could compare to it. I wonder if it will be effective on the fifth prince. Wang Chong said to himself, not feeling very confident. The information provided by the Stone of Destiny clearly stated that this ability was not omnipotent. It could be effective on the vast majority of martial artists, but not everyone. I hope that it will succeed. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong immediately exchanged for this ability. Rumble. The Stone of Destiny suddenly trembled, and a scorching flood of energy gushed out of his mind, flowing through Wang Chong's arm and into Fifth Prince Li Heng's body. Buzz! Li Heng had been indifferent at the start, but when this tyrannical and scorching energy surged into his body, Li Heng grimaced and immediately focused his mind. Following Wang Chong's instructions, he began to channel this energy into his body. The blood exchange was far more tyrannical than Wang Chong had imagined. Wherever the energy passed, even Wang Chong's veins bulged. He felt as if his skin was about to explode. Li Heng's entire body trembled. His senses were even sharper than Wang Chong's. When that energy entered his body, Li Heng felt like his body had been set ablaze. Wherever that ball of energy passed, he felt as if all the blood in his body was boiling, burning, and then evaporating, as if countless needles were pricking him. Because of his frail body, he had gone through all kinds of treatments, taken all kinds of pills, and experienced all kinds of pain, but none of them could compare to what he was experiencing now. His entire body felt like it was being torn apart piece by piece. Cold sweat began to seep out of Li Heng's forehead, and more of it began to pour out. The Stone of Destiny's energy continued to flow through Wang Chong's body and into Li Heng. Wang. A moment later, the final sliver of energy from the Stone of Destiny finally flowed into Li Heng's body, and Wang Chong's body finally loosened. Then he stood up. It's all up to him now. Wang Chong looked at the seated Li Heng as he thought. He had already accomplished his task, but Li Heng's was far from done. It was impossible for a person to undergo a complete blood exchange within a short period of time. Not to mention, the Stone of Destiny had the ability to alter a person's talent. It would take at least an hour for the energy that had flowed into Li Heng's body to complete the transformation. Wang Chong didn't dare to stray too far away. He stood by Li Heng's side, watching over the latter anxiously. This plan wasn't just about a single prince, but the future of the Tang dynasty and the Central Plains. For a very long time, other than Zhang Yunian's Hyperrise project, this was the most important matter to Wang Chong. Reshaping a future sage monarch, making him powerful, courageous, and daring. It would rid him of the weakness in his personality and turn him into a sage monarch capable of leading the Tang dynasty toward a bright future. To Wang Chong, this was something he didn't even dare to dream of in the past. The stroke of fate had suddenly given Wang Chong an unimaginable opportunity. Even Li Heng himself had no idea why Wang Chong was doing this. Time slowly passed. Li Heng gritted his teeth tightly, and his body trembled more and more intensely. His clothes were already completely drenched. Even a spectator like Wang Chong could sense the immense pain he was in, and the pain was only growing more and more intense by the moment. Tap tap. A series of anxious and uneasy footsteps sounded from outside. It was Li Jingzhong's voice. This future, scheming minister, traitorous official, and eunuch was also enduring immense pain. Every time he discovered a new treatment method, Li Jingzhong's heart would be filled with anticipation. Power, dreams, ambitions. Regardless of what Li Jingzhong would become in the future, at the very least at this moment, he was wholeheartedly considering for Li Heng. Wang Gongzi, how is it? Li Jingzhong's footsteps suddenly stopped at the door, and a pair of anxious eyes could be vaguely seen through the door. Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Wang Chong replied coldly, paying no heed to Li Heng at all. With an embarrassed expression, Li Jingzhong began pacing outside once more. Even though this was the first time they met, Li Jingzhong had already begun to feel a little fearful of this Wang clan Gongzi. The room was silent. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong felt that Li Heng's body was no longer trembling as intensely as before. The effects of the Stone of Destiny are fading. Wang Chong nodded in realization. The fading of the Stone of Destiny meant that Li Heng's modification was nearing completion. Roughly a tea's time later, Li Heng suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. How is it? The moment the door opened, Li Jingzhong barged in and stared at Li Heng with a look of yearning. This fellow had been peeping outside the door all this time. Wang Chong fiercely glared at him, but he did not argue with him. Your Highness, how are you feeling? Wang Chong asked concernedly. His current nervousness was no less than Li Jingzhong's, or rather, he was even more nervous than Li Jingzhong. At this moment, the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The gazes of the duo fell on Li Heng. Li Heng didn't speak. Instead, he suddenly closed his eyes as if sensing the state of his body. It feels like nothing has changed. Li Xiang opened his eyes with a puzzled look. What? Li Jingzhong found it hard to conceal the disappointment in his eyes. Is it still useless? His ambition and desires had risen and fallen with this treatment time and time again, brimming with hope, only to vanish in a thin air time and time again. At this moment, Li Jingzhong felt even worse than Li Heng. Wang Chong said nothing, but the look in his eyes was more than enough to explain the situation. This blood exchange cost him 30 fate points, which was not a small amount. Hearing Li Heng's words, Wang Chong remained calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was quite dejected. In this operation, he was the one who had been the most important. Did not even the blood exchange work? Wang Chong found it hard to conceal his disappointment. The blood exchange plan had been an ideal outcome in Wang Chong's heart. If it could change Li Heng's condition, that would be for the best. But he hadn't expected it to fail in the end. There wasn't even the slightest hope. Congratulations to user for participating in the War of the Princes, participating in the future True Dragon plan, and changing the fate of 5th Prince Li Heng. You have been awarded 45 fate points. Wang. Just when Wang Chong was filled with disappointment, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Chong's heart was suddenly filled with joy, and his gloomy eyes suddenly lit up. That's not right. Try again and feel it. Wang Chong suddenly grabbed 5th Prince Li Heng's arm, a look of ecstasy on his face. What's wrong? Li Heng and Li Jingzhong both had strange looks on their faces. Li Heng had long ago become accustomed to failure, and Li Jingzhong had long ago accepted reality. On the other hand, Wang Chong's face was flushed, and his mind was in high spirits. There was no way that he was feeling this sort of joy. Try again, Your Highness, try again, Wang Chong said. He was extremely familiar with the abilities of the Stone of Destiny. If Li Heng had failed, there would have been no congratulatory voice. Since a reward had appeared in his mind, it had definitely been effective. But as for what exactly had happened, Wang Chong wasn't very clear. No, there hasn't been any change. Young Master Wang, what's wrong? A few moments later, Li Heng opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. Wang Chong said nothing, only examined Li Heng. Wang Chong knew that something had definitely changed, just that he didn't know. No, it's not that there hasn't been any change. Your Highness, look at your face, Wang Chong suddenly said as he stared at Li Heng's face. Li Heng's face had always been weak, pale, and abnormally pale. But now, a hint of color had returned to his face, and he didn't look much different from a normal person. It's true, an ecstatic voice rang out. Li Jingzhong had also noticed at Wang Chong's reminder. He had spent a lot of time with Prince Li Heng, so he had a deep understanding of his condition. Li Heng's complexion truly was much better. She was produced from within, so something had definitely happened to Li Heng's body. Your Highness, try again. There must have been some change, Li Jingzhong said with a hopeful expression. A copper mirror was quickly delivered to Li Heng. This time, Li Heng also noticed it. But to his confusion, he truly didn't feel any change. I know. Chapter 314. Your Highness, follow my instructions and practice martial arts for a while. Your foundation is lacking, and you've never cultivated martial arts before. So even though I've treated you, there won't be any fundamental change. Wang Chong finally understood where the root of the problem lay. The Stone of Destiny's blood interchange ability could only change one's bloodline and talent. It could not suddenly make one stronger or increase one's strength. In other words, if Li Heng had been powerless before, he would still be powerless right now, so he wouldn't feel any different. The Stone of Destiny's blood interchange ability could not create a supreme expert out of thin air. Now that Wang Chong had mentioned it, the two of them vaguely understood where the problem lay. In a flash, both Li Heng and Li Jingzhong felt a glimmer of hope in their eyes. There's no need, I know a technique, Li Heng suddenly said. He was even more hopeful than Wang Chong. In the long years that had passed, he had hoped countless times that his body would change. Indifference and indifference were not because he truly didn't care. Rather, it was because he had failed so many times that he had long since gotten used to it. It was not because he had no hope for greater strength. On the contrary, a crippled person longed to walk normally, while a blind person longed for the white sunlight. Although it was just a change in his complexion, it was the best news that had happened to Li Heng in the last countless years, the greatest change. As for martial arts, this was not a problem. The imperial household had no lack of them. Moreover, there was a set of martial arts that he had already deeply engraved in his bones. Bang! Amidst Wang Chong and Li Jingzhong's gazes, Li Heng suddenly punched out. This punch was extremely smooth, and it seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. It didn't seem like a beginner's punch at all. Not bad. Wang Chong took 2 steps back, a hint of shock in his eyes. Li Heng's punch had both form and spirit. Even with his current level of cultivation, he couldn't help but praise it. He couldn't find any fault with it. Bang! After punching, Li Heng stomped down. Bang! This stomp was extremely heavy, and a vague image of a dragon appeared behind Li Heng. This dragon was only the size of an arm and looked very small. At first glance, it looked like a flood serpent. However, when Wang Chong saw the dragon's toe clearly, he was shocked. 5 fingers. Raising his head to look at Li Heng, Wang Chong felt completely different. So the Holy Emperor was prepared. 4-clawed pythons, heaven dragons, 5-clawed true dragons, and 6-clawed flood dragons did not necessarily have more claws. The dragon on Li Heng's back was unremarkable at first glance. If Wang Chong hadn't happened to see it, he wouldn't have known that the dragon actually had 5 claws. The imperial clan has strict rules and would never casually pass it down. For Li Heng to have a 5-clawed dragon on his back, just what is going on? Wang Chong was astonished. There was only one person who dared to teach Li Heng the 5-clawed true dragon technique. But that person clearly knew that Li Heng could not learn martial arts, and that he did not seek to improve himself. So why did he still do this? Could it be that there were some hidden secrets? Wang Chong muttered to himself in deep thought. However, Wang Chong didn't have the time to ponder over these questions, because an unimaginable transformation was happening to Li Heng's body. Pung pung pung. The crackling of Li Heng's bones grew louder and louder, and gusts of wind began to swirl around him. Origin Energy Tier 4. Wang Chong was astonished. In the blink of an eye, Li Heng had advanced from Origin Energy Tier 1 to Tier 2 to Tier 3 and Tier 4. Only when one's blood essence seeped into one's bones and entered the marrow channeling realm would such a crackling sound occur. However, the transformation to Li Heng's body wasn't as simple as just the crackling sound. Wang Chong could sense that something was bubbling within Li Heng's body. It was an immense amount of energy reminiscent of a volcano. Pill energy. Wang Chong suddenly understood what was going on. In Li Heng's body, he had consumed all kinds of pills, medicinal herbs, rare treasures, and even the energy left behind by many supreme experts. Due to Li Heng's condition, this enormous amount of energy couldn't be exerted at all. Instead, it remained in Li Heng's body, accumulating in his cells. Not only did the origin energy of countless experts and pills not help Li Heng, they even became a burden on him. It was as if he didn't have the strength of 1,000 gene, but he was carrying 1,000 gene of gold on his back. This was why Li Heng's face was so pale. But now that Li Heng had resolved his bloodline problem and innate flaws, this enormous burden immediately transformed into his true wealth and treasure. Understanding this, Wang Cheng understood what was going to happen next. Hong Long Long. The stellar energy around Li Heng's body grew stronger and stronger, and the fierce winds began to drag the tables and chairs into the air. Boom! With a heaven-shaking boom, the tables and chairs that had been dragged into the room were smashed to pieces by Li Heng. At the same time, Li Heng's aura broke through Tier 5, Tier 6, and finally Tier 7. But Li Heng's strength had already reached Origin Energy Tier 9, and he wasn't inferior to Wang Cheng in the slightest. As a descendant of the Imperial clan, a descendant of the dragon, he had access to countless resources. In this aspect, no one could compare to him. Martial arts. I can also practice martial arts. I can finally practice martial arts. An excited and frenzied voice filled with boundless joy echoed in the deflecting blade manner. Li Heng stood in the room, his hair ribbons fluttering in the wind. His eyes shone with an unprecedented radiance, as if the sun in the sky. At this moment, Li Heng was completely different. He was brimming with confidence, joy, and a desire that even he didn't notice. That's great, that's great. Your Highness, you can finally practice martial arts. Li Jingzhong's body trembled in excitement, and he was on the verge of dancing. After so many years, he had finally waited for this hope. He had finally waited for the day that 5th Prince Li Heng could practice martial arts. All of this was so sudden, so unbelievable, but it really happened in front of him. This was a miracle. Wonderful, wonderful. Wang Gongzi, thank you, thank you. In the future, this old servant will definitely do whatever Wang Gongzi says. Other than His Highness, the life of I, Li Jingzhong, is yours. Li Jingzhong suddenly hugged Wang Cheng in agitation. You're the one who said it. Wang Cheng looked at the incoherent Li Jingzhong, and he found the entire situation comical. If Li Jingzhong knew that he would one day become the powerful and treacherous minister, Li Fugua, he would definitely regret saying those words. Of course, Li Jingzhong was still in a state of depression at the moment, so it was hard to predict what would happen in the future. And Wang Cheng wouldn't allow him to become the future treacherous minister, Li Fugua. As long as this fellow showed the slightest hint of treachery, Wang Cheng would deal with him personally. I'm the one who said it. I'm the one who said it. Every word of mine is sincere, and the heavens can guide me. Li Jingzhong raised 2 fingers and swore to the heavens. In his eyes, the current Wang Cheng was a lucky star that had descended from the heavens. In this world, there was no one more amiable, respectable, and adorable than this Wang Cheng Gongzi of the Wang clan. For a servant who served him to swear loyalty to another, no matter how one thought about it, it was bizarre. But at this moment, Li Heng didn't think so at all. Wang Cheng, thank you. I will always remember this favor. Li Heng grabbed Wang Cheng's hands, and his face was flushed in agitation. His long nightmare had finally come to an end, and Li Heng had never been so happy and elated before. Which man didn't want to possess great strength? And now, he had finally obtained it. Even though they had only just met, in Li Heng's heart, Wang Cheng was already his most important friend. Your Highness is being too polite. I'm glad that I was able to help Your Highness. Wang Cheng said gratifyingly. The current Li Heng was clearly much more proactive and confident than before. This was an excellent change. Power could change one's personality and increase one's boldness and decisiveness. Wang Cheng knew that the moment Li Heng obtained power, he had walked a different path from his last life, a path that Wang Cheng truly wanted him to walk. Li Heng possessed kindness, compassion, and the desire and ambition to revitalize the Central Plains and the Tang dynasty. And now, Wang Cheng had used his own method to give him the power to realize his blueprint. It was already late, and Li Heng didn't stay long in Wang Chong's deflecting blade manner. Having just obtained power, he was already impatient to return to his room and experience this unprecedented power. Wang Chong knew what he was thinking, so he didn't urge him to stay. Taking advantage of the darkness, he escorted him out of deflecting blade manner. On the way down the mountain, Li Heng and Li Jingzhong repeatedly thanked Wang Chong. Young master. Once Li Heng left, Zhao Jingdian walked over, and the mood instantly became somewhat heavy. These are the letters we received today while you were away. There were princes, princesses, and even consorts from the palace. A few of them even came to deflecting blade manor while you were away. Zhao Jingdian passed over a stack of letters. The fifth prince had been present at night, so Zhao Jingdian hadn't told Wang Chong about it. After meeting Princess and I Huang earlier in the day and being tormented by an old nanny, Zhao Jingdian had already gotten used to it. What he was worried about now was something else. If this matter isn't resolved, it will never end. Tomorrow, more princes and princesses will come. Young master can escape this life, but you can't escape this life. Besides, does young master think that madam and the others can escape? Zhao Jingdian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Wang Chong could escape into the mountains, but Wang Chong's mother couldn't. Moreover, if the consorts of the palace came to summon her, what would the old madam do? She couldn't possibly escape like Wang Chong, could she? Wang Chong's complexion wasn't very good. The princes and princesses were one thing, but even the consorts of the palace had joined in. It was clear that the princes were trying to put pressure on him. He could think of a way to avoid the princes and princesses, but the consorts of the palace weren't easy to deal with. Chapter 3:15. There's no need for you to worry. I already have an idea, Wang Chong indifferently said, his expression brimming with confidence. After wandering the mountains for so long, it wasn't as if he had come up empty-handed. Rather than being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Wang Chong quickly understood what he had to do. Walking into the study, Wang Chong quickly wrote a few letters. Jingdian, do as I say tomorrow. Bring the spirit vein to the places I've mentioned and go to the court of judicial review to take the deed. After that, send it to the imperial palace along with these letters. Divide? Zhao Jingdian's eyes widened as he keenly noticed the hidden meaning in Wang Chong's words. We're meat on the chopping block. Right now, in the eyes of the princes, young masters, and consorts in the imperial palace, we're nothing more than a fat piece of meat. We can't afford to offend any of them. Rather than let them come knocking on our door, it's better to take a portion of the spirit vein so that everyone can have a share. Firstly, this will serve as an explanation and prevent us from offending the members of the imperial clan. Secondly, if everyone gets a share, they can keep each other in check, lest they try to take the spirit vein for themselves. Wang Chong said, the War of the Princes was a massive whirlpool, and it was more dangerous than any whirlpool. No matter how deep the Wang clan's reserves were, it wasn't enough to survive in this whirlpool. Since ancient times, many great clans had been killed or had their clans wiped out because they were embroiled in the War of the Princes. Even the Wang clan paled in comparison to some of these behemoths. If even these ancient clans had suffered such a fate, the Wang clan wouldn't be much better off. Dividing the spirit vein into sections and sending out a portion was enough to turn passivity into initiative. This was the best way to deal with this crisis. Although it wasn't enough to satisfy any of the princes, it was enough to ensure the Wang clan's safety. Moreover, through this method, the Wang clan would be able to form a connection with the princes and princesses, which would be beneficial to the Wang clan in the future. After sending Zhao Jingdian away, Wang Chong finally calmed down and began to ponder the matter of fifth Prince Li Heng. Exchanging blood cost me 30 points of life force, but after the fifth prince consumed it, he rewarded me with 45 points of life force, earning me an additional 15 destiny points. It's really unbelievable. It seems that my judgment was correct. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity, and the higher the level involved, the more generous the reward. Wang Chong recalled the information he had heard from the Stone of Destiny. Stopping the Gogurian's assassination attempt and killing King Sojurum would only earn him 10 destiny energy. Wang Cheng had only been rewarded with 25 points of destiny energy for changing the fate of his clan. But changing 5th Prince Li Heng's blood and altering his martial talent had been rewarded with 45 points of destiny energy. This kind of reward could not be said to be lacking. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wang Cheng suddenly realized that he had overlooked a piece of information. The True Dragon Project. Other than the War of the Princes, there was also the True Dragon Project. He could understand the War of the Princes, but the True Dragon Project, in other words, this is only the beginning. In the future, when I participate in Prince Li Heng's ascension to the throne, I'll be rewarded with a large amount of destiny energy. Wang Cheng's heart was in turmoil. Even though it was tempting, as an experienced person, Wang Cheng knew that the path ahead was fraught with danger. It wasn't as easy as it seemed on the surface. Unknowingly, he had already stepped onto 2 dangerous paths that even the prestigious clans and nobles would avoid. Furthermore, from the Stone of Destiny's notification, he had already been dragged into it, and there was no turning back. On one side was a bottomless abyss, and on the other was a great rock. There was no turning back. I can only take it one step at a time. Wang Cheng sighed. In the future, the imperial court would become even more treacherous and dangerous. The peace and tranquility on the surface would be replaced by storms and dangers. Countless great clans would be annihilated, and countless officials who had been chatting and laughing in the court would have their heads rolled, their blood splattering 3 feet across the ground. The peace would not last for long. Being dragged into the War of the Princes, into the path of the True Dragon, meant that he would stand at the center of this storm. But Wang Cheng was well aware that he had no other choice. Even without the matter of Li Heng, he would still inevitably be dragged into it in the future. With this thought, Wang Cheng quickly closed his eyes. The light went out with a puff. While Wang Cheng was in deflecting blade manner, his mind entering the spirit realm of the Great Void. In the capital, there was a brightly lit courtyard in another residence. In the light, Wang Cheng's big uncle, Wang Jin, had a deep frown on his face. As the head of the Wang clan and a major second-rank official of the imperial court, Wang Jin rarely encountered anything worthy of a frown. But this time, Wang Jin was truly perplexed. Master, what else is there to consider? Isn't it just a spirit vein? Just have that brat handed over. Everything is for the benefit of the clan. Does that brat dare to resist? A sharp and unkind voice came from the side. It was Wang Cheng's big aunt's voice. Although Wang Cheng was no longer the same as before and had become an important figure in the Wang clan, even Wang Jin was now very close to him. But Wang Cheng's big aunt's view of Wang Cheng had not changed in the slightest. The more dazzling Wang Cheng's performance was, the greater the danger she felt. You're just a woman. You don't know anything, so what nonsense are you spouting? Wang Jin rebuked. I'm spouting nonsense. It's one thing if it were any other time, but the first prince is the future emperor. However, the first prince is the future emperor. If he wants the spirit vein, he won't be able to find such a good opportunity. What is there to hesitate about? Madame Xing stood up from her seat and berated Wang Jin furiously. Even a woman like her could see through it, yet a man like Wang Jin was hesitating, unable to say anything. Even she couldn't bear to watch on. What do you know? The spirit vein belongs to Chong'er. If it were mine, I would have long given it to the first prince. Besides, do you know what a spirit vein is? Even the 3 great training camps appointed by the Holy Emperor only have ordinary spirit veins, and the spirit vein that Chong'er has is more than 10 times stronger than those. Wang Jin said with a dark expression. Even though he was a politician, he knew what a massive spirit vein meant to a clan. A spirit vein like this could create a large number of experts for a clan in a short period of time, allowing them to have countless experts. With a spirit vein of this caliber, such a clan would be able to maintain its glory for at least several hundred years. If not for that, how could Wang Cheng's spirit vein cause such a huge uproar in the capital? I think you're muddle-headed. Without the spirit vein, you should think about how you're going to answer to the first prince. After berating Wang Jin, Madame Xing flung her sleeves and stormed out. The moment Madame Xing left, the room fell silent. Wang Jin looked at the flickering candle on the table and sighed deeply. Then, he picked up the letter in his hand. It was a thin piece of paper, and it was a handwritten letter from the first prince. There were only a few words on it. He wishes to meet with Wang Chong. Even though it was just a few words, the first prince's intentions were clear. His goal wasn't the spirit vein, but Wang Chong. The first prince wanted a rope in Wang Chong. Forget it, I'll just call Chong-er over. Wang Jin sighed, but he still made up his mind. Madame Xing might be muddle-headed, but her words weren't without reason. After all, the first prince was the eldest son of the first wife, and the Tang dynasty was ultimately his. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Jin picked up the brush on the table. Walala! Soon, a pigeon flew out of the window. The spirit vein, unbelievable. In the depths of the night, several figures, one tall and one short, stood on the opposite mountain, gazing at the spirit vein that resembled a crouching beast. In the darkness of the night, billowing white steam rose into the air, creating a dazzling sight. That was the concentrated spiritual energy in the air. This was a beautiful sight that could only be seen at night. The billowing white steam stretched for several hundred li in the darkness, creating a majestic sight. If not for the news being released, no one would have known that there would be such a majestic sight so close to the capital. That child of the Wang clan is truly inconceivable. Indeed, the baleful aura here is so dense. Even a seer wouldn't be able to divine this place, and there are so many venomous snakes and ferocious beasts around. Yet, he was still able to find his way here. The official road is more than 10 li away. The two of them couldn't help but sigh when they learned that the owner of the spirit vein was Wang Chong of the Wang clan, and that he had purchased the land deed from the Court of Judicial Review a few months ago. They felt an indescribable emotion welling up within them. This matter was simply too mystical. The name of Wang Chong had just shaken the world after the regional commander's incident. But who could have thought that he would become the owner of this massive spirit vein? In that instant, there was only one thought in the minds of the duo. Heavenly means. It might have been a coincidence once, but it might not be the same the second time. At this moment, that 15-year-old child of the Wang clan had already become an unfathomable figure in their eyes. In fact, the two of them even felt a tinge of respect for that child. No, it shouldn't be a child. Most likely, that child was the future successor of the Wang clan, the true successor of Duke Jiao. I heard that the one from the Wang clan has established a deflecting blade manor in the Kunwa training camp and is currently recruiting members. Tell Kuer to go over. That child's future is limitless. If this trend continues, the Wang clan will be like the sun in the sky, even stronger and more glorious than when Duke Jiao was in his prime. If we can form a good relationship with him, we might be able to reap some unexpected rewards in the future. Yes, clan head. I will instruct Kuer to seek refuge with that Wang Chong Gongzi. The other figure replied respectfully. The former nodded and fell silent. Looking from the sky, one could see countless figures lurking in the vicinity of the spirit vein. Tonight, countless experts from the prestigious clans had come to investigate the situation. Chapter 316. The night slowly fell silent. In the vicinity of the spirit vein, silhouettes began to slowly retreat. Occasionally, a cry of agony could be heard, but it was soon replaced by silence. Even though the spiritual energy within the spirit vein was dense, no one dared to barge in. After a day of chaos and more than a dozen corpses, everyone knew that there was an extremely formidable figure within the spirit vein. Those who barged in felt as though they had entered a completely different world. Not a single sound could be heard, and a moment later, their corpses would be tossed out like wooden logs. Every single one of them had died a tragic death, as though their hearts had been pierced by 1,000 swords. By now, very few people were foolish enough to barge in. The sky gradually brightened, and the crowd slowly retreated. On top of the spirit vein, a thick layer of fog shrouded the area. The evil emperor gazed into the distance and heaved a long sigh. From dawn to dusk, and then to dawn again, he had dealt with countless groups of spies with ill intentions. Yet, the number of silhouettes outside the mountain only continued to increase. Even the evil emperor felt a slight headache creeping in. Without forceful means, he wouldn't be able to display his benevolence. Fortunately, after killing a few experts who had barged in, the momentum finally came to a halt. Otherwise, the entire spirit vein would become an ownerless land, and anyone would be able to enter and leave freely. As a result, Wang Chang's training plans could no longer be carried out. Let's hope that the momentum can be stopped. The demonic emperor old man sighed, and then he took out a pigeon from his wide sleeve. With a flick of his hands, he sent the pigeon into the sky. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, he should inform Wang Chong of this matter and let him make the final decision. At noon, a green carriage slowly moved along the bustling streets before finally stopping in front of the residence of an important official of the royal court. The doors of the carriage opened, and Wang Chong walked out. After spending half a day, Wang Chong finally settled all of his affairs before arriving at Big Uncle Wang Jin's residence. A tall wall surrounded Big Uncle Wang Jin's residence. Two massive lions squatted in front of the gate, and two large red lanterns hung down from the walls. Through the open door, one could vaguely see the luxuriant bamboo forest inside, fresh and elegant. Big Uncle Wang Jin was not a pure warrior. Strictly speaking, he was a civil official. These lush bamboos were exactly the same as the ones in Grandfather's Four Quarters Embassy, in line with the Confucian preference for plums, orchids, chrysanthemums, and bamboos. This wasn't the first time Wang Chong had been here, but his mood this time was very different. About that matter, I should tell Uncle about it. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he gazed at the majestic Wang residence before him. He had received Big Uncle Wang Jin's messenger pigeon last night, but Wang Chong did not reply immediately. Instead, he waited until now to pay a visit personally. With a flick of his robe, Wang Chong strode inside. Young master. At the entrance of the Wang mansion, 4 Wang clan guards stood in a line. When they saw Wang Chong, their faces tightened and they revealed respectful expressions. One by one, they bowed in unison. This respect came from the bottom of their hearts, without the slightest bit of pretense. This wasn't Wang Chong's first time here. In the past, everyone thought that the youngest son of the third old master would be an unruly and mischievous person, so they couldn't help but look down on him. But in the past half a year, Wang Chong seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Seeing his actions, everyone's respect for Wang Chong grew. Thus, upon seeing Wang Chong this time, the 4 guards immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. Is Big Uncle in? Wang Chong asked. He's in. The first old master knows that Gongzi will be coming, so he's been waiting in the study. Gongzi, do you need us to inform him? There's no need for that. I can go by myself. Wang Chong waved his hands, stepped over the door sill, and walked in. Passing through garden after garden, waterside pavilions, fake mountains, and bamboo forests, Wang Chong stopped outside Big Uncle Wang Jin's study. A familiar sniffle could be vaguely heard in the room. Looking at the purple-brown door, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, and many thoughts flashed across his mind. There was a matter that he had been trying to avoid mentioning to Big Uncle. But Big Uncle's letter had left him with no way out. Eldest Uncle would never have thought that what he was doing now was completely wrong. The closer he got to the first prince, the more danger he would be in. In his previous life, with his grandfather's influence and illustrious achievements, even though they fell for the Yao clan schemes and offended the king of Song and King Qi, the Wang clan was still able to survive. But the relationship between Big Uncle and the first prince had destroyed this final sliver of hope. Given Big Uncle's many years of experience and achievements, even if he had chosen the wrong side in every political storm, the worst that could happen to him was a demotion. But he ended up getting swept into the most dangerous war of the crown prince. This was the true reason why the Wang clan fell out of favor, and after Wang Chong's death, it quickly fell into decline. In an instant, the Wang clan fell from a prestigious clan of generals and ministers to the lowest level of society. Wang Chong had been trying to avoid mentioning this point, but at this moment, he had no choice but to bring it up. Sigh. I hope that big uncle can listen to me. Wang Chong gave a deep sigh as he quietly said to himself, Chong-er, you're here. Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, a dignified voice sounded from the room. It was Big Uncle Wang Chong's voice. Recovering from his daze, Wang Chong knocked on the door and walked in. Big Uncle. As soon as Wang Chong walked in, he saw Big Uncle seated at the back of the red sandalwood study. Before him was a thick stack of documents, seemingly in the midst of dealing with the affairs of the royal court. Chong-er, you're here. Wang Jin chuckled as he drained the ink from the brush in his hand and casually hung it on the brush rack on the study table. After working for an entire morning, he was feeling a little tired. Sit. Wang Jin stood up from behind the study table and sat down on a round tea table not too far away. There was a pot of tea and 2 teacups on the table. Wang Jin first poured a cup of tea for the two of them before beckoning Wang Chong to take a seat not too far away from him. The fact that Wang Chong was able to sit so close to him was more than enough to prove the relationship between Wang Jin and Wang Chong, this pair of uncle and nephew. Wang Chong didn't say a word as he sat down beside Big Uncle. Chong-er, how are things in the training camp? Wang Jin placed the teacup back on the table and asked slowly. It's fine, Wang Chong said. That's good. If there's anything you need our help with, feel free to let me know. Wang Chong nodded. You should have received my letter, right? Wang Jin didn't waste any time and went straight to the main topic. Wang Chong's heart tightened. He already knew what Big Uncle Wang Jin was going to say. Chong-er, I won't hide it from you. Actually, the one who wishes to meet you this time is the first prince. The first prince knows many things about you, and he admires you greatly. Thus, he hopes that you can serve him. Wang Jin said seriously. The first prince wishes to recruit me? Wang Chong raised his head. Yes. Wang Jin nodded solemnly. Wang Chong was an intelligent person, and there were many things that couldn't be hidden from him. Thus, Wang Jin didn't try to hide anything from him and spoke honestly. Chong-er, I know that the spirit vein is important to you. However, the first prince is the future successor to the throne, and the entire Tang dynasty will be his in the future. It's rare for the first prince to take the initiative to seek you out, so I hope that you can consider it carefully. With your intelligence and wisdom, the first prince will definitely put you in an important position. This is beneficial to both you and our Wang clan. This is also for the benefit of the clan, so Big Uncle hopes that you can consider it carefully. After saying this, Wang Jin stared unblinkingly at Wang Chong, waiting for his intelligent nephew's reply. Hearing his big uncle's words, Wang Chong fell silent. His big uncle rarely brought up the benefits of the clan in front of him, and he rarely spoke in such a righteous manner. These words were more than enough to show the urgency in his big uncle's heart. Without a doubt, his big uncle hoped that he could join him and pledge loyalty to the first prince. But Wang Chong knew that there was no way he would agree. This wasn't just because Wang Chong was familiar with history and knew that the future emperor would be the 5th Prince Li Hong and not the first prince. More importantly, it was because of the first prince's personality. There was a major problem with the first prince's personality. If not for this major flaw in his personality, 5th Prince Li Hong would never have been able to ascend to the throne. If not for this flaw in his personality, he would never have committed such a treasonous act, implicating his big uncle and the entire Wang clan, and even losing his right to be the heir apparent. But this wasn't the most fundamental problem. The most fundamental problem was that the first prince was not a benevolent ruler, so he was not a suitable candidate for the throne. Thus, even if that incident hadn't occurred, given his personality, he would definitely have committed even more treasonous acts. In his last life, Wang Chong had a chance to interact with the first prince. His personality was one that could not tolerate others disobeying him. This was also the reason why Wang Chong had reservations about the first prince. A single mistake could cause everlasting regret, and Wang Chong didn't want the Wang clan to repeat the mistakes of his last life and fall into a state of extinction. Big Uncle, I'm afraid that I can't agree to your request. Wang Chong looked into his big uncle's hopeful eyes and slowly but firmly said these words. Each of these words carried a heavy weight, clearly expressing Wang Chong's resolve. What? Wang Jin asked. He knew that Wang Chong wouldn't be easy to persuade, but he hadn't expected Wang Chong to reject him so decisively. There was no room for negotiation. Chong-er, Big Uncle knows that my request might be a little excessive. But Chong-er, Big Uncle hopes that you can consider it carefully. After all, the first prince is the future emperor. Wang Jin said, given the intelligence, wisdom, courage, and daring that Wang Chong had displayed, if he could serve the first prince, the Wang clan would surely reach even greater heights, perhaps even surpassing his father at his peak. On this point, Wang Jin shared the same opinion as Madame Xing. Chapter 3:17. Big Uncle, do you really think that the first prince will be the future emperor? Wang Chong suddenly asked. The moment he said those words, Wang Jin's face immediately warped. Chong-er, what do you mean by that? Do you know what you're saying? Wang Jin had been speaking to Wang Chong amicably all this while, but upon hearing Wang Chong's words, his face suddenly turned grim. You can only say these words to me. If others misunderstand and think that our Wang clan has ulterior motives, do you know what the consequences will be? If Wang Chong's words were heard by others and spread to the outside world, it would probably cause an earthquake. Big Uncle, I know what I'm doing. On the other hand, Wang Chong's expression was surprisingly calm. He had always been filled with respect for Big Uncle Wang General. It was impossible to sever the bloodline between them. Not to mention, most of the time, Big Uncle's actions were for the sake of the Wang clan's interests. But regarding the matter of the first prince, Wang Chong couldn't agree with Big Uncle. But Big Uncle, have you ever thought about the consequences of our Wang clan failing to ascend the throne? Those words were like a bolt of lightning crashing into Wang Jin's head. A look of astonishment surfaced on his face. What would happen if the first prince failed to ascend the throne? Wang Jin had never considered such a possibility before. Or rather, Wang Jin had never thought of such a possibility at all. Chong-er, you're still too young. There are some things that you still don't understand. Since ancient times, only the first prince stands, and the other princes have no hope. Furthermore, you don't understand the first prince like I do. Even though His Majesty hasn't conferred him the title of Crown Prince yet, the first prince's actions are no different from a crown prince's. By the time His Majesty passes away, the first prince's ascension to the throne is already a done deal. Regardless of whether it's in or out of the royal court, everyone has the same opinion on this matter. Wang Jin shook his head. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. His nephew might be intelligent, but he was still lacking in the political arena. This kind of thing could not be achieved by just being smart. One must also have enough life experience and life experience. In Wang Jin's view, the possibility that the first prince would be unable to ascend to the throne was completely impossible. Uncle, Wang Chong shook his head. I can listen to your opinion on other matters, but please forgive me for not being able to help you with this matter. Eldest uncle said that since ancient times, the elders should not be supported by the young. This point was not wrong. But I would like to ask, if the first prince is really so outstanding, if His Majesty really likes him, then why didn't His Majesty officially make him the crown prince? The matters in the imperial court were treacherous. Eldest uncle thought that he would be able to enjoy glory and wealth by following the first prince. He was really taking it for granted. In the Battle of the Crown Prince, it was extremely dangerous to take things for granted. This, Wang Jin's lips parted, and he froze. His Majesty had great trust in the first prince. Of this Wang Jin was certain. If that was not the case, he would not have sought refuge with the first prince. Wang Jin wanted to refute Wang Chong's words, but he was unable to find the words to do so, because what Wang Chong said was the truth. His Majesty doted on the first prince deeply, and he would even allow him to participate in the royal court from time to time. This was no different from the crown prince. But what was strange was that His Majesty did not confer the first prince the crown prince. It was one thing if the first prince was still young, but the first prince was no longer young. This was something that even Wang Jin found bizarre, just that he had never mentioned it to anyone before. Chong-er, the first prince is His Majesty's eldest son. If His Majesty didn't like him, he wouldn't have allowed him to participate in the royal court. Besides, Just because His Majesty hasn't conferred him a title now doesn't mean that His Majesty won't do so in the future. Wang Jin argued, Rome wasn't built in a single day. His relationship with the first prince wasn't forged in a single day, but over a long period of time. It was impossible for Wang Chong to change Wang Jin's impression of the first prince with just a few words and convince him that His Majesty wouldn't confer a title to the first prince in the future. Furthermore, His Majesty is a wise and benevolent ruler, a monarch whose contributions have been unparalleled throughout the ages. Do you think that he would allow such a tragedy to occur in his hands? Wang Jin said. His words revealed the source of his confidence in the first prince's ascension to the throne. The current Holy Emperor was acknowledged by everyone in the royal court as a monarch. Under his hands, the Tang dynasty was able to escape the previous dynasty's decline and fall into chaos, thus reaching an unprecedented height. Regardless of whether it was in terms of territory or wealth, the Tang dynasty had far surpassed any other dynasty or ruler. With just 600,000 to 700,000 elite soldiers, the Tang dynasty was able to suppress all the surrounding powers. Regardless of whether it was the Uzun Empire, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, Goguryeo, or Mengshi Zhao, all of them had to admit that the Tang dynasty's strength was undeniably the greatest, far surpassing theirs. Even the unruly Uzun Empire understood that the reason they were able to maintain a stalemate with the Tang dynasty for so many years was due to the unique geography and altitude of the Uzun Plateau. The Tang dynasty was unable to adapt to the environment of the plateau, so they were unable to occupy the Uzun Plateau. This was the true reason why the Uzun Empire was fearless. After decades of development, the surrounding powers were no longer the same as before. However, they still held a deep respect for the Tang dynasty at the center. And all of this came from the current Holy Emperor. Regardless of whether it was in terms of governance, martial arts, or courage, the current Holy Emperor had reached the limits of all previous emperors. Without a doubt, the current Tang dynasty was the most powerful era in history. If not for the respect shown by the previous emperors in the history of the Central Plains, the current Holy Emperor would have long been crowned with the title of Greatest Emperor of all ages. There were many times when Wang Jin was glad that he was born in such an era and met such a wise emperor. To those who harbored vengeance, this was a rare opportunity that only appeared once in 1,000 years. There was no way Wang Jin would believe that such a tragedy would occur in the hands of such an emperor. Looking at the serious and confident expression on his big uncle's face, Wang Chong's heart felt heavy. Even now, his big uncle was still unaware that he was walking on a path of no return. His Majesty was indeed wise, but this had nothing to do with what his big uncle wanted him to do. Perhaps his big uncle still didn't know that in the hands of the Holy Emperor, not only would such a tragedy occur, there would also be many things that his big uncle would never be able to imagine. There were simply too many doubts in this matter. Even as someone who had experienced it personally, there were many things that Wang Chong couldn't understand, needless to say, his big uncle. However, there was one thing that Wang Chong was certain of. What his big uncle was doing was slowly dragging the Wang clan into the deepest abyss of all clans, the deepest abyss of darkness. If he couldn't stop his big uncle, no matter how glorious the Wang clan seemed to be at the moment, it would only be a fleeting moment in the future, repeating the same mistakes of his previous life. Since his big uncle was still obstinate, he could only find a way to wake him up. At the very least, he had to make him understand that his way of thinking was extremely wrong. Big uncle, do you really think that because His Majesty is a benevolent emperor, such a tragedy wouldn't occur? Throughout history, no matter how wise the emperor was, he was unable to control such a tragedy. Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, unified the western regions and conquered Jiaoji. For the first time, he pushed the influence of the Central Plains into the western and southern borders. His political and military prowess was praised by the world, but due to the catastrophe of the Shaman Gu, Crown Prince Li was beheaded at the waist, and Emperor Wu's younger sisters, Princess Jui and Princess Yangshi, were sentenced to death with white silk. Tens of thousands of officials were implicated, and countless clans were wiped out as a result. Prime Minister Gongsun, he wielded great authority in the royal court back then, and he claimed to have the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor. The Gongsun clan was known as a colossus that had existed since the Warring States period, and it was known as the #1 clan in the Great Han. In terms of authority and standing, even grandfather couldn't compare to them when he was still alive. However, due to their involvement in the matter with Crown Prince Li, their entire clan was wiped out and their land was reduced to ashes. From then on, the Gongsun clan disappeared from the history of the Great Han. If even a clan with 1,000 years of history like this is the case, what do you think will happen to our Wang clan? Wang Chong sternly said. In the struggle for power, it had always been a bloody, callous, and cruel struggle. Even the princes and princesses were just pawns on this chessboard, let alone the influential clans. Although the Wang clan had a special status in the Tang dynasty, due to grandfather, they were still far from reaching the status of the #1 clan. They couldn't be compared to those clans that had hundreds and thousands of years of history. Big Uncle only knew that it wasn't easy for such a disaster to happen in the hands of the Holy Emperor, but he didn't know that in the hands of a wise monarch, once a taboo was violated, it was easier for one to be implicated. During the reign of the first emperor, Crown Prince Fu Su was the eldest son. The historical record said that he was benevolent, insightful, and far-sighted, making him an extremely suitable candidate for the crown prince position. Throughout his life, he had never committed any major mistakes, and his moral conduct was the model of a benevolent person. However, when the first emperor of the Qin dynasty died, Crown Prince Fu Su was killed, and the Meng clan, which was known as the #1 clan in the Warring States period, was implicated and completely wiped out. Yao abdicated to Shun, Shun abdicated to you, and you abdicated to Bo Yi. This was the ancient abdication system. In the end, Bo Yi was killed by Yu's son, Qi, and Yu's ministers, Zhao and Meng, died at the same time. Big Uncle, which one of these people wasn't a wise monarch and overlord of the Central Plains? Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Qin, and Yu the Great? Crown Prince Fu Su, and Bo Yi. Which one of them wasn't a person of good character, a person who could ascend to the throne? Gongsun Jing, Meng Tian, Zhao, Meng. Which one of these people wasn't a wise and insightful person who was praised by the people? Which era didn't have an overlord that was hard to come across in the world? But who would have thought that even when wise emperors like Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Qin, and Yu the Great were still alive, the crown prince would be deposed? Nephew isn't saying that there will definitely be a problem, but if it happened when Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Qin, and Yu the Great were alive, does Big Uncle dare to say that this dynasty definitely won't have a problem? Wang Chong said in a low voice. He was already being quite tactful with his words. He couldn't reveal too much about the future, and this was already the limit. Chapter 3:18. In the room, ever since Wang Chong brought up Emperor Wu of Han and the Gongsun clan, Wang Jin had fallen silent. The Gongsun clan of Emperor Wu of Han and the Meng clan of the first emperor of Qin were things that all civil officials had to learn from the moment they decided to enter politics. Wang Chong had spoken very tactfully. At their peak, the Gongsun clan and the Meng clan were not existences that the Wang clan could compare to. As for Gongsun He, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and the others. Even though Wang Jin considered himself an important official of the royal court, possessing the right to participate in politics and having a clear understanding of the structure of the royal court, he was still lacking compared to these truly renowned generals. Chonger, what do you want to say? After a long moment of silence, Wang Jin finally spoke, his tone much heavier than before. Compared to a moment ago, Wang Jin's attitude had clearly undergone a massive transformation. The Wang clan was a powerful clan, but it could not compare to the Gongsun clan of Emperor Wu of Han, much less the Meng clan of the first emperor of Qin. Wang Chong's words clearly had some effect on Wang Jin's mind. Although Wang Jin still found it hard to believe that the Holy Emperor would depose the first prince, his tone was no longer as certain as before. The first prince is the legitimate heir, and it is tradition for all the officials to support the eldest son of the first wife. Compared to the other princes, the first prince is clearly more legitimate, and his chances of ascending the throne are greater. Chong-er, do you want our Wang clan to change its attitude toward the first prince because of this possibility? Wang Jin sternly said. It wasn't easy for him to say these words. One must know that Wang Jin had summoned Wang Chong over to have him swear loyalty to the first prince. I'm not saying that we won't support the first prince. Wang Chong seriously said. Big uncle, do you still remember the Weijin Nanyang incident? Wang. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Wang Jin's body visibly trembled, and he arched his back slightly. It was clear that Wang Chong's words had moved him. In the Wang clan, Wang Yin and his son walked the path of generals, while Wang Jin walked the path of civil officials. Quoting scriptures was a matter for the civil officials. Naturally, Wang Jin knew what Wang Chong was talking about. It was precisely because he knew that Wang Jin completely understood Wang Chong's plan. Are you trying to say that you want to imitate Zhuge of Nanyang? Wang Jin looked at Wang Chong and said, Yes. Wang Chong nodded seriously. The history of this world was the same as the one he was familiar with. It also had the story of the three kingdoms, Wei and Jin. However, the span of time was not as long, nor was it as intense and glorious, nor did it leave behind such a glorious chapter in this world. However, the Zhuge family was divided into three, and the three branches were loyal to three different forces. Thus, the Zhuge family was able to survive in the chaotic world. This was a strategy that allowed the aristocratic families to survive and protect themselves. I understand. Wang Jin let out a long sigh. But Chong-er, do you really understand what the Zhuge clan of Nanyang is doing? Yes. Wang Chong nodded. We are still far from the point where we need to do such a thing. I just feel that we shouldn't rush this matter. Perhaps, in the future, our Wang clan might even side with the first prince. However, I feel that we are still far from the point where we need to choose sides. Wang Chong spoke these words seriously, enunciating every single one of them. Chong-er, I already understand your intentions. Wang Jin let out a long sigh. He had completely failed in his attempt to persuade the other party. Even though he was disappointed, Wang Chong's words weren't without reason. The two of them were thinking for the sake of the clan. Wang Jin wanted to recruit Wang Chong so that he could pledge loyalty to the first prince together with him. It was the same for Wang Chong's rejection. Even though the paths they chose were different, their goals were the same. From this aspect, Wang Jin actually felt happy for Wang Chong. At the very least, Wang Chong had learned to think for the sake of the clan. You have already grown up. Big Uncle is happy for you. Wang Jin's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Well, do as you say then. I already know how to reply to the first prince. In the Wang clan, he was already in his 50s, and Wang Chong's father wasn't young either. The second generation of the Wang clan had already reached the peak. After that, it would be Wang Chong, Wang Li, Wang Bei, and Wang Fu's turn. It was about time for the third generation of the Wang clan to grow up. Regardless of whether Wang Chong's decision was right or wrong, or if it was proven that he had missed out on an important opportunity in the future, Wang Jin was willing to support Wang Chong's decision. This was the price that the next generation of the Wang clan had to pay and grow up through. When Wang Chong came, he was filled with ambition. He wanted to convince Big Uncle, but when he left, his heart was filled with respect for Big Uncle. It was easy to imagine the first prince's attitude when he rejected Big Uncle. At the very least, for a long period of time, Big Uncle would be treated coldly, and the first prince would have a rift with him. Big Uncle clearly knew this, but he still chose to support him. This was what moved Wang Chong. Big Uncle, one day, you'll know that this decision is the right one. Boarding the carriage, Wang Chong quickly left Big Uncle's residence and headed for Kunwa training camp. There, Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor was on the verge of exploding. On the second day, the number of students who appeared in the vicinity of deflecting blade manor to join Wang Chong was even greater than on the first day. After the previous preparations, Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor had become the most eye-catching existence in Longwei, Shinwei, and Kunwa training camps. It was finally time for the results. A sliver of consciousness floated in the darkness, extending into the boundless depths and breadth. In this place, there was no time, no space, no temperature, only endless nothingness. This was an unknown space, a world of laws. Found it. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly echoed in the darkness. Like a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky, the entire space suddenly flared up. And at the end of that sliver of consciousness, a sporadic light suddenly appeared. Within that light, a tiny shadow that harnessed boundless power could be faintly seen. At a glance, that shadow was like a miniature page of a book. It was a tiny fragment of the power of laws. But in the world of martial arts, it had another name, the Book of Laws. When one's consciousness perceived these books of laws and fused them with one's consciousness, this was known as comprehension. Wang. Like a hook, Wang Chang's consciousness instantly hooked onto the Book of Laws and swiftly retracted it back into his head. The darkness receded, and light reappeared. Wang Chang finally opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was an exquisitely polished red sandalwood floor engraved with patterns of flowers and birds, a simple but elegant table, and a pot of hot red clay tea that was still emitting steam. I've improved a little more. Wang Chang exhaled deeply, feeling much more relaxed than before. After returning from Big Uncle's place, Wang Chang had cast aside the outside world. The royal court and the princes were all tossed to the back of his mind. Wang Chang's entire life revolved around the deflecting blade manor and the training camp. Wang Chang had placed all of his attention on raising his cultivation. Advancing from Origin Energy Tier 9 Pinnacle to True Martial 1 Dan was a huge step. This step didn't have a high requirement on one's Origin Energy, but it was extremely demanding on one's comprehension of the power of laws, reaching an astonishing level. When Wang Chang first started cultivating the Ripple Halo, he could still perceive and absorb a huge amount of the Book of Laws. But as time went by, the number of books of laws he could absorb gradually decreased. Today, Wang Chang had only managed to capture 24 fragments of the power of laws. Compared to the hundreds and thousands of fragments at the start, this was a pitifully small number. But even so, Wang Chang had never given up. In the initial stages, the more one comprehended the power of laws, the more power of laws one could absorb, and the higher one's achievements would be in the future. This was a small trick in martial arts cultivation. It was often overlooked by many, but it had a huge effect. Thus, even though he had already met the requirements to reach true martial realm, even though he could only absorb 20 fragments of the power of laws each day, Wang Chang had never given up on accumulating knowledge in this aspect. Accumulating knowledge to unleash it. This was what Wang Chang was currently doing. After several months of accumulation, Wang Chang felt that it was about time. Perhaps it's time to ask Instructor Zhao for that item. Wang Chang thought. In order to advance from Origin Energy Tier 9 to True Martial 1 Dan, other than possessing a certain level of comprehension of the laws, one also needed to compress the power of laws into one's body. And in this training camp, other than the 100 great generals, there was also the war halo technique that Wang Chang desired the most. It was in the hands of Instructor Zhao Qinxiu, Wang Chang's immediate superior. This war halo technique had been completely forgotten in Wang Chang's previous life. Not a single person in the training camp, including Su Hanshan, had managed to learn it. And for some reason, Zhao Qinxiu had never imparted it to anyone. Wang Chang had no idea what kind of secret or reason lay behind it. But what he knew was that among the war-type halos that could be used on an entire army, the one stored in this training camp was definitely one of the strongest. Every time he thought about how Zhao Qinxiu had never imparted it to anyone, Wang Chang couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. But Wang Chang wasn't in a hurry. Getting up from the floor, Wang Chang walked to the red sandalwood table, picked up the red clay teapot, and brewed a cup of tea for himself. Slowly sipping on it, he savored the fragrance in his mouth with a look of satisfaction on his face. Life wasn't just about strength and cultivation. According to the saying of the other world, there should also be poetry and distance. Savoring life and living in the present. This was what Wang Chang had come to after his reincarnation. The future was important, but cherishing the present was even more important. Hong Long,